And I guess we'll go ahead and get started with our peer group meeting for today. We're still waiting on a couple of people to show up, but we'll go ahead and get started now. So thank you again for attending. We are appreciative of your time, as always. We know everybody's really busy, especially this time of year, so we do greatly appreciate you showing up to give us some feedback and for us to let you know what we're working on. So welcome to everyone online, and actually, if Stephanie will read off the names of those people that are attending, I'll just let you guys say a brief hello and maybe just quickly tell us who you're with. I think you want to start with Adam. So Adam?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We're turning the
phone and computer audio turned on at the moment.
Say that again, Adam.
Can you hear me through the speakers, or should I pick up the telephone?
No, there should be no telephone.
Yeah, no telephone. You're
No,
fine.
we can actually hear you, Adam. This is Nathan.
Okay. Well, Adam Shulga, FCA. I'm here. Mary Ann should also be joining a little bit later in the morning if she's not there already.
She hasn't shown up yet.
Yes, I think she'll be here a little after 10, I think.
Well, Brandy, but she can't
She's
hear.
at 6 o'clock in the morning, Adam.
I know.
Hope you have lots of coffee.
Jack?
Yes, I have a large pot of coffee here.
Jack is on.
All right, good morning. Jack Flocky, I think you're on.
Hi.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Jack. Are you on your headset?
I am. It says that I'm on. Hello?
We just
I can hear you, but not very well.
How do you turn up the sound on your...
Well, you're a little better now. Keep going if you can.
I got the mic on high.
There you go, Jack.
You're good.
We can hear you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yes, can hear you.
Great.
Hi, we're in a Verizon commercial.
And
So
Nola.
Jack, if you just want to tell the group who you are for those who are new.
Jack Plucky, Bureau of Land Management, and I'm here in Colorado.
Great, thanks. And Nola Chavez? Nola, are you on with us? You may need to unmute.
I figured it out, Nola. You have to go up on the top right where there's a picture of a microphone and click on that.
I think actually Nola may have stepped away for a moment.
All right, well, we'll check back with her momentarily.
It just turned on and off.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you, Jack. Okay, this is Nola Chavez with the National Park Service, and I am also in Denver, Colorado, like Jack.
Thanks, guys, for coming on so early. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anything else on the phone with us right now?
Just Brandy Murray, but she can't hear.
And Amber
Jim,
Reed, too.
Oh, Amber.
Thanks for forgetting me.
No problem.
Amber, you want to introduce yourself really quick?
My name is Amber Reep. I work at the Center for Urban Transportation Research, and I'm on the TAC as well. I'm usually in Stephanie's shoes there in Washington, so I thank her for taking my place today, and we'll be on the other end helping people on the technical side. So I hope you have a good meeting.
Thank you, Amber. So I guess we'll go around the room and introduce ourselves really quickly.
You have to turn on the mics.
Are the mics on?
Right.
Yeah.
People around the room, just reach over and flip your mic on.
How about I just welcome people to the room? Welcome, folks. Here in Ballston, part of Arlington in Virginia. I'm Nathan Caldwell. I think everybody in the room knows me. Trini and I have met before. We're always glad to have you all here. I'd like to host in this room, we get all the good computer hookups and everything. Plus, you don't have to deal with going through security all the time, which is nice. Except for most of you have been to this before, have been here. The restroom keys, you do need this white card here to get into the restrooms, which are past the elevator, and make a left turn. You don't either one of these works for the women's room or the men's room. The deal with these is we have to turn them in by 4. So it's like, remember we used to fly into DC and you had to have to be seated for the last 30 minutes. Kind of like that. Use the restroom when you can. However, if you want to go up to the 5th floor after 4 o'clock, there is a unsecured restroom up there. In case we do have to exit the building quickly for a fire or whatever, hopefully just a fire, go past the kitchen, and there's that first door on the right are stairs, which will take us out to Vermont Street, which is right over here. So again, welcome. Looking forward to a good meeting, and the caterers are really good from Fairgate, so we're looking forward to that too. So,
Thanks.
And I am Nathan Caldwell. I'm the Alternative Transportation Coordinator, among other things, for the U.S. Mission Office.
Around the room with Laura, if you want to.
Hi, this is Flora Loomis. I'm with the National Parks Conservation Association.
Steve Albert, I'm the director at the Fall Surveying's Technical Assistance Center.
Bernadette Wattis, I'm with the Forest Service, here following Joe Burns. John Yamada.
I'm Alan Yamada, Forest Service, Assessment Technology and Development Center. SDOT Bulky Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Robert O'Brien, the Fish and Wildlife Service, Region 2 Transportation Coordinator.
Yeah, Rob's here in a pretty detail. He started Monday. Yeah, Rob's responsible for transportation programs in New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and Oklahoma.
Stephanie Zavacki, the Center for Urban Transportation Research out of the University of South Florida.
And I'm Jamie Eichswick from the Technical Assistance Center and WTF. That's everybody in the room. I'm, again, Jenny West, the TAC manager based at the Western Transportation Institute. Brandy Murray is also on with us, and she is our new TAC business manager. For those of you who don't know, we hired another full-time person recently. She's also based in Montana. Not sure if she's able to.
I don't think she can speak yet.
No, not yet. I guess she's going to, for the short term, use the Q&A drop-down manager if she has any questions or comments, but we'll see what we can work out.
All right, great. Well, welcome, Brandy. So, Steve, did you want to say anything as a welcome?
One of the things that we've learned, I think, over the last few peer group meetings is we've tried to create agendas that are much more participatory by the peer group, and that we can receive input as well as then feedback. So we've crafted an agenda, and just to kind of walk you through the agenda so you know what to expect. Jenny and I will recap some of our current activities and action items from the last meeting, as well as the year 2 work plan. We have done a significant amount of analysis of the transit and the program, transit and parks program, in terms of where implementation is happening, et cetera, as well as analysis by region. And I think you'll find a lot of this stuff informational as well as useful politically, describing what's going on. We provide an update on the types of technical assistance we've been providing. And then we want to hear more from you in addition to the items we've just discussed in terms of some roundtable ideas of what do you have going on. Working lunch, and then discussion on feedback on some of our current activities or upcoming activities, status of the grant process, and then next steps and action items. So with that, I'll go to the slides. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to put on the agenda, either on the phone or here in person for discussion?
I'm sorry, say that again.
And we're hoping more people show up, including Phil Shapiro. He must be stuck in traffic or lamenting the end of the baseball game last night that we left just before the good stuff started to happen.
Before they won, yeah.
So,
Okay.
Jenny's pulling up the slides.
Yeah, and I wanted to mention really fast that, forgetting to turn my, I wanted to mention really quickly that in the information that was sent to you, there's a list of action items from previous peer group meetings. So you can just review those at your leisure. I don't think there was anything that we really needed to go through in detail this morning, but if you have any questions about any of those, feel free to let us know.
So one thing I think that's always important when we have these meetings is to kind of say, well, what was this TAC trying to be? What was its vision? What was its strategic plan? And what we'd like to do is to hear back from each of you on where do you think we are in terms of meeting our strategic goals. Again, the strategic plan that we developed was somewhat of a roadmap, both strategically and tactically, of where we would be after 3 years. Our vision, as you can see by the vision statement, is to serve as the nationally recognized center for transportation related to decision support and coordination hub between FOMAs. Short term, what we wanted to do is to make sure that we did have a good understanding of the issues and to begin to establish a foundation for the Technical Assistance Center. The medium term was to enhance that foundation in terms of services that we would deliver and meeting stakeholder needs and documenting what those needs are so that we know we can hit the target. And then phase 3 was more longer term and trying to become somewhat of a center of centers. Next slide. This is at least what we think, and I know we're going through these slides fairly quickly, but maybe you can jot down some notes that you would say, no way, TAC, you're not to where you think we should be, or maybe you need to emphasize different areas. In terms of phase 1, we think we've completed that when we conducted a needs analysis, developed a strategic plan, as well as conducted a serious amount of outreach to find out what some of the issues were. Phase 2, we believe, is well underway in terms of improving the grant evaluation process, providing a host of technical assistance and training, also receiving feedback, and finally doing some marketing and outreach to national organizations and national conferences. Phase 3, we think we're at the beginning of that. Again, we're in year 2, funding-wise. One of the things that we realized very quickly was that there's a lot of coordination that has to go on with transportation, federal land agencies, much more than we ever really expected in terms of working with agencies and, quite frankly, herding cats a little bit too. So we have in phase 3, I think we have started that all along, but we're really beginning maybe to wind down a little bit in that in terms of communication, collaboration, and coordination. And I think we've contributed to a sustainable model for alternative transportation program. Give you some of the details of what we've done in terms of a recap since the last time we met. Jenny will go through those slides and kind of give you some of the quantification of what we've achieved.
Okay, so this is our budget right now. I don't know if we need to turn any of these lights off. Can you guys see okay? Oh, that's better. Yeah. So, in relation to our budget, the red lines indicate where we are currently, and this was as of the end of May, and we had most of our numbers as of the end of May. We don't have quite everything in here yet, but just about. So, you can see where we are on each task in relation to our budget, and overall we're at about 39% of our budget as of the end of May, so we're pretty well on track. We're underspending on a couple of places. We also have a few tasks that are just getting started. As some of you are, well, all of you are probably aware, our scope of work changed a little bit. We'll talk about that later. So we're getting started on a few new tasks right now, so I imagine that the expenditures will go up as that gets going. Does anybody have any questions about our budget? So on technical assistance, we've had a total over the entire period of the TAC of 105 requests. 77 of those have been completed so far. We've assigned 36 technical liaisons, created 5 research reports, and 21 of our clients submitted grant applications, and some of those submitted multiple applications. We had varying degrees of assistance that we provided to those clients. So some of them just called and asked us about the application, and we provided them information on how to submit their application, or the types of information they would need to put in it, or some technical aspect of submitting it. Others we were really involved with on the project level, and we're helping them scope the project and figure out what they needed to do, mostly for planning projects where we've been really intimately involved. There have been some things we provided on implementation as well, and we'll go into further detail on the technical assistance later during that presentation. But as you can see, we've received a lot of positive feedback, especially from our one-on-one assistance to units. So it seems to have been very helpful, and people are very appreciative. We did have a lot of calls during the NOFA, so there was quite a bit of interest, and we were very happy to hear that the word's getting out that we're available to people, and so we got a lot of contact during that time period.
Jenny, is it fair to say that we did not make up those quotes?
We did not make up the quotes. No, those are direct quotes from either emails or phone calls. So in our trainings and forums, we've had 366 participants in our 7 trainings so far. So we feel like that's we've done pretty well. It has increased for each training that we've done, and of course the grant writing trainings got by far the largest number of participants in each training. We have had 36 participants in our 2 regional forums that we've held so far. We've obviously found that in-person participation at events is a little more difficult with the travel ceilings, etc. So we're working on 2 more regional forums this year. Not sure if we're going to get the second one in. We're planning to do one in the Northeast region, and that'll be in the Boston area this fall. We don't have an exact date yet, and we're waiting on confirmation of the location. We'd like to do one in the Southeast, and we heard that we needed to piggyback on another event if we actually wanted to get people there in person. So we haven't found that event to piggyback on yet, but we're working on that, and we may end up doing something by webinar and just have a few people in attendance and most people attending over the webinar. The webinar seemed to work really well.
And we can talk a little later about something in the Southeast, because I know we're working with the Park Service on kicking off a long-range transportation plan. Free activity down there, and we'll talk to Steve soon when he gets off vacation.
Great.
Someone keeps signing in papers so we can go on vacation. And see if we can coordinate that with our 2 regions down there, because we're doing that because they almost overlap. There's like one state difference. Right.
And we have staff down there, so that would work out well.
Yeah, Cutter's in Florida, so it's great. Any other comments on the trainings? Any questions or comments from people? The publications that we've been working on, obviously we've talked about these case studies and our best practice manual and a few of these now. 2 of the case studies, of course, were completed last year, and we have those published, and the executive summaries are available, and those have been really popular. We've gotten a lot of good feedback on our executive summaries for the partnership case studies. Grand Island and Cape Cod, the review process has been taking a long time, because obviously we want to vet the documents and the information very well before it goes out. And so with just schedules with the agency folks and particularly, national, regional, and unit working together to get this information finalized, it's taken a while, but we're hoping, knock on wood, to have them done soon.
Yes, we have comments back from regional and national on Grand Island, so it is currently all of the comments are being addressed currently. In Cape Cod, we have comments from national and FTA for that one as well, and those are being addressed. We're still waiting on the region, so that's soon as well.
And the best practices manual, we have been working diligently on that one as well. It sort of changed form internally from what we started off with. It becomes a little bit longer document than we originally were thinking we would produce, but there's just a ton of information out there available and a lot of examples of non-motorized practices that they want to include, and they really want the documents to be very useful and have all the right information. So we've been sort of reviewing that internally, and it will be ready to start its external review process here in the next couple of weeks, I think. Natalie Philwalkwitty, who's on our TAC team at WTI, has been working on that along with Rebecca Gleason and Phil Shapiro. We've also been accepted for publication in the Transportation Research Review. Jamie's paper that she did on the case studies, the partnerships, that was accepted for that publication. We're also in the GWS, the George Wright Society proceedings from that conference, which we attended, and on their website. I think our poster will be up there on their website. And then we got an article in an Association of Conservation Engineers publication, and we're trying to get in some other newsletters. And I know I've mentioned this before, but if anybody knows of internal newsletters or any kind of good forum for us to get the word out to any of our clients, stakeholders within agencies, whatever, please let us know, because we would love to just get a small amount of information, maybe some photos. We could do something on the case studies or just generic TAC information, but we'd love to know where we could do that.
I think one thing you do to help at least me with our agency is let us know when these things are coming out so that we can get them into our publications as well, not as, or at least links to them, and at least say, hey, like I'm kind of negligent on this, the best practices for the Santa Ana Refuge is published by the TAC, it's been picked up by these other agencies, other publications. Go here to see it and get more information. It's important for us, I'm learning this, it's important for us to publicize this stuff internally as well. Even more important.
Right, yeah.
So if you could let us know when these publications are going to appear, so we can kind of get a heads up, and a lot of times I see it, I go, oh God, I should get this out.
Right.
But if we can get advance notice of this, it helps my old brain actually do things.
Great, thanks, Nathan. Website updates, Jamie's going to go through these in detail in a few minutes, but we've added some new pages and we've added a lot of new resources, of course, to our repository and our training catalog. We're also doing a new blast to all our distribution list folks on the trainings specifically. There are a lot of webinars available out there now on anything from trail design and construction to transportation planning done by different organizations, and we're trying to connect with those organizations and cutters leading up that effort so that we know we're collaborating with them. We know when they're providing webinars, they know when we're providing webinars, and then we get that information out to our distribution list in a timely manner so that if someone's interested, they can participate in those. And we're trying to be that central source of training information for things to do with alternative transportation. And if anybody knows of organizations that do provide trainings on these topics that you think we should connect with, please let us know. So I know we're on lists for American Trails and Scenic Byways and different organizations like that, but if you know of some others, please let me know and we'll make sure that we get on their distribution list and connect with them.
You mean inroads with Rails to Trails?
We are on Rails to Trails distribution list. And I think they know about us, but I'm not sure where the connection, where we're at in terms of collaboration with them. I'll check with, I don't know if Amber knows.
I just noticed something about active transportation, and that's one of their big initiatives.
Right. So we'll follow up on that one. And then Jamie's also going to go through the newest thing on the website, which is an interactive grant recipient map, which I think you'll all be really impressed with. The evaluation system, as Adam has probably sent all of you information on already, we got 106 applications this year. So that was a 35% increase over last year. I believe, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, it was about $83 million that was requested. Is that right?
It was actually, I think, about 88 at this point.
88 million. So there was, quite an increase in applications and some good projects obviously out there. We got all those applications entered into our evaluation system within a week, so VHB did a wonderful job of getting that information input so that everybody could start evaluating. So it's in the evaluation process, and we also did 2 training webinars for the evaluators to teach them how to use the system. And in terms of our, I'm sorry, go ahead, Laura.
I'm confused here, and you have, on one side, you had 105 total requests for the history program, but that's a different kind of, that's assistance versus applications, and that's for money for the,
right.
Yeah, just ask about the online system. I know FTA is developing a discretionary grant system for all of their grant programs. Is that something where they're planning for if there is a next year, depending on what happens with reauthorization, to make use of that?
I think that Adam can speak to that more, but I believe that right now we're allowed to continue using ours until that one is all set, and then yes, at some point it will be linked. Adam, can you confirm that?
Yeah, the system that's under development now, the Transit and Parks program was not part of their scope in developing it. It's envisioned down the line that it'll be merged in, but there has been a date set for that and it hasn't really been discussed.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah,
You're echoing a little bit.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have both a telephone and the computer audio because I wasn't sure if the computer audio was working.
Tell them to turn off. Disconnect the phone, Adam. You don't need the phone.
Okay. All right. So regarding the evaluation system, yes, FTA is developing a application and evaluation system for all of the grant programs. However, sitting in on those meetings, the Transit and Parks program was not included in the initial scope for developing that. It's envisioned that eventually down the line, it will include all the programs, including Transit and Parks, but this, because of the multi-agency evaluation process, this is a lot more complicated than most of our other review processes, so they haven't discussed setting a date or anything. So for the time being, the tax system is what we will be using.
Okay, thanks, Adam. All right, so on communication, collaboration, and coordination, 3 C's of the TAC. We have over 650 distribution list members now. So the word is getting out. Obviously, we added initially all our national and regional folks and people from conferences that we've attended, but we've also had a lot of people sign up individually. I get an update from Constant Contact every couple of weeks with new subscribers, so I am happy to see that our emails are maybe being forwarded and unit people are starting to subscribe and get the information that we're out there. And if, again, I know I've mentioned this before, but if there are any people or any groups that we can get to through maybe your internal distribution list, so at least let them know about our newsletter so that they could sign up if they'd like to. We'd love to have that as well. We could just send them an introduction and say, hey, if you'd like to sign up, here we are. So please feel free to send us that information. Jamie and I have also been making phone calls to the regional and state coordinators for all the agencies just to keep them up to date on what's going on, talk to them about projects that we're working on, that we've had requests from. We've also asked them if anybody needs help. We've talked to them about the grant recipients to see if the ones who have already received money are in need of any kind of technical assistance to go along with that. And also if any other units are thinking about going after grants or if they're just thinking about projects in general and want to talk to us. So we're trying to make those connections with the regional and state folks. We haven't reached everybody yet, but we're in the process of doing that. We have made quite a few presentations at different conferences this year. We've gone to TRB, and obviously Jamie did a presentation there, and Phil did a session. We did talk to the Forest Service engineers for 2 regions up in the Northwest. We went to the George Wright Society. We'll be going to the, we presented also at the National Association of Recreation Resource Planners. Susan Law had been tagged to do a transportation session, and then she took her job with Western Federal Lands and wasn't able to do that, and she contacted us, and so we stepped that up and had folks from Rocky Mount present, and we had a good turnout, a lot of good questions, and we got the word out there also about the TAC. We will also be presenting at the Byways Conference later this year and at the Association of Conservation Engineers, which for the FLMA folks who are here and on the phone, in case some of you aren't aware of that organization, I know they've been really trying to get more agency folks involved, the engineers especially from each agency in that organization, and it seems like a pretty good networking organization. There are a lot of folks from Forest Service who go to that, but the other agencies just kind of trickle in, so just wanted to let you guys know of that if you're not aware of it already.
Yeah, could you forward us the website for that? Anyone from our Fish and Wildlife Service engineers might be able to.
Absolutely. Thank you. Welcome, Phil. You managed to get through the traffic.
2 hours.
You trapped on the red line, Phil?
No, but I should have been. I drove.
Yeah.
You know, in listening to Jenny, I was kind of reflecting on something, and it seems to me that when federal agencies are thinking about establishing some type of technical assistance center, you might want to think about a longer time frame because trying to get one up and running, established, and known. I wear a number of different hats, and one is the president of the Council on University Transportation Centers. I built a number of research centers, at least in my career. And our contract is for 3 years, maybe 4 years based on interpretation. But I think experience has showed for something to really get the word out there and to get used and to have a sustainable center, it probably is something more like a 10-year program. Eric, maybe you, or Alan, maybe you agree or disagree. I'm not sure, but I'd be interested in hearing your feedback. But we have been challenged probably more institutionally in how to get the word out and how to get the center used in any other area. And at some point, it feels like a proverbial rock you're trying to push uphill just to get information out about what you can provide. And I think no matter what we do, and I think we've done an awful lot, it will ultimately come down to time and timing and how much time you really have to promote something and to get it used. So I guess my suggestion after Jenny has gone through all this wonderful information is a reflection on contract duration, that it really should be much longer to establish a center rather than thinking you can get something off the ground in 2 years and get it used. Now, any discussion there?
Well, yeah, and just one kind of a more practical standpoint. I was looking at the low participation of Fish and Wildlife Service folks in the forums, but then I noticed that we went from 6 applications to 19 Fish and Wildlife and our Fish and Wildlife Service partner applications for this, which I thought is just great. I think Volpe's working hard, you guys are working hard, so we have a kind of a split between our Volpians and our attackers. But one of the things that kind of concerns me is the workload it generates for the agency staff, and which is
so our success is your demise.
Perhaps, well, at least my reaching point of insanity. And I know I work, which is not far to go, Phil. I know. But I mean, I commiserate with Jim Evans on this a lot. Mostly calming Jim down, but you can commiserate. But I think, to me at least, it's a lot of effort, it's a lot of work some of this is the way that the Sarbanes program is set up for us to administer, which maybe could be remedied. But it's a lot of work spread around very thinly. Rod is the only, he's back in Albuquerque. He's the transportation program for 4 states. And Jeff Mast, our regional, who's been active with this group and with Volpe, is the transportation program for our 13 Mid-Atlantic and Northeast states. We have virtually nobody in the field that's working on this. There are some parks that are large enough to have people that do transportation just in the park. We don't have any of that. Forest has a few people, I think, that can do it. But that's kind of what I'm a bit afraid of, is that we'll be kind of overwhelmed by success. And I would love to do this full time, but I don't even do this part of my job full time. As much as demanding as this is. And we only got $1.3 million worth of projects last year. And it just eats up a lot of my time. And I don't want to sound, I am complaining, but it's a good complaint to have an active program, but again, it's getting down to staffing.
Be careful what you wish for.
Right, and we start contracting all this stuff out that you guys do.
Well, and
I hope I don't feel like I'm being a curmudgeon about this, but I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing in the Forest Service, or Nola for you guys in the Park Service, or Jack.
Well, as a kind of a follow-up, I mean, one of the things that we say at the TAC is that we're here to almost be an extension of staff. And I know maybe we haven't quite got to that point yet with a lot of people in terms of thinking of us that way, but maybe there are some areas where we can actually take a little bit of workload off of you, and obviously we're not agency folks, but yeah, we would like to be able to be somewhat an extension of staff in terms of maybe helping manage some of that workload on the alternative transportation.
That might, if it's not out of the scope necessarily of this meeting, perhaps, that'd be something I would like to explore a little bit more.
This reminds me a little bit, when we were next door 2 years ago, I think, the FY09 project. I remember you were there, Phil, and you were on the phone, Steve, and I remember saying at the time, this was just before the time. You were there too. Probably all Alan's fault, actually. But, this was just before the TAC formally got set up. And I remember saying there's no question that there's a need for technical assistance, and that all the components and everyone involved in the TAC knows this stuff and is in a good position to provide technical assistance. But there are all these program issues and agency relationships that I think still have a long way to go. And as Nathan says, the amount of money and the amount of attention that this kind of stuff gets with the DOI agencies and the Forest Service, it's a new program area. I mean, Steve, you're right. It takes years to make those relationships work and stick, and it's going to take a long time, I think, for all these agencies. They're making a lot of progress. I mean, if you look at what Fish and Wildlife, the Park Service, and the other agencies are doing in transportation planning and in transportation generally compared with, what was going on when Safety Lou came in 2005, it's really improved. I mean, there's a lot of things happening, and there's a lot more awareness of this, but and this is not a comment, Adam, on you, but I think that the FTA relationship, with all these agencies is something that still has a very long way to go based on, how that got started when the program really took off and what's been happening over the past few years. The involvement at the, at the DOT level, at the departmental level, at the DOI level, at the departmental level, these are relationships that I think you could say maybe objectively still just have a long way to go. And there is a difference between agency staff and folks who are not in that role. And that you're sort of kind of at that in that place where there's still a lot of questions, there's still a lot of things that are coming up that need progress to be made. Some of it you're in a position to do, but not all of it. So I don't mean any of this to be or to come across as a criticism. That's not why I'm saying it, but I think things are trending in this direction, and we're kind of finding out through experience maybe, where all the different things are that need to be improved and further developed. Hopefully, there'll be some, and just yesterday at DOT, I had many of my hopes and dreams on this topic shattered and torpedoed, and probably a lot of you know more than I do, but in terms of reauthorization, hopefully some kind of clarity will begin to emerge. I was told yesterday, no. But knowing what the future of this program is will help kind of chart a longer-term picture. I don't know, just, you asked this discussion.
I've been away from headquarters for a little while, but before I left, I was party to a lot of those reauthorization discussions. And as you were saying, the relationship between DOI and DOT and the relative roles of the land management agencies, a lot of that is dependent on how that reauthorization proposal comes out. And so there will be a lot of development. And some of the concerns that you've mentioned were first and foremost in the minds of the people discussing the reauthorization proposals. How to, keep things so that everybody is appropriately involved at the right point in time, and that nobody will be working at cross purposes. There have also been a few other discussions as to program opportunities that I don't think are finalized yet, that will be coming out in the next couple of weeks, that should also help address some of people's long-standing concerns. But again, this is, the peer group meeting. It's more a forum for discussing the role of technical assistance and what the TAC can do, rather than the old interagency working group to discuss the program's implementation.
Yeah, but Adam, we agree. I agree with you, and this forum and the interagency working group forum are different, but they really do bleed over into one another, because it's really hard for us sitting around the room to separate the day-to-day, month-to-month workings of the program itself with technical assistance for it. So we realize that this is a different forum and what I address related and similar issues, but it's very hard to separate the two, at least for some of us that are working it day by day.
Right. Nathan, I actually have some information that may address your initial comment, but I have to confirm that with headquarters. I may be able to get that done this morning, but stay tuned. Sorry to be cryptic.
I'm getting in this, only having heard half this conversation, so I'm probably going to step in it.
You're only going to be half right.
If I'm not right, I'm going to. But going back to your concern about the impact on the agency staff, we have, as a technical assistance center, we believe we had direction that we needed to go through central and regional agency staff for anything that we wanted to do. And we have tried to do that as religiously as we can. And that actually may be a symptom of both issues that have been raised, one being the overload on staff, the central staff, and the other being our inability to get the word out. Because, everybody's so busy that even if we go to the regional person, what's the likelihood that they're going to be talking to their individual units and telling them about the task? And I don't know the answer to that. The only thing I can say as an answer, and I know this is not a good, necessarily a good response, is that we as the TAC have viewed ourselves as being not the typical, what one might consider a consultant who comes in and borrows your watch and then tries to tell you what time it is. But charge you for that, by the way. Try to be essentially an extension of the staff and looking for the way that we can work to better the program. And I don't think we've reached the point of confidence in everybody that we are really doing that. Actually, a point of discussion might be if there are things that we're doing that are not giving confidence in that, we probably need to know about those. But I think one of the things that needs to happen for the TAC to be successful is for us to get out to the units more. We're just not, when we do, we are having some successes. we're not doing it enough. We're just not getting down to the unit level.
And getting down to a unit level means information. They know the TAC exists.
And as well as being able to discuss with them what their issues are and how we might be able to, how they may be able to resolve it. We've gotten some, when we have, and I'm not saying this is 100%, but I'd say a large portion of them are extremely grateful for the assistance we've provided and say that it's been very helpful.
Well, that wasn't, you are about half right, because that wasn't my complaint. It's not that the word is getting out and maybe not saturated the fact the amount that you guys like, but actually it's, in some ways it's fine with us because it's about the workload we can handle, which is a different issue. And it's the whole thing about gearing up and realizing what our own internal capabilities are. To, you know, as Steve put it, be careful what we ask for.
How do we help you with that?
Well, I mean, I think that we can. I think that's another form of discussion.
My point in starting all this was the idea of how long it takes the center to get up and running. Just to refocus. and some of the realities of that when federal agencies are thinking how long a contract should be. It does take a lot of inertia, and there's always that.
It takes a lot of inertia to overcome.
I
mean, you guys have not been inert. You know, that's hardly an issue.
But on the other side of I can see why the government agencies wouldn't want to have too long of a contract, because say they get a contractor in there who really isn't doing a good job. They need the ability to have a restart at some point. So, I mean, I understand where Steve is, and I agree. Of course, I agree with him. But on the other hand, I can see how we need to have an opportunity to say, gee, do we need to change gears at some point? And if you wait 10 years, you may not.
Program. It's new agency relationships. It's a new topic for all the lands agencies in this sort of sense that they really haven't been doing this. It's not central to their mission. Those are all complicating factors. So that when you're going out saying, you know, we're the TAC, we want to provide technical assistance, that's, I guess what I was trying to say before is, and what Nathan sort of said is, it's hard to separate out that piece of it and say, we're here to offer technical assistance connected with the TRIP program, or maybe technical assistance on alternative transportation more broadly, because you can't really say that without also saying, that's part of the TRIP program. What's the TRIP program? It's with FTA. Who's FTA? It's on alternative transportation. What's that? It's on transportation. What's that? And how is that all set up? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to try to.
May I suggest that this is a really passion, and it deserves kind of its own topic. And being someone not in an agency, I would be very interested in hearing from Nathan and from the other FLMAs what exactly it is that they're being overwhelmed by and what possible TRIP solutions. So we put it in a parking lot, or if there's an opportunity for later today. So.
I think that would make Jenny very nice.
Yeah, I will add that beat. And I think we're going to move on. But the other thing I wonder if we need to discuss when we discuss that is that we saw our increase when the NOFA came out. So obviously we're getting out the word, and I know that was the point of Nathan's discussion was, yes, we increased the amount of applications that came in this year, and that may not necessarily be a good thing. But the other thing we need help getting out with the TAC is that we're not just here to help you scope to put in an application. We're here if you've also already got one and you need technical assistance for one you have. If you're planning to put one in eventually, we're not here just for those 2 months while the NOFA's out. We're here to provide technical assistance for projects you already have that may have stalled, that type of thing too. So I think there's still some confusion about that as well.
So yeah, we'll wrap this up really quickly. Thank you for all of your comments. And I did want to mention just really briefly, and Phil can talk about this a little bit later, but we did just finish up working on helping with the training for the transportation scholars for the national parks this year. So that's another area where we're collaborating. And then obviously with Federland Highway and Volpe, we're working very closely together on several projects right now. So that's a recap, and then now I'm going to let Jamie walk you through our wonderful website updates.
Sort of as an introduction to this, let me just say that at the last peer group meeting, there was a lot of discussion about how we had to make the website a little bit more, I don't know what the right term is, so I'm just going to say politically, messaging. And one of the things we did, we're told is, let's tell us where our projects are. So here's Jake.
Okay, so we're going to go through a few website stats. We didn't want to put this in the recap. We thought it fit better here in this section. We've had over 5,000 web hits in the year that our website has been up. The average is 4 pages per visit and about 3.5 minutes people spend on our website. We average about 40% visitors that come to the site are brand new, so that's a good thing that we're getting the word out still that our website is new. And the most popular page views are the ones we would hope they would be. So the home page, our training catalog, which lists all the trainings that are available, our resource library search, which is where you can search for documents on ATS, and the Transit Parks program page that we have information about. The percentage of web hits by users, again, this is pretty much what we expected. The TAC uses it the most, which we feel is good, that we're using our website as a resource when we get technical assistance calls to provide information back to you. So that's a pretty good thing. We also, telecoms and information service providers, so people who aren't necessarily within the federal government are also using it a lot. Our #1 federal land management agency is the National Park Service. Again, we would expect that. They are the largest. We've had over 1,700 downloads of documents. This is only since this February. We've only been tracking that since February. Most of those that were downloaded were transit and park application forms for this last information. We've also had the notice of funding availability was downloaded, and our grant writing webinar, which we just provided in February and March, had a lot of downloads as well. A lot of the other downloads that are not showing up here are all of the handouts that were related to the grant writing webinar. So there were about 15 different documents you could download that were associated with that grant webinar as well. We've had, since April, so just the last couple of months here again, we've been tracking where people are going from our site, and we've had 136 that we know where they've gone to. We send a lot to Volpe's grants.gov site, a lot to the FTA's Transit Park site, to the Forest Service Transit Park Supply site, and then also to the Federal Lands Toolkit, which tells you about how to do planning. So again, most of those since April, as we would expect when the NOFA was open, are all related to the Transit and Parks application. So updates that we've done in this last couple of months, the last 3 months since we saw you. We've added a program eligibility page. This was requested by the Interagency Working Group. All of the information on here was taken from the grant writing workshop that we did with FTA. So this talks about who's eligible, what projects are eligible, and what type of alternative transportation is eligible through the Transit and Parks program. We've added a program contact page. Again, this is all off of the grant writing webinar that we did. So it gives the FLMA contacts, the regional FTA contacts, the regional representatives, so who you should go to for information if they need it. We've added an events section to our website, which tells about upcoming events, conferences that are going to be held. The next upcoming 5 show up, and you can see this either in list form or in a calendar form. And there's a note there for each one that the TAC will be attending, so you know whether or not you can see we will be there to see. And then we've also added a site index in case someone knows that we have a particular page but can't seem to find it in our menu. There's now a site index, so it'll make it a little bit easier for you to find pages. The most exciting part of the updates that we've done is our grant recipient map, and I'm going to show you that live as well. For those of you that are looking on your computer, if you go to triptac.org, if you click on the Paul S. Sarbanes Transit and Parks program over on the left-hand side, are you showing this as well?
I can show it.
Okay, we're going to show it live on the webinar as well. And this map that we're going to pull up for you guys on the webinar is the new grant recipient map. You can see it both in our format of our website, or you can open it in full screen so it will no longer have the menu options open. Nope, you have to refresh your cache. Right there. Okay, so I believe we're going to have this up on the webinar in 1 second. Okay, so this is the new map that we've created. You can look at it in the view that you're seeing right now on the webinar, or if you click on the open full screen, it'll open just the map for you, so it's a little bit easier to see everything as it makes it bigger. Up at the top, we have ways of sorting. You can look at all of the funding years, which is currently what's available, or you can choose a particular year that you want to choose. You can also look at it by all sponsoring agencies. These are not the funding recipient, but which of the FLMA sponsored the grant. Or you can choose one in particular if you're just interested in seeing who it is. The logos on the map, I'll also show you who it is, and you'll see the DOT logo for other federal agencies. The other federal agencies include the Bureau of Reclamation, Presidio, and Army Corps. And then if you click on any of these maps, on any of the icons, see if I can find one for you that is got multiple ones. And I go to the Cape because I know that they have multiple icons here. So if you click on any of those icons, you're going to see the year that the grant was given, who the sponsoring agency was, and what the land unit is. For each land unit, you will see, then you can click on these, and it will give you the information about the actual grant. So the name of the grant, a brief description. We've given each grant a project number. This is based the 2010 and the 2011 ones that will be on here eventually are based on the project number that the evaluation system provides. The other years we've gone through and manually given them numbers. So if you were ever to look at our 2010 and 2011 grant numbers, you'll see that they skip around because the unfunded ones are no longer in there. But before that, when we didn't have the evaluation system, they're very neatly in a row because we went back and only numbered the funded ones. But this will...
Go back, I just noticed something about you.
Do we have a mistake in there already?
Last one, Mick. Yeah, there's a National Park Service for Monomoy National Wildlife Refuge and Fish and Wildlife Service.
There is, and so the other thing.
We thank our partner agencies. Thank you, Nola.
So I will point that out that Nathan is talking about that. So there are more points on this map than there are grants. And the reason for that is that anytime more than one land unit was represented on a grant, we have a dot. So for this particular one, the National Park Service must have talked about this, but this was actually listed, I believe, as a Cape Cod study through National Park Service. And Monomoy National Wildlife was a partner unit. So, but we have given it a point on this map. So there are actually 2 points on this map for that particular grant. And so, yes, and so we've tried to go through and make sure that every land unit, we can see how many grants that they have received funding off of, whether or not it was one grant or multiple. So there was one last year that was given to the to the New York Harbor, to New York City, to their national parks, but that included, I believe, 10 different national park sites. So there are 10 different points on this map for that one particular grant to show all of the units that were affected by the funding. So this will show you all units that have been affected by funding regardless of the number of grants. And I'm going to go through those numbers here in a second so you can see what the difference in that is. Yes, sir.
Just going over the West Coast.
Sure.
You know what might be helpful is for people who are confused about something like that, do you have grants? Are there identification numbers for individual grants?
Yes, that's what, yep.
There is, I didn't see it on the display.
I got to find our map again.
Oh, you can show it on the west.
I went too far out, yep. Yep, we'll go over to California. We've got a request in the room to go over to California. There was, for the one project last year that was given to Forest Service, we have put that one only at the regional office, because we weren't sure which units would be affected by that. So this is what it looks like over in California.
Okay, so the Forest Service icons there, those are shields, that just is what?
That shows you, if you click on this, what land units have been associated with that. I'm not sure why that one was wrong, but we'll fix that one.
That one, Tahoe City, yeah.
So the project number up at the top, Laura, is the number you were talking about.
I was just reading it as a year, so
yes.
dash 018.
Yeah, so 018. So if you said, if someone was asking us for technical assistance on that, we can relate that number back to the application that was provided and be able to look at that.
And I think what's happening there is there's a little bitty bit of
National
brownish
Park
showing.
Service underneath it.
So the Park Service is right underneath the Forest Service. So if you filter under an agency, you're going to see, like if you filter by Forest Service, even if the Forest Service was the applicant, you're going to see it if there was a Forest Service involved at all. And so all the icons are kind of on top of each other.
So in this case,
it was for Devil's Postpile and Red's Meadow as well.
So Inyo National Forest.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was, so this particular grant was put in by the national, or by you guys, but the land unit is, so this one does need to be fixed. This one needs to be updated.
The Red's Meadow's way over, under Mammoth Lake.
But Devil's Postpile is a park system unit.
Yeah, still not in the right place.
Yeah, this particular point, can you write down that point for me?
Well, actually, if you go down to Mammoth Lake, you see, if you go to the southeast a little bit.
Yep, over here.
Below, see what's back there, let's see what that is. Yeah, there's the Devil's Postpile, Red Meadow. My guess is that there was something going on that had to do with the entire area.
There is, and this is again where we're having those problems, is that it's the same. Yeah, so the three land units must have all gone together on a grant, and it's just the way that we're labeling it is the problem.
The reason I'm asking is I'm trying to see if there's some patterns that are starting to emerge spatially. I know some concerned about whether the Park Service, the Forest Service, because we do a lot of things together. Just want to see if there's patterning that's starting to happen.
Yeah, so these here are your forests. The ones related to the Forest Service in California are right there.
May I suggest where you do have the park system, but you have the agency is the Forest Service?
Yeah.
To the uninitiated who are looking at this map, if there is something, and ask, is there something that explains why there's that discrepancy?
Yes.
Because they're going to go, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense.
You're right, and they totally will, so thank you for that. We did add one note onto the, before you're on a full screen map, to say that there are more map points than there are grants, but we will add that as well to clarify it a little bit better. So I'm going to jump back to the PowerPoint so that we can get your feedback on these. Okay, so when we look at this map and what came out of it and the data behind it, what we see for analysis and trends is that in blue here on the bars, you'll see the number of grants that were actually given versus the number of map points. So this shows you the difference for each year. So there are always, in every year, there are several grants that have more than one unit associated with it. We also, when we look at grants by region, we have the same thing again. One of those numbers clearly is wrong.
Which one are you referring to?
The Middle West, yes. And Puerto Rico. So apparently the Middle West and Puerto Rico got mixed up on this chart, and I will apologize for that. But you can see again that the Northeast has had the majority. The Northeast and the Pacific West have had the majority of the grants.
That might not be true. Cuyahoga, didn't they get a ton of grants? So it could be that you only have like 1 or 2 places and you have a bunch of grants.
Well, that's what it shows there for Middle West. I think the Middle West is probably right.
And I do think so. I think Puerto Rico was right too, because they had like 1 grant and they had a ton of units involved.
This is Park Service. Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Who designated the region as this?
So the regions were designated by FTA. They came up with these regions.
They're not. These are not your regions. They're
No.
not Park Service.
Yes, these are regions based on the United States map that FTA came up with that would work for all of the agencies because each agency has different region boundaries.
We probably should have that.
Yep. So that we'll put a note on that too. This is grants by sponsoring agency. So most of the time there's only one sponsoring agency that has been indicated on the Federal Register, not necessarily on the grant application itself. So there are a few here where on the Federal Register it noted 2 sponsoring agencies, but for the most part there's only 1. Now we will tell you that we are also going to try and do some looking into how many have actually had multiple agencies working together in collaboration. We didn't have that information readily available in time for today to put that together on a map, but we will show that to you as well. Yes?
So if we know the Park Service working with us, of course, we'll never catch up with them.
I don't think there's anyone that can catch up to them. Yes.
Try.
And then this graph here also shows the number of grants by FLMA and by region. So this, we were trying to see which FLMA in each region has the most. Yeah.
Was it all Cape Cod?
Most of it's Cape Cod, and I'll show you that. I'll show you that in a minute as well. Yeah.
Is that equate to money too? You know, on bars?
I do not know. I did not do anything with the funding. And these are the number of map points. I just couldn't fit everything on.
Okay, you guys, this is Nola. I just want to chime in. This is not a race in between other agencies and the Park Service.
Yes, but it's easy to say that when you're number 1.
Good partners, good Park Service.
These are the number of units that have multiple grants.
Actually, and I haven't done the analysis, but by looking at this chart, one can automatically see that the Forest Service and the Fish and Wildlife, a good portion of their grants have been multiple grants, because if you look at the numbers there.
Yes, and so I'll point out, I had to go back to my notes here for a second to show you. I did figure it out. Golden Gate has received 12 grants, which include, if you include the smaller units in Muir Woods and San Francisco Maritime. Yosemite has 11 grants. The Cape Cod has 11 grants. Acadia has 9. Cuyahoga Valley has 9, and Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park have 8. Now you'll notice though that we split those 2 up on the map. So Sequoia will show 8 and Kings Canyon will show 8, when in total it's really only 8.
No, but I didn't see the icons on the map.
It's just one icon, and if you click on the one icon, it will show you all 8 grants.
Yeah, if you go over the Sequoia area, I didn't see an icon there for the Park Service.
Yes, there was one, but when we were I was only showing you Forest Service. Yep, I filtered the Forest Service.
I wanted to see what it looked like in its entirety, not just like Forest Service. Really, the important thing here is, are the agencies working together? That's my message to the field.
There you go.
I want to see where those regional cooperative collaboratives are starting to emerge.
Yep, and this is all of them right here. Yep.
I'm not in competition with the Park Service. I just want we're working together.
You are working together, yeah. Nola will be happy to hear that. So these are all of the ones in California.
Since somebody asked, where's this, when you go to Sequoia, it should be right around Fresno there.
Right? Nope, it's in here.
That's south, further south around Fresno.
A good example of that is where you just plant, like in the Yosemite area. For all intents and purposes, that's the Yosemite experience. That's what we should be promoting. Not, oh yeah, Indian National Forest. Yes, but that's part of the Yosemite experience. And that's what I'm trying to get here. I'm not competing with my partner or the promoting the icon.
Yes.
And interestingly enough, when you talk about that one, we're actually working currently with YARTS, which is the Regional Transit Service, and Yosemite and Forest. They're actually working on a regional collaborative project down there. Transit agency is really pushing it. We've got our technical liaisons from Cutter, Rob Gregg, working with them. They're talking about doing a regional workshop out there, but they're definitely looking at that, and we're involved with them.
Just real quick, but can we get YARTS and ESTA working together? We got ESTA on the east side and YARTS on the west side, and it's great to have some sort of Yosemite experience.
We can certainly mention that to our technical liaisons working with YARTS.
I think bringing that up, I think that illustrates a really good issue that this is not the time to talk about it, but I would like to talk about that this afternoon, is how do we get people from the Bay Area who don't have cars to have the Yosemite experience? This is a major issue, because that African American park ranger who talked about seeing more people from Finland than from Oakland in Yosemite National Park.
You're right.
Is a major issue. And if there are these good transit connections that take a while, perhaps, but are available, I think maybe that's an area of technical assistance.
Well, that is what we're doing in the YARTS workshop. That's exactly what it's focused on.
Well, good. And I think we want to focus that in.
Well, we touched on any of that this afternoon, because those are some strategic pieces I'm interested in. So I don't know if we'll have time to explore that.
What I'd like to do is
Very good map, by the way.
get you in touch with Rob from Cutter, who's part of ATTACK, who's been leading that discussion and being a facilitator between all the groups to look at how do you get people out of the Bay Area up to the park. And how do you do that institutionally as well with all the gaps and connections and stuff like that?
Even from Fresno, Bakersfield, Modesto, a large minority, well now they're the majority in those areas, population. We'd like to see up in land management units and taking advantage of that.
Well, I believe the transit from Fresno to Sequoia exists. It's part of the demonstration from the
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's one piece of it. It's the promoting it. It's a whole. It's part of a larger issue.
Well, and that goes beyond even. We could go back to the East Coast and deal with one that we just started working with, Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area, who's just started a shuttle service inside their unit, and linking that with the intercity buses that come from New York City to bring those who don't have cars in New York City, and it's very much in its infancy, and talk about marketing. By the way, just a sidelight on that is, one of the things that at least I have seen is a real need by almost every unit is marketing. There seems to be this philosophy out there that if we build it, they will come, without a lot of thought as to how to inform them about it and what the marketing approach. And I think that is, I found that out at Sequoia when I visited there early on too, the same kind of thing.
I didn't want to take yourself this. I'm just after the body of people that will help us with the strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a starting point, but I don't know if Steve mentioned somebody.
Rob,
Yes, we'll definitely get you in touch with Rob from Cutter, who's working with YARTS. And for this map, if you guys have any other suggestions of disclaimers we should put in there, anything else you'd like to see done, we are, at some point, we have taken each of the applications and pulled out the executive summaries about these projects, and eventually downloadable PDFs of the executive summaries will be available on this as well, just not yet. It'll take us a little while to make sure all of those are correct before we put them up. But when you're playing around with this, if there's anything else you'd like changed, anything else you'd like to see different, more disclaimers you'd like added, please let me know. The charts that we showed you on the PowerPoint are not available on the website. We can talk about that if that's something you'd like to see. We also do plan to put a downloadable, it won't be an Excel file, it will be close to it, where you can download the actual data as well in a form so that you could use it in Excel and manipulate it yourself. But again, that's not a CSV file. That's not available yet, but that is another upgrade we will do to this map as well. So, but please just let me know once you start playing with it if there's any other changes you'd like to see. Did anyone on the phone have any comments about the map before we move on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. That's really valuable.
I wish we knew that was available when we did our evaluation.
We just made it live yesterday in time for today.
Can we have the proposal?
This is Nolan.
The recipient of money.
It seems to me like the rich got richer.
Nola wants to say something.
Well,
Okay.
that's a separate issue, by the way.
Hey!
Nola has a comment on the phone.
No, the map looks great, you guys. Thank you very much for all the work to put that together. I think it's going to be valuable for people looking at the website. So if I let people know that it's available, is it available to everybody now?
It is available right now. If you go under the Paula Surveillance Transit and Parks menu item, it is the last sub-bullet under that item.
Maybe
Okay, thank you.
Maybe we ought to highlight it a little bit.
It's highlighted on our homepage as well. There should be a what's new on the homepage. There's an actual, in our what's new box on the homepage, there's a little map icon that you can click on letting you know that that's new. There's also all of the other new web page additions are listed right there on the what's new page as well, so you can get to the ones we were talking about. And while we're talking about that, the TRB committee also released their call for papers for TRB, and they're due August 1st, and that PDF is that third bullet down on what's new. They would like that information to get out to anyone who would possibly like to write a paper and present at TRB. So if you can send those out to your regions and your units as well, that is the PDF of their call for papers. They're interested in getting that information out too. I'm going to pass this back to Jenny for the technical.
Alan, just a point on what you said about the grant. A comparable map will be in the evaluation system I believe now all that's there is 2010 and 2011. But our intention is to try to bring everything back to that as well.
Okay.
So that you can look at that when you're doing your evaluations as well.
All of the previous years have been uploaded into the evaluation system. We need to fix the geocodes for 2010, which right now are city and state versus at the actual FLMA. So we're going to update that, and we're going to upload the 2011 geocodes as well. So you will, yes, the same information will be in the evaluation system for you at the meeting.
Okay.
Thanks, Jamie. Okay, we're going to go into technical assistance and some of the things that are probably going to come up in this presentation we've already started talking about. So first of all, just an overview of who has requested assistance so far. And these are the actual incoming requests that we get from outside, either by phone or email or word of mouth. It could be at a conference. It could be through one of the national or regional folks. So whenever we get a request, we're logging that. And while I'm on that topic, just really briefly, we have been working on a system to keep track of all this information, and hopefully eventually that will be accessible to all of you, at least certain portions of it, so you can kind of see whenever you want to go in and look at what's going on in terms of requests for your agency or for partners, whatever. That may take us a little while to get fully developed, but it is something that we're currently working on. So right now it's in a very, very large Excel spreadsheet. So we've had a lot of partners contact us about different projects that they're working on along with an agency, obviously. Park Service is another one that's contacted us a lot, and as you see, the rest of them are pretty spread out. We've got Corps of Engineers and Indian tribes, all the different agencies. We've gotten a couple through Federal Lands Highway, We've worked with the Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program, which is part of the Park Service, quite a bit on different projects. Volpe's contacted us about at least one, so actually I think
Was there?
that was Jaquina Head, actually. So, which is a BLM project that Volpe was working on and want to work with us on part of that. So, where assistance is needed is this chart, and this differs from the request in that, let's say a partner contacts us. What is in this chart includes the different units that they're working with. So this could be multiple units. This doesn't add up to 105. Sort of like Jamie's map, the numbers aren't going to all add up. So I think the total units that we've gotten requests about are probably closer to 130. So some of the requests involve a Forest Service and a Park Service, or BLM and Forest Service, or something like that. So this just kind of tells you the spread of agencies, including Bureau of Rec, Corps of Engineers sites, and a couple of tribal locations. These are the states that we've worked in, and there's just one star in each state. I didn't try to make this a map like the grant map, which we may or may not do ultimately. That's not in the plan, but just to show you where we've been receiving requests from assistance geographically. So, you know, we're missing a little bit of the area up here, and some more of the southeastern states. We'd like to work there. Wyoming, I don't be there, and then of course in the far northeast we haven't worked with anybody, but we have worked with Puerto Rico and Alaska. Might end up working with Hawaii. I know they have a couple of things going on out there that someone's talking to one of our part of a tax team member about. So these are the categories of assistance where we've worked, and it really runs the whole spectrum from just initial education on what alternative transportation is and where they can get more information. Included in Educate is some of the requests that we received on just program information about transit and parks. So if someone contacts us and doesn't know much about the program and we're educating them on that, that's included in that category. We've worked a lot on determining and verifying the need, scoping projects, a lot of grant application assistance, and of course that does not mean helping them write the application. It just means how to maybe find the application, how to submit their information, and those types of things. We got a lot of requests while the NOFA was open, as I mentioned before. Planning startup, we're helping them start up the planning projects, and then working with them on planning assistance. So we're actually, getting in and doing more meaty work on planning assistance. Administration, we're helping them with their administration of their projects. We've worked a little bit on providing some alternatives. So if it doesn't seem like a project that would qualify for Transit and Parks funding, for example, or it might not rank very well, if it's still alternative transportation, has something to do with the program, we'll try to help them find another source or look at the project a little bit differently so that it might qualify for Transit and Parks assistance. We've also worked on the implementation side, helping with startup, providing assistance, and a lot of those have been vehicle procurement. So if they're purchasing some transit vehicles, for example, we've got some expertise in that. We've helped several places with their procurement processes.
Any of the system requests evolve into pay?
One.
One did.
Yeah.
Well, we found, quite frankly, that the one-on-one mentoring far more effective than that.
Person from here, in the field level.
Right, well, he's meaning the one-on-one assistance from our liaisons. So we have over 40 technical liaisons that are part of the TAC team. Throughout the country, yes. And so when we're contacted for assistance, if it's something that we need to get a transportation expert involved in, then they contact them on the phone. They might do a site visit. We've had a couple where there's been more than one liaison working on a project together if we needed different areas of expertise. But it has, like Steve said, very much replaced the need for a tag in lots of instances. So the tag requires, so much coordination and expense and everything, and we're finding that our liaisons are being able to do the job and provide the help they need.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Did you have a comment, Rob?
I did. I was wondering if there are example applications where, say for a planning startup, someone could go and look at, a previous application.
There are, they're in our resource library search on our website, and there are also, if you go to our TAC training page for the grant writing training that we did, they're also listed as handouts there. I believe there are 6 of them, maybe there were 10. I can't remember, 6 to 10 of them. Some of them planning, some of them implementation from 2010, and we'll update those and put more from 2011 as soon as that the evaluation is done for those. So, and I can send you the link for that.
Great.
I have a follow-up question. The best practices piece, is that aligned with the guidelines for applying for an app so people know what some of the best practices are associated with that particular evaluation category?
Best practices for the
Earlier in
application?
this presentation, you talked about best practices.
Right.
But going back to what Rob said, so potential applicants would want to see what some of the good applications are. They also want to know what the best practices are. I'm wondering if the best practices are aligned with the evaluation criteria.
There isn't a formal alignment between the best practices guides and the application process. Although the best practices that we've done, many of them, do provide information that about how to do things that would make for a good application.
Okay, so the source documents then are the past written applications.
Well, we did.
Cool.
No, we also did a grant writing training with in conjunction with FTA. They presented part of it, wrote part of it with us, and that training that we went through, both the presentation for it, there's a recording of it, so you could actually watch it again online. There is documentation that goes with that as well, all of the handouts. So the type of data that you might want to collect, the type of documents you might want to look at for an application, the people you may want to get on board, other stakeholders, contact people for the program who you can ask to help you, the example applications, all of those are listed as handouts that you can download off our website from that particular training. So that's the best place to go if you need examples for the for that. It also there is the handout that also links to the information you guys have as well, because it was highly stressed that Forest Service to go to the Forest Service website to also get information about best practices on
the field assistance if there is a need for help that's criterion specific, Okay.
Well, I think the first step should be to review the training and materials associated with, yes. Because now that is a bit lengthy in that the training itself was 2 hours, and it goes through both planning and implementation. But the slides, and there's also a set of slides that were used for that training that one could look at as well, PDF file. Okay, and that was for this year. If we need to do something to make it better for next year, we should hear about it.
Well, I think it's an excellent point you made that in future best practice manuals, we, should be trying to somewhat align those with what makes a good project, obviously. And like Phil said, we're doing that to some extent, but I thank you for the point.
But I think we have to be careful not to try to align it totally to the grant application process. What makes a good project? And to tell you the truth, if somebody were to follow those best practices, they'd have a good application. So it's not directly linked, but we don't want to necessarily make our best practices. So let's say the application process changes in a year or 2. So no, but we're finding it difficult to publish some of these things in a timely fashion.
I think there's a link you got to consider.
All right.
Thanks for that.
So just a few examples, and then we'll go into details on a couple of projects so you kind of get a better sense for what we've been working on. We've worked to help develop a master plan and cooperative agreement with the River of Grass Greenway in Florida. That's along with the RTCA program that I mentioned before. It's part of NPS, and they got a large grant to do planning work on a section of trail along the Tamiami Trail, which is that highway that runs from east to west in the southern Florida area. And they've been working on getting that going. There are a lot of partners involved. It's very political. There's a lot of environmental issues. And one of our liaisons, Franz Gimmler, who has extensive experience working with different types of projects and different government agencies, has really been helpful in getting them up and running and figuring out their stakeholder groups and just helping them get started with that project. Trailhead facility design for Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore in Michigan. We've been working with both RTCA and the Park Service on that. And that's where DEA is one of our team members, and they have great experience in things like trail design. And
you say David Evans and Associates, because you say DEA to us, fans with all drug enforcement agencies.
I apologize. David Evans.
Oh, really? You guys are getting confiscated vehicles and stuff. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, how do you think we're providing buses?
We provided NEPA planning assistance, so help in figuring out how to do a NEPA process. This was this historic Columbia River Highway State Trail goes through multiple jurisdictions. And they have a planning project going on, and they were thinking, okay, how do we go about doing our NEPA? We've got different requirements for every section of this trail. So our, again, folks from David Evans and Associates have helped with that, and they felt really good about it, and they put in another application this year, so I think that was going well. We helped with a feasibility study at Deschutes National Forest in Washington, and Bill's been working on that one.
It's Oregon.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, sorry.
And then planning process assistance to the BLM Hacienda field office in the town of Wickenburg in Arizona. Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't do as good a quality assurance on this presentation as we could have.
Arizona.
So we've been working with the BLM office and the town. Actually, this is a project where they were already working together, and they have planning money from DOT. So they already had the groundwork laid on this, and BLM got very involved, and they are looking at doing transit and parks application for implementation later. And so we're working with them to make sure that during their planning process, they are gathering all the information they're going to need to do a great implementation project. So I'll go into just a little bit of detail on a few. Fossil Creek in Coconino and Tonto National Forest, that is Arizona. They've got an area where they have a creek, and they've just got tons of people going out, and they have no parking facilities. It's a dirt road. It's difficult to access a lot of times of the year. They get washouts. They get a lot of ruts in the road, and just difficult situation for any kind of transit vehicle to get across, for example. But we had David Kack from the Western Transportation Institute, who has tons of experience in rural transit systems, go down and visit with them and talk about what their issues are and look at the different routes that can be taken from the communities nearby where people are visiting this area from. And they looked at lots of different things like reservation systems and maybe parking and transit services and how best to access the area. So they did a couple of teleconferences to get started, and then he went and did a site visit. They produced a trip report and gave some recommendations to the unit, and then they put in a planning grant application for FY 2011. So that's one example of some of the work that we've done this year in the planning process. We're working with the Rivers Trails Conservation Assistance Program again and the town of Aztec and Aztec Ruins National Monument in New Mexico. RTCA was already working with the community on a trail project to connect the town to the National Monument, and they contacted us for additional assistance, which is kind of above and beyond their scope. So we're working with them. We've already done a site visit. We put a landscape architect in touch with them to just do some conceptual drawings and renderings for them to present to the town and stakeholders. And that meeting was actually held yesterday, I believe. So hopefully that went well. And they had about 3 different alternatives, the sketches there that were shown to the Trails and Open Space group, and they're getting feedback on how that should go forward. City of the Dalles and Dalles Lock and Dam Army Corps, they received a grant from the FY09 round of funding, and when they first contacted us, this was actually last summer, and my husband and I were on our way back from good old Fort Lewis, Washington, and we stopped through the Dalles, and they said, we have this grant, but we have no idea how to get our money. So first we connected them with FTA. They went through the process of getting set up in the team program, which if you're a partner, you have to do that. So we provided that information and got Adam to give a little bit of additional assistance there. Then we followed up with them to see how their process was going, and they said, we really could use some help with vehicle procurement as well, because they were talking about using multiple sources of funding, or using only a little piece of their transit and parks money for a vehicle and then adding on to that to get the rest of the vehicle, and they didn't know what the best way to do that was. So Lisa Staves at Cutter, who is one of our vehicle procurement experts, she worked with them, gave them a lot of different options, talked to them about what the potential obstacles and challenges were, talked to them about what the requirements are for the different sources of funding, and they have a bid out now. They've put it out in 4 national publications and to 8 manufacturers, and hopefully they'll be getting some good bids in on their project.
I have a question. When you said they had assistance with accessing funds, you said they already had their money. Have they gotten money through this program? Or?
Yeah, they got an FY09 grant through Transit and Parks, and they're a city, and they had their support was from Corps of Engineers, but they didn't know how to actually get the money from FTA.
So when grantees, especially first-time grantees, get the money, there isn't any kind of instructions that go out to them about how now you get your money.
From what I've heard, that doesn't really take place. They're supposed to contact their FTA region office, and
they may not even know that.
They did not know that.
This was top wire. Adam.
In the 2009 program, there wasn't an announcement made out to all the grantee winners. They were sort of anticipated to see it in the Federal Register. With the 2010 funds, we did send an emailed notice to the contact person on the applicant, so they all knew and were directed immediately to their FTA regional office to begin the process.
What was the scope of this project? What was or is the scope of this project?
Well, they had applied they have a recreation area at the dam, and they needed to be able to get people to the recreation area. It was at the end of town. They didn't have good connections on a trail system to that area, and so I think the scope of the application was actually both looking at some kind of shuttle as well as trail connections. And they were using funding for both of those. So I think they used the majority of the funding for the trail connections, used some Transit and Parks money toward the shuttle, but then also supplemented that with state funds to pay for the shuttle that way. And Phil, you're up.
One of our technical assistants that's ongoing right now is with Cumberland Islands National Seashore. This is a situation where there actually was a congressionally mandated request to put in a shuttle system. Local congressman put it into law. And they then have been trying to implement it. Cumberland Island is a barrier island located in the southern Georgia, right near the Florida border. There used to be a lot of wealthy people who lived in this island. There's mansions, beaches, wilderness, and all on this one small island. They have 2 shuttles that they were talking about implementing, a north shuttle and a south shuttle.
I love that south shuttle, Phil.
The tired and infirm.
And that is literally what it's for.
I mean, is that in the law that only?
No, that's not in the law. That's not.
People
Well, when I first heard about what they were trying to do down there, I said, what is this shuttle for? Because basically what they were going to do is drive around, and if somebody essentially flagged them, they would pick them up and take them. And I said, I don't understand this. But then after visiting, and this is one where we had a site visit, it became very clear in that this island can get pretty darn hot and humid. There's a lot of sand dunes that people hike on, and this is essentially to replace rangers, law enforcement rangers having to rescue people. And it does actually make sense. And I don't believe they describe it as transportation for the tired and infirm. I think that's a description that I may have created from my understanding of it. But essentially that is what it is for.
Marketing stuff.
Yeah. Beg your pardon?
That's a great marketing ploy, Phil.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Are you tired? Are you infirm? Take the shot.
All right. Well, the North Shuttle is a little different. The North Shuttle is one in which, thank you. That's one in which they're to go visit some of the sites on the island, such as a mansion called Plum Orchard, which was just refurbished and open to the public. And otherwise, you have to hike about, I think it's 7 miles to get to it. And that would be the only way, except for once a month, there is a ferry that stops there from the ferry that goes from the mainland to Cumberland Island. It goes there once a month. So it's really a resource that wasn't available to folks. So, but they've been trying to get this underway. We've worked with the Southeast Region Transportation Coordinator and the Park staff on, originally it was the Park Service Washington office wanted to make sure that they were doing an evaluation of this, so we were helping them to define how they would evaluate it. It involved a number of different assistance phone calls and then a site visit. We helped them develop goals, objectives, and performance measures. And this is illustrative of an issue. We had about, I think we came up with about 20 of these objectives and performance measures, and people said, holy cow, how are you going to get all that data? Hold on, I'll get to that in a minute. We advised on the shuttle routing and the schedule. The routing as it was they were going to have, and it may still be, they were going to have 2 or 3 vans that would drive the entire length of the island, and it would be 3 trips a day, and it would be 6 hours each trip, and it's on a dirt road, it's not well paved, and the real focus of it was between Plum Orchard and where the docks were, is where everybody wanted to see, but so there may be a revision to that shuttle based upon our observations that helped with that. Okay, we helped them develop, based on those performance measures, we helped them develop a data collection plan and instruments, and all those 20 evaluation criteria came down to collecting this data. And they were quite pleased by the fact that they didn't have to collect that much, and the Washington office was pleased, and gee, you aren't over asking for a lot. So, that's a very quick description of this. Actually, the site visit just occurred about less than a month ago.
So there's no, I was wondering if it's possible for them to provide bicycle access to this?
There are bicycles that you can rent on the island. You can't bring them there, but there are bicycles for rent.
Back up.
Back up. So, sure.
All right, no, one more.
Okay.
So, let me see if I can ask this question. So you have this feature, and it's been funded by FTA.
Beg your pardon?
You have the shuttle.
No, it has, actually nothing has been funded by it. That's another interesting aspect of this particular
mandated project.
With no funding provided by for any.
That example. But let's assume that you have this at some point in the future and it's operating.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the expectation that for any future applicants that they know what this is within their respective regions and say, oh, did you know that there's this shuttle system out here in this particular island? Is it the assumption that we know out in the field that this is going on, or can the website in any way facilitate a broader look at what offerings exist within a given geographic region?
I think that is a real, as I understand it, there's not very much understanding within a geographic region or nationally as to what all the different alternative transportation options are in different areas.
And we are
I think the
gonna,
map is a starting point. Yeah.
we are gonna address that this afternoon. Our next step on the map is to create another map that shows where alternative transportation system locations are across the country. But in order to do that, we have a lot of questions for you guys about what's acceptable and what information to use, and so that's one of the discussion points for this afternoon. But yes, our big goal is to make a map just like the one you saw for the trip grant, and put where ATS exists.
I'm almost thinking there has to be a requirement by the applicant that they know, part of the application process is what, give me an environmental scan of your, does it know what? So that deliberately causes them to look at the map, the interactive map. Because I don't think we all know what's going on. I mean, that's my hunch.
And I'm sure it's region specific though. I mean, this particular barrier island, this solution may work on the West Coast somewhere as well.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is if I want to promote, quote, the Yosemite experience, I'm with the Forest Service, but I'm trying to promote the Yosemite experience. It's really incumbent upon me to know what all the various pieces are that currently exist, and somehow knit that together in some coherent way. That's what I'm saying. All right, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for us to take a short break now. And I did want to mention, I don't know if Betsy can say hello, but I did see that Betsy Carroll had come onto the webinar. Betsy, you want to say hello really quickly? Well, we may not be able to hear from her, but I do want to let you.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Betsy.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out the technology here. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you hear us still?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining us. Brandy. So those of you on the webinar, we are going to take a quick break for about 10 minutes. So we'll plan on coming back at 5 after 11 Eastern time. Thank you.
I just happened to be making comments and was pointing at you or anything.
Can you guys turn off your mic?
we took the Volt bus, it'll be much lighter.
I took the what?
Volt bus.
The Volt bus?
I'll explain it to you later.
Okay. I turned the mics on, so, okay. No slides?
No slides for this portion. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started, and our next agenda topic. Ding, 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 ding.
I didn't realize.
Get some feedback, you know, just put something in.
No.
Yeah.
Our next agenda topic is the roundtable discussion. So we normally ask everybody just to give a quick update on what's going on at their agency, their area, on alternative transportation, anything related to alternative transportation. So actually, if it's okay, I will start with Federal Lands Highway. Susan was not able to join us, and I guess Frank is not able to join us either. So Susan had given me a brief update on Western Federal Lands, and I'll just read what she wrote here. She said they currently have projects with some sort of ATS component with the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, the Chutes National Forest, Grand Tetons National Park, Kenai Fjords National Park, Lewis and Clark National Historic Park, and Oregon Coast National Wildlife Refuges. Of these projects, only the Forest Service ones are TRIP funded. For several of them, we are partnering with Volpe. Another project related to ATS is the development of a greenhouse gas emissions inventory and tracking tool with Fish and Wildlife Service. This project develops a tool that helps refuges plan strategically for greenhouse gas reductions. One of the functions of this Excel tool allows refuges to do scenario planning where they can estimate GHG reductions by implementing shuttle systems. It's modeled after the Park Service's Climate Leadership in Parks, or CLIP, tool.
Yeah, and they had their very first workshop in the first part of May at Parker River National Wildlife Refuge, which is a site for a Sarbanes Award, with Volpe is involved in helping the refuge figure out what to do with the money, but there wasn't enough to buy an entire bus, so they've been working there. And we had planned one for Ding Darling Refuge about this time, but we chose to move that to St. Mark's Refuge in October. There's also one planned for Horicon Refuge in Wisconsin in November, and one in Kenai National Wildlife Refuge. I believe that's going to be in September.
And if Adam's on the phone, I know Adam was going to have to leave early because of one of those Western Federal Lands projects, because he is out there working with them right now. But Adam, if you're on the phone, did you have additional information on any of that?
Yes, I'm still on the phone. And I guess my update would also be similar to Susan's. I'm glad that she's provided that full list. I'm working on about half of those projects. In fact, this week we're having a field visit to scope out some of the planning work to be done under a TRIP grant at Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. And we were there for the last several days working with National Forest staff and Lindsay Morse and Jonathan Fraser from Volpe. I headed back late last night to attend this and the rest of that trip. But that's turning into a very fruitful discussion. I'll also be heading out to Coulter Bay at Grand Teton to do a parking study next month, and I'm spending quite a bit of time at Lewis and Clark National Park on the shore, which has received a number of grants so far from the Transit and Parks program in the past, and I'm working on writing an ATS opportunities study for them going forward to revise their system, as the shuttle that they've been funded through the CHIP program for the past several years is no longer a feasible option due to some issues with the transit provider. In terms of FTA, I'm not in the office in Washington. Marianne may have more to present at that point when she comes in. But that would just be, from my perspective, the grant review process that I think everybody in the room is fairly well involved in. We're aiming to have all the applications available to all the agencies once the Park Service is done reviewing them by mid to late July on a rolling basis, with the reviews completed by the end of August, and September 12th and 13th will be the technical review committee meeting in Washington, and we're hoping to be able to announce the grants by midwinter, hopefully by the end of the calendar year, potentially by mid-fall. But unless there's any questions about the program, I think most of the people in the room there are familiar with it. That's it from me.
Yeah, Adam, make sure you bring your bike when you go to Grand Tetons and ride a Sarbanes project there. It's open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The pathway from the Gros Ventre River all the way down to the Interagency Visitor Center in Jackson. I believe if it's not open, it hopefully will be open by the time you get there.
You don't need to take your bike, you can rent them there.
You can rent them.
Well, yes. Yeah. Say hi to Tim Young. He's the head of Friends Pathways. Make sure you hit the Snake River Brewery.
All right. Sounds like I got a full trip planned.
Talk to Susan about the Snake River Brewery.
Okay, we want to let Laura go next.
Sure. Hi, this is Laura Loomis with the National Parks and Conservation Association. Our focus is on the reauthorization of the highways bill, and we're particularly focused on a few policy changes affecting both the road and park roads and parkways, as well as the TRIP program. And a couple of weeks ago, Congresswoman Mazie Hirono from the 2nd District of Hawaii introduced a bill that captured all of the policy and funding changes we're seeking. It's HR 2113, and one of the things we're seeking is to see TRIP increase to $60 million a year, and also to make operations an eligible expense under the program. There's no hope of this individual bill being passed, but we asked her to introduce it as a way of putting a marker out there so that when the legislation is taken up, it's something that will be considered as part of the legislation. We could spend the next hour talking about what everyone's hearing as far as the future of the legislation. And let me just sum it up by saying it's anticipated that Congressman Mica, who is chairman of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, is expected to introduce his legislation after the 4th of July recess, and it is going to be a very pared down 6-year bill. There will probably be no increases in for any of the programs in it at all. And there'll be some programs that'll disappear. I'm hoping TRIP is not one of them. There's a congressman from the Missouri area named Todd Aiken who introduced legislation back in February to eliminate the TRIP program. I've been trying to go in and talk to his office since then. They've been completely unresponsive. No, he's not a freshman. What's kind of one of the reasons I want to go in and talk to him is apparently a park in his district, U.S. Grant National Historic Site, has received TRIP money. So I don't even know if he's aware of that, and I don't know what his beef is against the program. So anyway, we're going to start working through some. He's a Republican. We're going to start working through some of his through a Republican contact that we have to see if maybe he has better luck in getting into the office. But anyway, I don't think he's promoting the bill. Who knows why he introduced it? But anyway, all I really have to report.
Thank you. Steve?
A couple of things that you might not be aware of that we're doing. Those being the federal lands, we're looking at an idea that we've had for about 4 or 5 years now that finally got some legs, and that was looking at how can you use vegetation within transportation right-of-ways to assist with carbon sequestration, I guess would be the right word. And we think that's a big opportunity in the number of lane miles that there are in the United States. with how you could use vegetation in the right way to help out the environment to absorb carbon. So we're looking at the feasibility of that within federal lands, and also trying to attract some state DOTs to jump on board so that we can look at the broader spectrum of right of way. Another is for federal land, we're probably going to be looking at traffic calming techniques on rural roads and federal land roads as well. And in joking with someone yesterday who called us about doing it, I said, does that mean that we're going to have the first roundabout on a gravel road? But what seems to be out there is most traffic calming techniques are principally applied to urban areas as well as subdivisions, not necessarily on rural roads and federal land. So we want to be able to look at that. We have been doing more and more work down in Jackson Hole, working that animal vehicle collision. Park is part of that effort, but the park really hasn't embraced kind of the broader community, I think, real well in terms of wildlife vehicle collision.
What about the elk challenge?
The elk refuge is open to believe that the town as well. We have been, I think, we are the national or international resource related to wildlife vehicle collisions. Yet somehow the park has been a little bit insulated in their mindset, and I may be speaking out of turn a little bit. We have had a project for the last probably 8 years in looking at on I-90, it's called Calmus Pass area, wildlife vehicle collision mitigation, crossing structures, DNA mapping, habitat connectivity issues for the Washington State DOT and a whole host of partners. So it may be something that we can collaborate with. The other stuff that I heard was going on with Snoqualmie. And we have also related to wildlife, also the international competition that we had related to wildlife crossing structures. And the winning award, that has been taken off. And we have been looking at, could we build a cheaper, smarter, maybe plastic bridge that could be moved that would focus more on the two-lane highway application on federal lands to prevent animal vehicle collisions in combination with fencing and sensors, and using those structures that might be cheaper, but which also could be moved as habitat or animal corridors can move over the years with global warming and all that other stuff. So we're looking at that as an opportunity.
Nathan?
With Fish and Wildlife Service and alternative transportation, working with our regional coordinators, promoting the idea of applying to the Sarbanes program, identifying needs. I think both Volpe and the TAC have been very instrumental in getting more applications in, and I will be spending a lot of time reviewing them, I promise, coming up. What we're spending a lot of time with right now is our long-range transportation plans that we're involved with through Federal Land Highways, and I guess the Atkins Group now as our contractor. Alternative transportation. I don't like that actually. We're calling it access, mobility, and connectivity with transit and trails more. We're making that part of the national LR long-range transportation plan that every refuge should be assessed for all ranges of connectivity, access, and mobility issues, and trying to promote transit and trails as a way to reduce our carbon imprint, our carbon footprint, where we can, and where we can't, try to at least use efficient vehicles. So we're just trying to integrate that all in. We'll be at the Vision Conference. Steve Suter and I are putting on a transportation workshop as an hour-and-a-half workshop as part of that. We hope these workshops are geared to have like 150 people, 120, 150 people in them. We'll have Roxanne Bash from Western will be taking part or representing federal lands. We'll get Gary Werner, who's the Chief Executive Officer for the Partnership for the National Trail System, who lives in Madison, will be there with us to talk about trails connections and trails benefits. And then we'll also be working on further transportation as part of that in the Vision Conference. We will be going to the Scenic Byways Conference this year because our transportation symposium we were planning for August, which conflicted with the Byways Conference and ICOWIT, has been pushed off next year basically because of our Vision Conference in July. And so we'll reconvene next year and get a lot of you folks out to that. And Jenny, if you want me to present on your help present on your panel on federal lands and alternative transportation scenic byways, I will be more than willing to do that.
Thank you.
And as I mentioned, as you can see, a lot of those different efforts kind of split my time along a lot of different areas. We too are concerned with reauthorization for Fish and Wildlife Service. We're hoping that the changes that federal lands proposed early on, that they shared with people, now they can't share with anybody, do take place. We're kind of thinking that we will. The Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service were lumped together as funded projects where the programs didn't have to compete with new programs. We're hoping that will stick. And there's, of course, there'll be planning as part of that. So, and trails as part of that as well. So all that will continue with the political theater that's all going on.
On the Vision Conference,
yes.
You want to say a little bit more about what that is, maybe?
Oh, the Fish and Wildlife Service decided earlier this year that we were going to have a vision document to guide our actions for the next 10 years, to follow up on a document that came out of the meeting out in Keystone, Colorado in 1998. And so it was actually supposed to be very interactive, and four groups contributing to this, and in all the comments, we said, Volpe turned in some comments. I think Federal Lands may have turned in some comments on it. It all got a 98-page document with over almost 100 recommendations. And then there were comments on that.
Transportation specific.
No, this is the refuge system in general. Well, we tried to make sure the transportation was included in this vision document for the larger agency. And we succeeded in more broader vision that's come out of that. There's a new document that's only 20 pages long, but with a lot of separate implementation ideas. So we're going to be convening part of the 3-day conference in Madison. Will be there. Secretary Salazar will be there. Our assistant director will be there. Acting director of Fish and Wildlife will be there. A lot of our nonprofit friends groups will be there. There's going to be close to 1,000 people at this conference. The goal is to get a working vision document kind of approved by the end of this that will guide a high-level action for the National Wildlife Refuge System for the next day. And what we're trying to do is make sure that our long-range transportation plans are in line with this vision.
And we should talk later about whether we're going to be able to participate in that too.
Or have exhibits there or something.
Yeah.
Different booths or exhibits.
We have, it's all coming together kind of quickly, and that goes up less than a minute. I will see if I can harass people, find out information about exhibit space there. I think you guys would be obviously an appropriate group.
Thank you. All right, Trini?
Al, do you want to say anything? You can say something if you want. You want me to? Oh, yeah.
Well, we've been in transition from when Ellen Lafayette had retired. Roy Thompson had the program for a year in the Forest Service. It's very similar to Fish and Wildlife, where we have relieving additional work being put on other people. So we had Joe Burns as a temporary program person on the TRIP program here in the Washington office. And we're very fortunate now to have Trini Juarez as our national program. I don't know if you know that or not. Trini's from Region 5, a California, state of California landscape architect of the region. We don't have anybody in our Washington office. She's a program, so Trini volunteered gracefully to oversee the program, and so this is great. She has a passion for this program. It's going to be great for the Forest Service. And we are filling behind Ellen Lafayette, which I think has been taking a couple of years to fill position. And so that person will have the responsibility, but I think Trini's going to be staying on. So I think the role of San Dimas will probably be diminishing, and we may have somebody overseas the program. They're kind of like on us to do kind of get this going to the answer on it. With Trini on board now, as far as what's happening in the field, I don't normally just field. It was Joe Burns. Also can defer to Betsy Carroll, who has been dealing with people in the field. If you want to update this committee on what do you know, Betsy, that's been happening for the Forest Service? Are you there, Betsy? Betsy. She's on the screen. Okay.
Can you make her live to Okay, Betsy, you gonna say something?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Oh, let's see. Well, we're busy getting all of the funding to the field. That's the piece I've been helping with a lot. And I think as we continue to do that and come up against some of the challenges related to that, it all helps us to strategically learn about the best ways that the funding can get to the field. So I think that's one of the biggest areas that we can probably improve, and we're learning that our partners are maybe a better way for the funding to arrive for the Forest Service projects because of some of the convoluted ways that the money has been going down. But anyway, that's a lot of what I've been helping with, and then with the reporting and helping to connect the dots for people that aren't exactly sure who to go to. I think the TAC has been a tremendous help with a lot of the technical support and really giving people some good assistance. So I can't think, I don't know exactly. It's nice to have Trini, and we're looking forward to the new person that'll be coming on board. So I hope to be able to continue helping from my point to just helping provide assistance to the Washington office. So I think that's it.
Cheryl both mentioned the new person coming on board. Is there a time frame for this?
Okay. By September.
Did we advertise this out and close and all that a year ago?
Oh. Position being filled. There was a selection made, and then I think a blanket fell. now they have to go with the money. I don't get involved in the politics.
No, I just seriously. So I will be with you on October 5. Good. Okay. At the beginning, if I dance through all these acronyms. So I'll get to that, you know, for today. I'm not that stupid, but I mean, my big thing is going to be, I've been at the Forest Service for 37 years, and I always talk about how initiatives have created good parents, including initiatives sometimes can create a family. But you're going to hear a lot from me about convergence. For instance, I got involved with TAG back in, had TAG to transit and a media project. And that was my first experience with ATC. I also have now with someone in Yosemite areas with geoportable. All of them have three things. Somehow that's such a system. Somehow it's got to be different. You're going to realize from me yourself tired. Required to self-thinking. Right now, because we're revising our forest plans on the national forest country, starting probably next January. We have a strategic plan update. That's why I was interested in talking about the vision, because I want to know how that relates to your strategic plan. We just released the framework for sustainable recreation. We want to change it so there's some convergence. That transit and transportation is really identified. Right now, in our current planning rule, I think we have the word transportation once. Transportation, transit, so we'll see. I'm happy to serve. This is very interesting for me. So, I learned a lot this morning.
Is there a way that we can, as a technical assistance center, help you with the transportation plan and designing the forest plans? Make people aware of different options that are out there and things like that?
Yes, and I was hoping when I participated in a conference call a couple of months ago, I was hoping something, I think that provide some input for our planning. What we're going to be talking about specifically how it relates to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It all starts with a 10-year plan. We're currently drafting that planning plan. We just got a couple comments, so there's a process in all the comments. Somehow we need to write further on what planning is instead of transit.
Should I encourage you to do one thing with me? Sure. I know it's in my experience working.
Did I answer your question?
Well, I can talk to you more about it, but it sounds like we've already missed a little bit about helping me with the planning rules.
That was tough comment, so there's no reason why we still can't.
Okay, let's talk a little more about it.
I'll read that part.
Okay. Similar to sometimes the national parks, years past, seems like Forest Service has been predominantly thinking about transportation within their fence, within their boundaries, and somehow connecting the boundary to the broader transportation system is always the big missing piece. Okay, we can get people to the trailhead and then start thinking about what our role is, but it's that broader context of the connection that really is always missed.
Very vital. And actually, if you look at it, one of the biggest impacts, both on congestion, pollution, and greenhouse gas. As well, that's what we're discovering already.
Yeah.
So hopefully, all the time I'm with you guys, I change them. And my questions that I understand were actually in support of that, change that paradigm.
But I have to say, I think that there are several forests out there that are really starting to focus on that, focus on the regionalism. And the ones that we've been working with, like up at the Chutes and in Montana, we've got Gallatin. I've talked to some of the forest engineers at a couple of other places in Montana that are looking at those kinds of things. And, you know, we'll get together with an update for you on which forest in particular we're working with too. Maybe have some conversations about what they're already doing that could be translated to some other places. You know, I know out at Yards they're involved.
Each project has its own integrity, and I want to, but I want people to start to think regionally. How are we going to translate this to the public in a coherent way?
And a good one for you to know that Volpe has worked with, and the TRB committee, there is the White Mountain National Forest. And they've done a lot of excellent regional work up there, and they have a lot of stakeholders involved in that work. So you know that one as well.
Thank you for our service. And Eric, if you want to give us an update on Volpe?
Sure. Start with the really fun stuff. Our organization. As of the end of April, and I think I may have talked, Volpe Center now has something called the Transportation Planning Division. That's where our public lands team is based, our surface transportation team, because there's kind of a different wing of Volpe that does a lot of support to the Park Services and the FAA's Air Tour Management Program. Mr. Ritter, who many of you know, I'm sad to say, has been kicked upstairs and is now, without ever having actually been a permanent first-line supervisor, he was always kind of an acting. He is now full-time permanent senior management as the director of the part of Volpe dealing with advanced transportation. For any of you who are really interested in these kinds of things, I'm happy to send an updated org chart at some point.
Actually, as mundane as it sounds, it's not a bad idea.
Well, it was interesting. I was in a meeting, I guess in January, with Kent Cochran and Lee Edwards and Elizabeth Hahn. You know, we don't know anything about how you're set up, even though we've been working with you for years. And I said, oh yeah, we sometimes skip over that kind of stuff. So I can make that available, but what it means, I think, is that for us organizationally, the question really is at a strategic level. How does the work that we're doing with TRIP program and with public lands agencies, federal lands agencies, really fit into sort of our overall scheme of things? And I think for us, this transportation planning group also includes a lot of the work that we've been doing with local NGOs, statewide transportation planning, a lot of the work that we've been doing with Federal Highway and FTA on metro and statewide planning. And so, I sort of see it as a continuous spectrum, really, where the two pieces of our work, so to speak, our federal lands work and then the other work that has been brought into this division really reinforces each other, the two pieces do. I guess in terms of the two sort of trends beyond just the federal lands that are really influencing what we do and where we're positioning ourselves. Number one is the real big push seems coming out of DC now for competitive grant programs, for discretionary grant programs, as opposed to earmarked types of situations. That's really changed the dynamics. We're seeing that with the UTC program, for instance, where that's a whole thing in itself, the University Transportation Program. Centers. That's being managed out of our parent organization, RITA, and they've actually asked for my group's help in doing some of the legwork there. All I'll say is nobody asked us what we thought. They're simply handing us the stuff that they are coming up with and saying to deal with it. So, but I'm happy to talk more about that later. But we've been working with, again, Federal Highway and with other parts of FTA. Curiously, not really TPM, the part of FTA that is dealing with this program, but we've been doing an awful lot of work with Planning and Environment, TPE, with Budget and Policy, TVP, with Research and Innovation, TRI, on programs like the TCSP program, the Transportation Program.
That's a lot of acronyms.
Let's see how many acronyms you can get in one sentence.
we've been working with,
Speaking Volpian to us.
we've been working with,
Vulcan.
well,
Vulcan.
TPE, TVP, TRX. It's maybe a mark of how far gone I actually am now that these are really all very clear to me, and I have to stop and realize this is not how people talk.
No, because you're a Volpian.
I'm a Volpian.
Bilingual.
What's that?
You're bilingual.
Thank you very much. But you know, we've been working with the Public Lands Highway Discretionary Program. Here they've asked us, my sister organization actually, do reviews of all the grants that have come in for that program. Because as many of you know, the PLHD program has historically been earmarked, and now that it's actually a grant program, there was a need to do reviews of the grant applications that have come in. So we're finishing that up this week actually. We're going to be doing the next round of Tigger grants. Not Tiger, that's one G. Tigger is two Gs.
Keep asking about you.
Well, I'm convinced that if you come up with an acronym, we can backfit a program name and somehow get it in.
Eric.
I should work on it. The only thing I've said so far about Eric is that you can't have America. my patriotic appeal, I know. As soon as everyone stops throwing up, I'll go on. You know, so the competitive grant programs, you know, of which TRIP is one, I think, is one area where we're really starting to be a little bit more focused in where we're coming at it. I don't know if any of you have seen it. I think I've emailed it out to some folks, but not everyone. GAO came out with a report at the end of March focusing primarily on the Tiger program, but it's really applicable to all, I forget exactly the wording order, but basically it said it focused on surface transportation competitive grant program, like TRIP, like Tiger, like some of these other. And GAO is pushing very hard on making sure that the evaluation processes for these programs are consistent with what's been made public, that they're transparent, and that documentation is created and made available explaining why certain projects are picked and why certain others are not picked. They were looking at Tiger specifically, and they were saying things, well, you know, similar to TRIP, there was a technical review committee that then provided recommendations, in this case to the secretary rather than the administrator. The secretary picked some of the lower ranking projects over the higher ranking projects. You know, why was this and all that sort of stuff.
Shocking.
Shocking.
Eric, a question on that.
Yeah.
This program has evolved in this evaluation process to where it now seems to be working fairly smoothly. Is there a opportunity for other programs to be made aware of what's being done here so that it might help them or pattern something, or I don't know?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I mentioned that earlier, some folks at FTA, it hasn't involved TRIP yet, but a lot of the other discretionary programs are working to develop a unified discretionary grant system.
We're aware of that, yeah.
And I think that the question kind of, because there are different pieces of FTA involved in this, because some of the programs are with this section, some are with this section, and there's not always, you know, they sometimes can kind of focus on doing their own thing. I don't think that there's been one person or office who's taken on writing up unified guidance that would apply to all, you know, general guidance about the kinds of things that documented that apply to all the programs, not the program-specific stuff about the criteria for this program or that program or that. That's definitely something that you know, that will eventually have to be addressed. So that's one thing. The second big trend I think that we're starting to be involved in is performance management, which is not a new concept at all. You know, I'm no expert in this field, but I've been reading a lot of the reports that have come out of NCHRP and TRB over the past 10 years or so. I mean, it seems that there's general consensus on what kinds of, you know, we've talked in this group about what performance measures are for alternative transportation. So the interesting thing for us is we're going to be starting with Federal Lands Highway on trying to create performance management frameworks for Federal Lands Highway program that focuses not on taking a clean sheet of paper and saying, well, gee, what do we want to measure? Because I think that there's very well understood that there's a very well understood set of data, but how can we make something operational? How can we actually implement something, in connection with what may eventually happen with reauthorization?
I was going to say that's an important factor in the authorization.
But but that I think is it ties into a number of different things. With TRIP, we worked with John Daigle to write up alternative transportation performance measures research project, and the business cost model scope of work with the TAC. As those go forward, the real emphasis is on how do you make data collection, how do you make the data elements kind of part of the core business, as opposed to some totally standalone thing where you say, well, gee, we'd like to do all of this stuff, but we're not saying who's going to do what and when and how and who's going to pay for it and how is it all going to actually influence things. In terms of, well, if you want to do more of this kind of project, you go back and revise your program criteria at some point. Your program criteria, I guess, that you have control over, as opposed to the program criteria that are in legislation. In fact, we'll have to wait for the next +1 version of the authorization. But we're continuing to
Let's just get to reauthorization.
Reauthorization?
Let's just get to reauthorization.
Well, it's funny. Last week, there was some kind of hockey game. The day after, oh, that's right. Involving Boston, I should say. The day after the Bruins won.
He doesn't know. Yeah. Well, the Hopian stronghold.
That's right. The day after the Bruins won, I went to a talk at the Federal Building next to Boston Garden, which was an interesting experience. It wasn't like Saturday. I don't know if you went on Saturday. Saturday was the big parade. The speaker was the woman at OPM who is in charge of federal hiring reform. She's the one who's really working with John Berry at OPM to get rid of the reform of KSAs and really push on reducing the amount of time necessary. But those of you who know USA Jobs, they're on version 2.0 now, and they want to introduce in the next couple of months version 3.0. Now, they already have a separate team working on version 4.0, which will be a couple of years from now. So talk about reauthorization. Anyway, we're continuing to work with Federal Alliance Highway on the long-range planning efforts that they're making. Nathan mentioned that the Fish and Wildlife Service conference originally slated for the end of August has been put off. A federal lands workshop that was going to be done in connection with that has also been put off. We're working with Nathan and Steve on a bunch of different program level kinds of things at Fish and Wildlife Service. I think we'll actually have an exhibit space at the Scenic Byways Conference, not people able to go there.
Like, since we have part of the Bolton,
we have our
colony there.
Our Minneapolis branch will be well represented. I'm not sure if someone is going to be at ICOIT or not. A couple of different people have been invited, but I'm not.
Does everybody know what ICOID stands for? I know. No. Is it?
International Conference on Environment.
Ecology. Yeah, ecology.
You're right.
Yes, someone does. We've been talking with Alan and Betsy thinking about doing some work on Forest Service strategic planning, with the BLM folks about doing some conceptual work. If there's a roads program that they're eligible to participate in. With Park Service, obviously also long-range planning work, and continuing some of the different kinds of project and program support we've been doing at the regional level, with the Northeast, also with the Alaska region, the Midwest region, the Southeast region. Elizabeth sounded as though Elizabeth Hahn said she was very pleased with the way the Cumberland Island work had been done. So hopefully we can coordinate there. And I've got some information. I mean, you may remember that we are doing, I don't have that up for everyone, but we have just some one-pagers on kind of where we are with the research projects that we've been funded for. I know it's been kind of, I can send these also electronically, but just sort of some one-pagers on where these stand. I think Michael may have mentioned our progress on these at the last peer group meeting, and we are going to try to engage and get some feedback from folks. The last, I know it's been, I've got one more actually. It's been a non-trivial exercise to engage with folks on these. I know they're a little bit woolly sometimes, but we have done the Fish and Wildlife Service trails and transit connectivity out of one of these efforts, and we may be able to, as mentioned earlier, work on getting the equipment head work underway over the next couple of months with the TAC. And hopefully, if there's any role we can play in some of the research projects going forward, the performance measures, the business models, scopes that we help to develop, that would be great. Susan mentioned some of the project work that we've got with Western Federal Lands and with the Forest Service. We're working with Central on a couple of different things as well. Yeah, the White Mountains, I think, was an interesting project. I'm glad that it's helped Bill, and some of you may remember that Bill Dower of White Mountains presented at CRB a couple of years ago. I mean, he's really engaged on this. It sounds like while Phil and I were, and Phil, maybe you had more fun later in the week when you guys went up to Rocky, but I was just there for the part of the Transportation Scholars, the Park Service Transportation Scholars training program last week in Denver. I was only there for the part where we were stuck in a conference room. It sounded like you were having more fun in New Hampshire. Gary, who is just completely inept and useless, has asked me to help him out.
Mr. Ritter?
That's right. As the co-chair of the research subcommittee of the TRB committee, in which capacity I have been sending out a couple emails, at least in prep for the summer meeting, to the Federal Lands Agency folks. Carol Zimmerman asked me to pester you all for more research ideas. But I think one of the important things coming out of the meeting, at least as far as Gary's explained to me, is that if there's any way for the TRB committee or the TRB community in general to help play a role in advancing some of the research projects or helping to coordinate some of the research projects in this area that the TRIP program is going to fund, or that someone else is going to fund, or maybe seeking funding or seeking coordination with other TRB committees or other things going on. That's something I'd like to do with Gary and Carol and those people who are active with them. Much too much, I know, but I promise not to talk really ever again. I can't.
Thank you, Eric. Rob, from the regional perspective, you want to share some things that are going on in your area?
Well, you mentioned the webinar. Just real quickly, something I did forget, is we are going to be presenting with Federal Land Highways a webinar on Fish and Wildlife Service Long Range Transportation Plan on the 30th, and I guess which exactly up to 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Steve and I are furiously working on, as you can tell, I'm furiously working on getting ready for that webinar with Federal Land. So we'll get more information out about that. We're hoping to get our actual planning people, not our, since we have no transportation planners other than me and Steve, the Fish and Wildlife Service. We're hoping to get our conservation planners and refuge planners.
Now, is that open to others as well, or just Fish Wildlife?
Dial in.
Well, what I was wondering is, should we send that out to our distribution list?
Go, please do.
Great.
We'll,
send me an email and we'll work with Steve Suter and, maybe Guy, I think Guy at Federal Lands to do it. It's really a Federal Land Highway headquarters driven initiative.
Okay.
Sorry, Robin.
I can post it on the website.
I just remembered that we really should bring that out. Because alternative transportation, the trip program, trip tackle, big part.
Thanks.
So I'm sorry, what was the context of the discussion?
So where the context was, something new and exciting that you want to share with other people?
Related to transportation.
Yeah.
Could say no and move on.
Share some of the stuff from a regional perspective, Rob. That's really interesting. We're all talking 30,000 feet to headquarters level.
Well, Region 2, last year. Probably is. Three. So that felt pretty good to that pushed. Momentum seems to be kind of picking up on that subject within the region. Having repeat field stations fly again. How the program continues to stay engaged in that process. A number of stations, like I said, get awarded, and that's helping out with stations itself and getting word out to the communities, start to get involved. Slow process, but starting to catch momentum. We have a rate in August, possibly. What? Regional alternative transportation evaluation.
What does that mean? No.
Well, you do there.
Derek was one doing with that.
Oh, okay. The original
It's new to me.
The original acronym was RES, but everybody has to go for
Transportation systems.
The rate is something that came out of the Transit and Trails Connectivity report that I think that circulated this group by now. So I think, Region 1. We
Fish and Wildlife Service Region 1, Oregon, Idaho, Washington. They didn't get out to Hawaii.
back in October, we visited a couple of stations. Station refers both to refugees and fish hatcheries. But in Region 1, to think about how we could include some regional level alternative transportation information in the Region 1 long range transportation plan that was already pretty well in development. Something that region and Jeff Holm have been working with Western Federal Lands to develop.
Jeff Holm is Rob's counterpart.
Yeah, I think the rate was a good template for looking at how to include that same level of information in some of the other regional LRTPs as they eventually are developed, and a way to kind of get above the single unit level as well. Not something that's held as a tag, but it kind of does look at what are some, not necessarily regional connections, but direct connections that are too far apart, but just given the regional structure, is there anything that kind of can be looked at that level that makes sense? That's a good.
Yeah, it was a very successful activity for our Region 1 long range transportation plan, which soon will be out for public comment once it goes through the federal register process. Right now, folks in our upper Midwest region are doing their regional alternative transportation evaluation with some Volvians out in the field. Ben Rasmussen and Haley Peckett are out there with our regional staff doing that, and then Rob, they're coming to
2 in August, and that's going to tie into our overall long-range transportation plan, which this will be a part of that. We're doing some initial scope we're not going to try to get into the long-range transportation plan for Region 2 yet, but there are federal lands planners there to kind of see how this works and take that information and try to incorporate it into the overall long-range transportation plan. So that comes out. All I can think of at the moment.
Let me answer this. So is there anybody that's doing cross jurisdictional? Well, I think the best example of that so far is what's been going on in Alaska. The regional LRTP there.
Yeah, contact your folks up there because what is going on?
Contact our Forest Service.
Yeah, because what this started about 3 years ago with the realization that Alaska was a region for 4 federal land mandates: Fish and Wildlife Service, Park Service, BLM, not really a region for a state, but Forest Service. So, along with Western federal lands, they started developing a long-range transportation plan for all the for the whole state, along with Alaska's DOT. And it's gotten that I think like the statewide plan is done or drafted, and then each agency is trying to do its own specific drop-down plan that ties in this overall plan. Serendipity of that is that all the agencies have Alaska as a separate unit of management. It's harder in the lower 48 because we have a very close alignment with Fish and Wildlife Service, with Park Service Northeast region and Southeast region. So it's a little harder to accomplish just because of political boundaries. I think there was a really good tag that could be done, could be more developed for the Rocky Mountain Front region that included Forest Service, Park Service, and a couple Fish and Wildlife Service areas that are into the Denver area. So I see your point, and there have been a few stabs made at it, but I think as opportunities present themselves, I think you're talking more like going back to a few years, the old eco-region view of it. You know, if you look at the Eastern Sierras, right, and you look at the Eastern Sierras, it's Park Service, BLM, and Forest Service. That, doing it on that level. So trying to do it, if we're doing regional plans, then we're doing regional plans by our political boundaries that we have. I think it's just harder because the overlaps.
Project level, there's a lot of this going on. I think there's more going on at the national level with the national LRTPs that each tells them what federal land is going to try to coordinate. There'll start to be some, but yeah, I'd like to find 2 federal agencies just in the whole government that have the same needs. Any 2.
Because those mountains and rivers keep moving.
Yeah. We saw the tree came right out in front of him, and I couldn't.
Well, thank you, Rob. And I just want to put a plug in there too for the regional folks. And as you're talking to others that are regional people like yourself, if you want us to come down and kind of talk to the units in your area, if you've ever got meetings that are just in your region or even in a portion of your region, we're happy to come down and just kind of talk about alternative transportation and the Transit and Parks program and what the TAC can do. We've done a few of those before, so just let you know that's available.
Okay. Yeah. You don't want to contact me.
Sure.
All
right.
Building on that, just one more point. Building on that, since there are 2 regional folks here from 2 different agencies, what can the TAC do to help the regions more?
Well, when we were discussing things earlier, I was thinking about because we're all, on the singular, the only person at the regional level that be that contact liaison between field station and executive guys. The only person dealing with transportation. Calendar-wise, it's difficult to, sort of okay, let's do this in November when we know that the Sarbanes grants are due in June. Because you get a field station who's interested, and then a couple months later they might not follow up with it. So timing is difficult for us. We're busy with other things, but then field stations as well. It's kind of mirrors what's going on there. So I think timing-wise, if we can target specific times of year where right before we know that the grant process is going to be open.
One thing we've gotten very good at as a group, and yours probably will be the same way, is we understand how to herd cats. And so a lot of times, I think many times what we do with our liaisons, they end up being reminders, people who remind folks saying, hey, this is coming up, what can we do, how can we help you? That's really helpful. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
Oh yeah, and I've gotten a lot of correspondence that has helped keep on my own radar. Remind me, they would.
Well, and part of that, showing up in November maybe to talk about it is that really for a planning project or something, you need to start thinking way ahead of the application period. And we've, like Steve said, we've been pretty good about checking in every few weeks to say, hey, just wanted to know if we can do anything else, or you're still thinking about it. And that does give people a little more lead time to actually get something done. We do realize that people are really busy, so if they start thinking about it 4 weeks ahead of the application, they may not have time to get it done. But if they have several months' notice, then maybe they can. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. So the next person on the phone, if Nola is available, we.
Trini wants to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you guys, when you said regional, Robin. Yeah. Okay. Well, from my standpoint, we need to be thinking about, much like the proposal we submitted this last cycle, the 18 National Forest of California, considering that like a tier 1 proposal. Tier 1 planning proposal. From that then, that identifies in hotspots within California would be tier 2. And in that tier 1 rigor, requiring us to start thinking about the interagency, packaging it in an interagency way. Like I said earlier, we realize the power of Yosemite, marketing power of Yosemite. And its prominence in California. We should be really packaging our proposals, our probably our tier 1, tier 2 in that way. So we're planning on it. Then as we get down lower to implementation, they start to get into tier 3 and 4 from my standpoint in my head. We get a lot of tier 4 proposals that have integrity, but they may not link to a larger regional plan or even a sketch. So to the extent that I can get your help in promoting that sharing concept, and then promoting an interagency scan when that initially submitted your proposal, that would be because the public, and I hate saying this, the public really doesn't care if it's a park service. It's outdoors. I think we should collectively promote that. Okay?
Good point. Thanks, Trini.
We'll talk more. I do want to say.
So Nola, if you're still on the line with us, if you'd like to give us an update.
Yes, I am on the line. And the only updates from National Park Service that I've got in the absence of Jim Evans, who was unable to attend today, is the National Park Service units that were grant recipients of the 2010 TRIP grants. The funding has not yet reached the units. And there's various reasons for that. And each of those reasons had a different effect on the delay. Some were small, added to the delay to a small effect, and others to a great extent. But the reaction from the NPS units themselves has been either utter frustration because they're ready to, use the money and either start purchasing something or implementing something or send out a scope of services to complete relief from those units or those entities that are so swamped with other work that they simply don't have the time to get around to the TRIP grant. So that's about all that I have from the National Park Service side. And I know that Vicki Stinson from Grand Canyon is also on the line. So I don't know if Vicki has anything to add. But then I have a question for Adam. Adam, do you have any other updates on when the National Park Service units should be receiving their funding?
I don't have.
He's gone.
No, he's there. He's
here.
there.
We just can't hear.
He's gonna.
Still here. Can you hear me?
No, not really.
No, not really.
All right, I gotta turn up the mic a little bit somehow. Or I'll just speak up because it's a little faster. I don't have information on when they're going to be updated. I know that Jim has been emailing with our procurement office, and things were moving forward relatively quickly in comparison to earlier this year. I think Jim may likely have something waiting for him when he returns.
Okay, good.
And I guess we'll go to Vicki. Is Vicki on the line with us too?
I'm here.
Hi, Vicki.
Hi. So a couple of updates on things going on at the Grand Canyon. We just last week on the 15th had our dedication for all of the recent improvements, transportation improvements that happened at our visitor center and the Mather Point area. And that's been a huge milestone for us. It was implementation of 850 parking spaces, a new central transit center for all three of our transit routes, and then removal of the parking lot and restoration up at the Mather Point area, as well as putting in a new accessible path all the way to the Mather Point overlook. So we're thrilled to have that part of the project implemented. We are well underway with construction of a new 6-mile multi-use trail that'll go between the gateway town of Tusayan and the visitor center. And then we're also in the contracting phase of putting in a new bike rental facility, which will go in at our visitor center. And that's after 2 years of a pilot program. We've had just a small shack with an operator who's doing really well with bike rentals at the Grand Canyon. So we're going to build a permanent structure as well as a coffee shop, which is absolutely needed there. And then, go ahead.
You say coffee? As in Starbucks?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, or maybe something local, but it'll be in combination with the bike rental.
Excellent. Excellent.
We think so too. And then our transit system has been well used this year. We did get, I believe it was 5 new buses through ARA, and those are online. Probably our biggest problem right now, we're actually having people waiting to get on buses, so we need to increase our service, and our biggest constraint is finding housing for additional bus drivers. But otherwise, everything is going very well with our transit system. And we continue to work with Arizona Department of Transportation, Central Federal Lands, and then the Kaibab National Forest on improvements that are happening in the gateway community of Tusayan. So that's kind of a quick update on things at the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, Victoria, this is Nathan Caldwell from Fish and Wildlife Service. Just a question that you may have heard batted around in the room earlier. What are you guys
doing to encourage people actually getting to the park without cars? And besides parking enthusiasm, which it doesn't, in my mind, doesn't count. Because I used to work at the Grand Canyon.
Not a lot. Yeah. Okay. We are not actively, to my knowledge, doing a whole lot of promotion activities right now in terms of looking at alternative means to get to the park. We do have, at a minimum on our website, we have some information about, or links about taking the train from Williams, and there is, it's either once or twice a day, there's a shuttle from Flagstaff that comes up to the park. So we have, some basic information about alternatives to getting to the park, but I'm not personally involved with any promotion of other alternative means.
Okay, because it's just a direction I think a lot of the agencies are starting to think about, both for congestion management and for getting underserved communities to public lands, as well as carbon greenhouse gases. So I know we keep seeing this thing about Amtrak taking the trains to parks and things like that. So just interesting to see how that's all playing out where you live.
Right, and there is an Amtrak stop in Williams, I believe, or nearby, where people who are traveling via Amtrak could potentially take the train that exists from Williams up to the park.
Nathan, I know in the greater Yellowstone region, Grand Teton, Bozeman, Jackson Hole, we are looking at a transit service that was predominantly private sector and public sector partnership funded.
That's the links.
Yeah, links thing. But I think the issue has always come down in those type of service models is who pays for what. And it's the area in between that always becomes the issue on who pays for what. And until I think that gets figured out, it's going to be pretty hard to get people who might want to go from, Phoenix to Grand Canyon, say who's going to pay? Is it private or is it subsidized or what? I think until you start figuring that out, it's going to be pretty tough to get something up and running.
But the question I have related to that is, we have environmental justice responsibility, but I'm not sure what mechanism is used to examine that. For instance, we're going to do it if awarded to California.
Right.
So inner city LA folks, they'd have to be an actual forest. But the Oakland to Yosemite or Sierra, I'm not sure what would drive that unless we have a strategic goal to ensure equity.
Well, it's also not even equity. There's that. Having talked with some of the tourism folks at the Department of Commerce, which I think we would be benefited to pull them as well. There's a foreign travelers market out there as well who want to come to Yosemite, to Grand Canyon. In our case, maybe out to Chincoteague Refuge, Ding Darling Refuge, places that are known internationally, and either they don't want to drive in America, or they feel very comfortable taking trains and buses where they want to go. And how do we work with those tourists? How do we even encourage beyond the social equity area? How do we start encouraging U.S. citizens to travel in this way too? I mean, and of course, Victoria, I don't want to dump on you at all. You just want to raise the topic because it's something that folks around the table have been thinking somewhat about, and just it was a wonder question. Sorry.
Well, and we're actually going to touch on it a little bit later in our presentation this afternoon, so some of this may come back up. But I'd like to let Jack go ahead and give us an update on BLM. Jack, if you're there.
I am. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I just wanted to, I didn't get a chance to respond earlier when you guys were talking about some of the workloads. But I think for BLM, we've been very successful as far as getting the word out and changing the paradigm of people not really knowing what the program was and not really that interested. And I think because of the work of the TAC and Volpe Center that we really got the word out. And we're doing better. I think last year we got 4 grants, and this year I think we applied for 4 or 5. And so, you know, we're just doing a lot better than we have in the past. As far as it doesn't seem to be an added workload for us because we've got so much assistance, and you guys have been doing great. The only place where I see there's a lot of extra workload is probably in the evaluations of the grants. Now that there's 100-some grants, that just adds to your workload. So it could feel overwhelming, I guess, a little bit with that. As far as updates go, we just completed and have approved our new comprehensive travel management manual. It's been revised and it's been approved. And currently in draft, we have a handbook for comprehensive travel management. And those somewhat relate with, alternative transportation does relate to both those. Let's see. We've been working with the engineers who've done this. I know, I'm assuming Victor's not there or anybody else. I'm the only one from BLM.
That's correct.
Okay. But I know Victor's been working with the Federal Lands Highways, and they've been doing these field trips to places looking at roads and how to how do we do road condition assessments and how are we going to implement Federal Lands Highway programs if we get incorporated into the program, and even if we don't, how can if we have funding, and how do we work with Federal Lands Highway? So that kind of stuff is going on, and I know that, and I think Eric touched on it earlier. He talked about how one of the projects they're working for us on is developing an organization and a process. What are we going to do and what we're going to look like if we get incorporated, and what should that structure be? So some of the things that's going on for us. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Appreciate the update. Were there any other folks on the phone that wanted to speak up? All right, thank you everybody for your updates, and it is about time for us to take a break for lunch. So we'll plan on taking a break for those on the webinar. We'll be back at noon Eastern time, or I'm sorry, at 1 Eastern time. So thank you, and we'll see you then.
The dessert is very good.
whenever we decide.
Yes. Can't get out of it. I sent a nasty note because, did you see the note I sent?
No, I just saw the note that you sent. I think it was like Shelby and I.
Oh, okay. Well, I sent a note back to them, and because Shelby has another job. He only works part-time. I sent him back a note, and I said, I have an employee that works, took time off from her full-time job. So I got a message back. Well, yeah, and there's a lot of people there. I don't know what happened, but she's been very apologetic. I mean, it's crazy to me that you guys even have to it's, mandatory training and hard to talk them out of it, but
It's funny, I got a reply yesterday.
Oh, you did?
From my email, yeah, because she just sent me this stuff, so it's kind of funny that very short window.
And then we have to down.
Ready them to go up.
Oh, you can hear us?
This fast? Well, no.
Do you want to try to speak to see if we can hear you?
What are their capabilities?
Okay, so hit the little icon that looks like a microphone.
I'm not a psychologist, so I'm terrified. But this is the only facility in the world that has
It's on top of
one screen.
on top of library.
See
See if we can hear you.
Different species and their ability
Can
to
you see?
accelerate, their speed, their jumping.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, it works.
Okay, so then I can write out this. And hang up the phone.
It's a really.
And then just keep yourself muted up with that little icon when you're not speaking.
But we have
Okay, sounds good.
That's really the big question. We need a lot of money to figure it out.
We know the capabilities.
Ding, 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 my little.
Oh.
All right, we're gonna get started, guys.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna get started again. This is our session where we want to sort of have updates and feedback from you on several activities that are ongoing currently, or that we're getting ready to do, or that we've just started. So we have several things on the agenda here. Real quickly to walk through the different agenda topics, we'll be talking about our business models research that we're starting on right now. The project on evaluation of Transit and Parks grant projects, which is still in the sort of scoping stage right now, but we'll be starting on that shortly. The database of existing alternative transportation systems that Jamie mentioned a little bit earlier. We'll be putting together information on what's already out there and then a map showing that, and that'll be in stages. Vehicle procurement module, so that's one of our training modules that's in the works. The Peer Mentor program, we are working on that program now and trying to start developing it more fully, and want to get some feedback from all of you, especially the agency folks, about how that might develop. Our transportation scholars, how to develop that program and include other agencies in that program as well. Some things we have in mind for year 3, and then our technical assistance and just some feedback on where we might go moving forward with providing more assistance and getting the word out and those kinds of things. So I will let Jamie start with the business models research.
Okay, so this, well, I guess most of you know, but I'll go through it anyway. We had planned for tech here too, to do several more case studies and to do a few other things such as data collection. And we were asked by FTA to fit in this business models research project and a project on project evaluation of the Transit and Parks grant. They were originally submitted as research projects, and but they were FTA has asked us to do them as technical assistance instead of research, and to have the money come out of the tax work plan. So we rearranged the work plan in order to accommodate these two. The original scopes of works, as Eric was saying, Volpe helped us with those, and they were supposed to be in collaboration with Volpe. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this business models one. For this one, we have Cutter, who we were talking about earlier from the Center for Urban Transportation Research, and WTI are working on this one currently. It's going to examine the current and best practices of business models. It is going to look at both federal land management agencies as well as other organizations. The project will provide guidance on how to select the appropriate business model for ATS on federal lands, and some of the types of business models that it will include are listed here. So public-private partnerships, public-public, self-ownership and operation, concession contract, commercial permit, and other models. We're going to be coordinating with Volpe because they're currently working on the NPS financial performer work, which very closely relates to this business models work. WTI has started already by contacting National Park Service regions, and they've received information from 3 of the regions as of last week. One of the things we do want to talk to you guys about, and I'll let you know, you do have a copy of the draft scope of work in your folders, and I believe it was emailed out to everyone on the webinar. That scope of work is still draft because there will be a steering committee comprised of FLMA members. And
one more thing to do.
and that steering committee is hopefully will help make sure that the scope of work matches everything that you want. So it is still a draft until that steering committee meets for the first time. I believe Forest Service had elected Betsy Carroll to be on that. If that's changed, let me know. National Park Service will be Jim Evans. Fish Wildlife, we don't know yet. You said either yourself or Steve.
Yeah.
And BLM, it will be Jack Plucky. So the way that we handled National Park Service, this was a National Park Service request originally. So Jim Evans has been instrumental in the scope of work. National Park Service has looked it over and made several comments on it, and we've rewritten the scope of work a bit to adjust to what they had hoped. And that's why the steering committee will get feedback from the other 3 FLMAs as well. We started with trying to collect information from National Park Service because they are the largest entity with the most ATS, and because they have already looked at the, approved the scope of work. How we handled it with them was that the TAC drafted an email for Jim Evans to send out to his regions. He rewrote that email to what he would like it to say, and he did send that out and asked them to please help with finding the information that we needed. And since then, WTI has started contacting the regions to collect this information. And like I said, it's heard back from 3. But we're hoping that by drafting an email and for you guys and then having you adjust that email, that hopefully it will not cause as much workload for you guys. You can just let the regions know that we will be contacting them. There has been some concern about the steering committee and about the timing of this project as well as the other project evaluation project. They need to be done by the end of December, but it will require getting quite a bit of information from national and regional people to do both of the projects. And so there has been some questions about whether or not we should push these timelines out longer to allow all of the agencies to be included and to make sure we're not overburdening you guys. And so we just wanted to have a quick discussion about that.
Technical point, is it a matter of if something is in your contract that you have to modify in order to push those deadlines out?
Well,
I'll let you guys discuss it.
It's part of our
scope of work for this
so we
year.
have the target dates to FTA, deadline dates, but it's negotiable with.
Wasn't Jim the one who said I really need it by December?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. He was the one that originally said when they wanted it by, which also, of course, I think it had something to do with our year end. Year 2 for us will end on December 31st. But I think that probably the timeline is somewhat negotiable.
Mary Ann, we can carry things over like this, right? From one year to another.
I think so.
Yeah, we did last year, right? I imagine we can do
There might be some paperwork that you can do.
it. It hasn't been a problem up to now.
Right. And I guess we should let folks on the phone know and just welcome Mary Ann Popowitz from FTA. You want to introduce yourself really quick to the group?
Sure, I'm Mary Ann Popowitz from FTA. I'm actually in the Office of Guidance, not in the program. To use baseball, we pinch hitting for Adam walking down west. So I came to represent FTA here, and I'm also on the group that's doing applications, doing what they asked me to do that Adam can't do.
Don't look so excited.
So did you use the word pitch hitting because of the end of the game?
Oh, here we go.
There were no pitch hitters involved.
Thank you.
I enjoy working with some of the programs and learning more about them and all, but my background mostly is in the grant management side of that.
Thanks for joining us.
Three of us left the game last night. We left just before the excitement.
Oh.
We didn't hear about it until the morning, and Phyllis really has a lot of angst.
I'm not the one who brought it up.
Inside joke for her. He has angst over that too. That too.
Thanks for coming, Marianne.
No problem.
So, yes, Alex.
Can you refresh my memory on what specific information you're going to need from the field? Is that something we can draw from their proposals, or do we have to contact the field?
For this particular one, they're looking for actual contracts that exist for ATS. And so they will be contacting Betsy to see if it's a possibility to get some of those from you guys for Forest Service. Contracts for the, for shuttle bus operators.
Implementation. Yes. Not planning project, but just the bulk proposal.
So, and it doesn't even need to be Transit and Parks. It may not even be a Transit and Parks funded shuttle system. So if you have a shuttle system that's running, you've got a contract out there to someone to actually do that, and that's what they'd like to look at the actual.
Essentially, you're developing an inventory of the shuttle systems. That's different.
That's what's going to turn out to be.
It will, and they're using the inventory that already exists for most of the FLMAs to identify where they'd like to look at a contract.
Let's just take an example in the Forest Service, Alan. The Reds Meadow shuttle that's being provided.
Money goes to us.
Okay, but that's sort of what that's a business model.
Right.
In other words, what we're trying to do is to provide examples of models and evaluate what some of the pros and cons of those are for how to provide transit or other services. For example, if that new bike rental facility in Grand Canyon had some kind of an agreement associated with it, that might be appropriate. I'm just trying to grab beyond just transit, but it's because there's not a lot of knowledge by a lot of folks about what the different options are to them, where else they're being used, and what the advantages and disadvantages of a vendor versus a concessionaire versus running it yourself versus other options that might be out there. So that's the purpose, and I hope I didn't step too far on top of Jamie there.
No, not at all. Thank you for explaining that better.
So what you need from us is a contact person mainly, and you guys will be doing the discussion with them and drawing the information from these.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, and to follow up on your point, it's not meant, I don't think, to be really an inventory. I mean, they're going to gather all the information they can, but then they're going to select certain ones to review. So,
but it would be, I think, useful to make available what that inventory is.
Well, that's another task we're working on.
Yeah.
So for this one, and again, I want to make clear that I am not the point of contact for this particular project. I'm just presenting it here. Cutter is the point of contact for this, and there are two other people from WTI who are collecting the information, so they will be in touch with you, and that's Natalie Lockwoody and JD Chadhuri. So they are the two people that will be contacting regional coordinators, and then once they have approval from you for who to contact at unit people as well. So you will be hearing from Cutter. I believe the emails will come from a lady named Ann Jocelyn about setting up the steering committee meeting as well for those of you who have been selected for the steering committee. Did you want to do this one? Or you want me to keep going?
Just keep going.
The other project that got rescoped into the work program is to do an evaluation of the Transit and Parks program grant recipients. And this one, the two goals of this project is to develop and apply a system of performance measures to ATS funded through the Transit and Parks program. So very similar to what Eric was talking about that he's doing for Federal Land Highway, this will do a similar thing for the Transit and Parks program. And also to define how the projects that have already been funded through Transit and Parks are meeting the visitor transportation and resource management needs of the FLMAs. So a lot of what you were describing earlier, Trini, about the different application points that you have to fill in, whether or not once a project has been funded, if it's still hitting those points that are in the application, and how you would go about measuring those. So the tasks for this project are to select a sample of projects for a study based on the project completion. We want to make sure we're looking at completed projects for performance measures, and also project types to make sure we're not just looking at shuttle systems, but looking at all of the different ATS. To develop performance measures based on the program goals, to apply the performance measures selected to a small subset of projects, and compile a report based on this analysis. And for the current status of this particular project, we are scoping, the scope work is currently undergoing another revision, and we're going to get more feedback from FTA next week. We have started collecting some progress reports we've got those from the Forest Service and also National Park Service, so that we can make sure we know exactly which projects have been completed, what was completed on those projects, so that we can go and request more information from them about performance metrics. And we are still looking to hopefully collect some progress reports from Fish Wildlife. We'll get with Nathan about those. And then third-party reports from FTA as well. And that way we can, again, just look over where the projects have been and select that small subset that we're going to get actual data from to do performance measures.
So we're actually looking at implementation projects, not planning projects?
We're going to... Go ahead, Phil.
I would say that the primary focus is on implementation, but we certainly need to look at planning as well, to assess what's been accomplished with those to achieve the program goals as well. So I'd say the primary focus was on implementation, but planning should be considered.
Talking program goals for the Sarbanes program?
Yes,
program?
For the Sarbanes program. Improve visitor experience, reduce congestion, improve the environment, and I'm giving at least one out.
Well, I asked that because those could also be agency goals as well.
Well, it certainly could, and that's, I think, part of what I guess we need to hear. We're asking for feedback. The difference being is that while some of the goals or objectives from the different agencies are the same, there are differences. So, but certainly, frankly, I think it might be best to start small with this, and then, depending upon the success of this, perhaps expand it beyond to looking at for each agency a separate or amended, what's the right word? Expanded process where you would help to evaluate how well they meet the agency goals as well. I think this is going to be a challenge enough, particularly finding the information, but I'd love to hope that I certainly hope that we can go beyond that. What we don't want to do is just go out and collect information and feedback what the information was. We want to actually do some help to define what needs to be done and evaluate what's has been done. Needs to be done to improve performance evaluation.
Yeah, and I guess to add on to that, well, FTA did sort of request that we do this. I think it was really on behalf of the agencies, so you guys can really get that feedback on exactly what has happened with the program within your agency.
I think we've seen it in USDOT that in the relationship with safety issues, USDOT wants to have two good performance measures. But a lot of that performance data may not exist in rural areas. There's how to detect whatever it might be. Not very customizable. I think one of the things that I was thinking was whatever performance measures come up, I think one of the big critical issues is, well, who's going to collect the data, what data is going to be, and how often is it going to be collected? Because I would imagine at a unit level, they don't have a lot of resources to collect data.
That's been an issue all along. And it's sort of like what I did with my example with Cumberland Island is that there's an awful lot, there's a small subset of data that you can use to collect an awful lot of information. I think to do a lot of performance evaluation. Small set of information to help you with that.
I don't know if you've seen, but reports, but at the end of April, GAO came out with something called Federal Land Management, Availability and Potential Reliability of Selected Agencies for this kind of gets to the broad topic of what are the agencies collecting now and how does it work and all that sort of thing. Nothing about transportation specifically, but as a general guide to where is everyone coming from on this and what are all the data systems being used. GAO, it's not 100% clear how they came up with this list, but they had 57 data elements that they went to see who has them and how is it going. And I won't say who finished in first place, but the Bureau of Reclamation apparently finished in last place, tracking 3 of the 57 data. It's interesting reading, and I can send around the link if you guys can. I think it was the Park Service with 22 data elements out of 57 that they're tracking.
Who chose the 57?
Well, that's what I say. They weren't transparent really about how they had come up. GAO came up with the system.
I have a neighbor who worked with GAO. I've asked. We got a copy of that, Eric?
Sure.
Seriously,
I'll send the link.
Well,
I mean, it's 11-377.
What I was going to say is that it appears like performance evaluation, something I've focused a lot on my entire career, has now become, just when I'm ready to retire, has become in vogue. And everybody's doing it, and everybody it's all over the place as far as I can tell. So anyhow, I think there's 2 ways we could approach this. We could start looking at what everybody in the world is doing and try to, assimilate all that and then do something, or we could try to focus on just these 4 goals for the SAR-based program and try to come up with an approach to do that and then build from that. And I think that's the approach that we're trying to take right now.
Is there any more feedback on these 2 projects? Anyone on the phone who might have feedback? Anyone in the room? Okay. The next one that we wanted to talk about was one that came, we talked about this morning for a little while, is the database of existing ATS. Currently, what we are doing is trying to come up with an extensive list of the ATS to make a map, just like the one that we were talking about this morning. We're using the inventories that Volpe has created for fish, wildlife, and for BLM. There's also an NPS inventory that is maybe slightly out of date that we're using, and that one we've been given additional information from NPS to fact check that inventory as well to see how up to date we can get that one. We do not have a list of Forest Service ones, so hopefully we can work with you to figure out where all of the ATS is on your in Forest Service. We're compiling this list that each of the different agencies and each of the lists has different information. It's got different details, different levels of detail. And so what we are trying to do is figure out exactly what level of detail to put into our Excel sheets that will be behind these maps and drive these maps. One of the things that we're looking at as well is we hope to have a map of existing ATS and then also a map of potential partners. And this is another one of the things that was listed in the tax work scope for future years. And for potential partners, I guess we're meaning shuttle systems that may be out in the gateway communities that don't quite come to units yet, but potentially if a collaboration existed could make it the rest of the way. Yes.
Will this inventory include, for example, public transportation systems that do have drop people at a bus stop next to the historic site, or won't it? I mean, but the park or the doesn't actually have a partnership with it, but there is mass transit access.
We hope for it too. The BLM and the fish wildlife ones do include that. Well, we did include that. The ones that I believe they put a specific distance away from there. I don't remember the exact difference, but at least distance. But at least some of them were within 3/4 of a mile. I don't remember if there were any further away than that. The National Park Service inventory probably does not have that, but that can be something that we can hope to continue updating. Eventually, we're hoping to combine all of these databases and put it so that we have the database of the ATS, the existing ATS, the potential ATS, and the database of the Transit Parks grants all together, so you can hopefully see on top of each other which of the ATS systems that exist received a Transit Parks grant. And so once we have all of the information available, we'll merge the two together. The discussions we wanted to have about this one for you while we're trying to set this up and get it moving is what's going to be most useful for you guys. So we're looking for some feedback on this. Is the map, like what we showed you this morning, going to be a useful tool? I think we've established that yes, it will, that we've had a couple of requests already this morning for that. Who else should we coordinate with on collecting data? So specifically for Forest Service, where might we be able to find some of your data? Once we have this inventory that's set up of all of the FLMAs, who do we need to work with to maintain that data? I know when we had talked last peer group meeting about creating a geodatabase of this similar thing that Federal Land Highway would hold, there was a lot of pushback on that, and we decided not to go further with that geodatabase and incorporating this stuff into the Federal Land Highway because there was a lot of wondering of who would maintain that data and making sure it was accurate. So we want to do the same thing with this and make sure when we're starting that you guys are okay with us using this data, who's going to help keep it maintained. So if a new system comes into Fish Wildlife, how are we going to get that information and put it up on our map and make sure it's ours?
I think we need to work a little closer with Central Federal Lands, who has developed this geodatabase, to see if it's actually a working one. I think there's some questions as to whether it's really up and running or it's still kind of in the box, if you will.
Right. So we're totally disconnected from that one right now.
What I'm wanting to do is basically, if there is this geodatabase of land management agencies and metropolitan planning organizations and highway networks and all, is there a way just to plug this information into that?
There probably is. All of our maps that we're using online, we wouldn't be able to use that geodatabase to create our online map anyway, but all of our online maps for our particular system, on our online map, everything is geocoded, so we can very easily give them our geocodes and they could input it into their.
What I don't want to do is have Federal Land Highways have their map, say FTA through you guys, have their map, and there's both DOT, and that's something that's not that useful to us because we want to be able to go to one place and look at it all. And I mean, we're greedy.
And I think that the website map is going to be, for lack of a better term, more aesthetically pleasing, a sexier map than what the GIS one would be. The GIS one would allow you to do a lot more analysis. So you almost do need both of them anyway, and we certainly will keep collaborating with them.
Because let me just make sure I'm better. One thing we're kind of bugging Central to do is make this web-based. Because it's great that it's GIS and ArcGIS, but so everyone's going to use it. Yeah, I mean, that's a limited set of very professional technical users who are wonderful, creative people, but I mean, you got to do 18 keystrokes to get your information out. There's more people who want to use the information that really just want to point and click and use a few simple things that may not get that detailed analysis that you can pull up with the geodatabase, but at least be able to find out where things are and what their relationship to them are. So you go to Ingarling National Wildlife Refuge, you can see the road system on Sanibel Island, you see the tour route, you see that that's a concession shuttle system and the bicycle connection. And the road system that Fish and Wildlife Service maintains. I mean, that would all be the information that our regional coordinator out of Atlanta would like to see, that maybe I would like to see. So
it's one of the things we should do in this project, and I'm hopefully not revealing all the other staff members here. A lot of these questions are almost, to some degree, kind of functional requirements of what this should look like. And do we need to enter into a kind of a broader conversation about producing? I think we all say everything needs to be coordinated between all the different agencies and so we're not being redundant, blah, blah, blah. In the end, yes, it is. It's going to be redundant, and so be it. And it needs to be up there so we can answer a few good questions.
And
What, where, how, and then probably this other thing regarding how do you get this last mile of connectivity and what is the real gap that we want to do from a regional perspective?
Well, and in specific terms, I just wanted to say also, many of you I think have seen, although as a member of DOT, I have to say for the record that the administration has not taken any ownership of this, but you have all seen proposed reauthorization language floating around about what the Federal Lands Highway Program, what the new requirements might be, what the new program structure might be for that going forward. And if, once reauthorization does happen, anything like what's been floating around is adopted, at least in the language that we've seen, there is a requirement for lands agencies that want to participate in that version that's been floating around, which is called the Federal Lands Transportation Program. Agencies wanting to participate and get funds would have to have an inventory of their transportation facilities, not just roads and bridges, but their transportation facilities. So I think it is realistic. I mean, just because of the way things happen, that this is coming out of a separate set of requirements. There's not going to be any seamless integration, partially because on the federal highway side, that it's not like they have a sudden thing where it's, this is up and running. All we need to do is push a couple of buttons. But that's one thing that, again, nothing is official at this point. We have no idea what may emerge as requirements. But that idea, whoever it was, that idea for this inventory requirement is floating out there and maybe worth keeping.
And I also, the other thing too, Nathan, for you as well, is this initial map that's going to come out will look very similar to the one this morning, where it will have one dot per unit and then explain all of the ATS. It won't be quite as detailed as what you were talking about earlier, which you may see with the geodatabase. We would hopefully have a lot of that information and could eventually move to that type of map where you could go into the unit and see more. But for now, we'd like to start small and get an actual, a full inventory and at least be able to show what units have it to start with, and then go from there and expand it.
Well, just the reason why I bring that up is because we keep seeing these GIS initiatives throughout government, and DOT's got one now, Transportation for the U.S. or something, where we were somebody named Steve Lewis, who has various baggage apparently associated with it, presented. And then we're also working on, I work with Trails, I'm working with the Interagency Council on Trails and the Enterprise database stuff to use Trails as an example of what everybody uses but no one coordinates with. And so there's these various perhaps short-lived efforts to combine all this information in one. I mean, when America's Great Outdoors first started off, I got this email. I know it was Betsy. Are you still on the line? Come back, whatever. That we started trying to work on with all the access to all the federal lands across the country. Parks, refuges, forests, tribal lands, BLM districts, and it was just totally unworkable. I mean, it's something everybody wants, but again, who maintains it? I wound up talking to a Forest Service cartographer in Salt Lake City, very good woman, and we realized it's got to come from someplace like CEQ, Council on Environmental Quality, to make all the players play in a sandbox. So you have DOT, DOI agencies with USGS with their capabilities. DOT has all the map, has all the road information, transit information, and the Army Corps has all their network of reservoirs. Who maintains it? Who keeps it up to date? I mean, that's, again, with you guys too. I mean, is that going to, what if you guys contract us again? Who keeps this stuff? Who keeps this stuff going?
Well, I think in our
The bill gets over the banks and goes on and becomes a Buddhist monk.
and I don't think this is a very big dollar amount. No. Maybe we have it scoped right now. It's not like a big GIS though.
Now, I think the real link to what we need to do is be able to make sure that our projection that we're using for DHOs is the same as what FHWA is using, so that they can convert from one to the other, and that there's some kind of ID that will allow them to identify when they that's the case, then they can import this data to their system. I don't know, we have had some discussions with them, I'm not convinced that we completely solidified that projection issue or not.
Can you write that down? Actually, page of the G. Sure, that's what they're doing, or they can. Oh, okay, yeah. And I wanted to just mention too, really quickly, because we elected not to present anything on this particular topic. I had forgotten earlier when we mentioned some of the linkage stuff, but we brought it up again. Natalie Bill Walkwitty at the WTI, who's also working on our TAC team, had come up with an idea of something that we might look at doing somewhere along the lines, which is somewhat related to this topic. NPS and the inventory that they have does have information on transit service that's nearby in their inventory, and on a lot of their websites they do mention the linkages, but on a lot of them they don't, and a lot of the refuges and the forests, they don't have any information about using ATS to get to the unit. Some of them, yeah, but it's sporadic even with NPS. Some of them have information, some of them don't have information.
It isn't standardized.
And Natalie's on the phone with us. She's going to talk in a minute about our peer mentor program, but I did just want to bring it up that, it's an idea that one of the things that's lacking too along those same lines is actually marketing where the ATS exists. So not only knowing where it is, but getting that word out and letting people know that you don't have to drive your car. You don't even have to drive your car to the visitor center parking lot and then take a shuttle. Maybe there's other ways even to get to the unit and getting that information out there. So it's not always driving directions.
We're trying to work with regions and refuges to get that on their website and in their publications. And that not only are we decentralized for administration for refuges, working with our public affairs, computer people. I mean, that's all amorphous as well. So, although we are going to a content management system that should make that easier. Both get deployed sometime.
And we might like to have discussions on, maybe doing a pilot project with refuges or something to help you guys get that information up there on your website.
That's a problem that we recognize with both when we get our transit trails. Is great, we've got this information. How do we get people to use it and get it out?
Sorry, James.
That's fine. With this particular map, I want to, figure out where to go from here and how to get you the product that will best serve you guys. One of the things that we did for the evaluation system, and to a lesser extent with the map that I showed this morning. This morning we only did it with the map from this morning we only did with FTA. But the evaluation system, once there was a prototype, we had a webinar where we showed people and went through step by step how it was going to work, and you guys gave feedback on what would work and what wouldn't work for you and what information you liked and didn't like. Is that the best way to go through this map so we're not taking a lot of your time, but so that once we have something or have all of the data collected and then show you this is what we have, what would you like to see or not see? Is that the best way of going about it? Would you like him to give your input at the ground level, at the prototype level? How is the best way to go about it for you, knowing your workloads?
It's easier to react.
We know you're better at throwing very big rocks.
I would think the webinars are great. If you leave it up to us to go look at it, probably never will.
All right, so then we'll
make it a point to meet that. And you're kind of forced to do it.
We will continue on in the direction we're currently going, and we'll get back to you with prototype. Anyone on the phone have feedback on this ATS map? And
could you use one of your transportation scholars to work on this?
Was the question, do we want to have one of the transportation scholars work on this?
Yeah,
or
Yeah.
next year's, if we ever get a program next year. That wasn't the sort of the vision of the scholars. That's more like an intern to the TAC type job than it is for what we had envisioned for the scholars, but certainly should be considered if that's what the group wants.
Okay. Just a suggestion.
We heard you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, I'm all set. Okay, so I'm filling in for Lisa Stays. She is our vehicle procurement expert from Cutter and was not able to attend today, but she gave me some information to share with you. I don't know exactly how relevant this is going to be for some of you, but because NPS probably has more of this than the others, but if anybody has feedback or questions, please, this is a good time to discuss. So, as I mentioned, we're working on a training module on vehicle procurement, and we started this earlier this year, and some challenges came up, and so Lisa wanted to get some feedback from the peer group on how to move forward. The current status is that she's been researching the federal vehicle procurement requirements, and there are different types of requirements that are out there for vehicle procurement. There's, of course, the FAR, the Federal Acquisition Regulations, that I think most of the FLMAs pretty much follow for their internal procurement. Then there's FTA third-party contracting guidelines. Then we have, for the Transit and Parks Program, interagency agreements. And those have all been collected, and they have a draft outline prepared for our module. But in working with different units on vehicle procurement, Lisa was finding out that there were different perceptions out there about which regulations and requirements needed to be followed, particularly in cases of a mixture of funds. So during technical assistance, she found out that some of the regions or units were unfamiliar with the different regulations. A lot of them did not know about the interagency agreements that take place for the Transit and Parks program. So if they've received funding through Transit and Parks, obviously there's a cooperative agreement, and that's how the money gets filtered down. But the units or region folks aren't always familiar with those documents. And then when the cost sharing occurs, of course, the entity must actually comply with both sets of regulations, not just FTAs, but the FAR as well. And so that becomes really interesting. So some of the major issues that occur are the Buy America regulations under the FTA requirements are different than the Federal Buy America Act regulations. So the procurements must be made consistent with FTA's Buy America provisions, which are, I think, a little bit more strenuous than the Buy America Act. If any FTA funds are used, obviously procurements have to include FTA certifications and assurances, all the documentation that goes along with that. And then for GSA purchases, some agencies or some units and regions think that if they buy from the GSA, they don't have to worry about it, that the vehicle will qualify. Well, it doesn't necessarily. They actually have to check that the vehicle through GSA is using the FTA procurement requirements. So these are some of the additional requirements from FTA over and above the FAR regulations. So the Buy America regulations are not required at the same level as the FTA ones are. The certifications and assurances, motor vehicle safety standards are different with FTA regulations. If you're buying 10 or more vehicles, someone actually has to go to the manufacturing facility and do on-site inspections as the vehicle is being produced. So, please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it's Mary Ann.
No, right.
So
the agencies run into trouble with these, huh?
Right. So, bus testing certification, pre- and post-delivery audits, accessibility requirements, disadvantaged businesses.
It's very interesting because the Americans with Disability Act doesn't apply to federal land. The Architectural Barrier Act, 1958, applies.
However, if FTA funds are
If
used,
FTA funds are used, however, for the vehicle, I think there are some Disabilities Act
I mean, they're
requirements.
probably pretty much the same, but they're two different acts, and they apply to. We don't. Actually, I think in some ways, American Architectural Barrier Act might be more stringent than the ADA. But that's a common misperception. Federal agencies have to comply with the ADA. They have to comply with the AD.
And so that's probably one of the points of confusion, because standing here listening to you, I wouldn't know which one I had to comply with. So if I'm a unit person and I've got Transit and Parks money, and maybe I'm using 20,000 of Transit and Parks and 40,000 of, other state funds that come from FTA, which regulations do I follow?
And I hear my legal people in the back of my head saying $1 taints all. So $1 FTA funds you have to follow.
Right.
Well, we've actually had this discussion with DOT when talking about segways and other power devices on federal land. And what we determined was that DOT policy does not trump federal land policy on their own lands. So, this may be a very minor point, because we all do accessibility requirements, and we all want to. Our goals are the same. But I'm just talking about there are some different levels here that we need to address.
Yeah, there are a million small points to address. I think this will be useful. Hopefully and I think we sent you all of the work that we've done with the Park Service, where we were looking at GSA procurement. Well, this was done before the TRIP program was enacted. And it's the kind of situation where all of FTA's requirements are designed to apply to transit authorities, to non-federal grantees. And now you're dealing with a situation where federal agencies have their own FAR requirements, their own policies, so that federal agencies, for instance, the land agencies, are generally required to go through GSA to buy their fleet vehicles, including visitor transportation. Transit agencies don't go through GSA, and you have all of this other stuff that applies to them. But unless GSA does a special procurement or a waiver, pretty much an agency's got to go through GSA. And GSA, because they don't do any of this FTA procurement, generally, is not aware of any of these requirements at all. And the land agency people are not aware of any of these requirements either. So it's
Ignorance is bliss.
there are probably a lot of things going on right now that already have occurred with, best intentions, but nobody knows about any of these things. So in terms of training, it's not just training the land agencies. I think it's also training FTA on GSA's process, and it's training GSA on FTA's process.
And where you're saying that the agencies are required to go through GSA unless they get some kind of waiver, where is that stipulated? Because I know that.
I think that's in the FAR. It's not my area of expertise, don't get me wrong, but in conversations with GSA that individual units have had, GSA has, and now, units have gone off and bought things on their own.
Right.
But, there's no way for GSA to know about them. GSA's official position, which we found out when we were doing our initial work with Park Service a few years ago, is that as far as GSA is concerned, agencies have got to go through them. And we're working with Denali on the TRIP grant that they got in 2009, where they had said, all right, well, we want to purchase a vehicle. And they had initiated contact with GSA. I said, yep, you've got to go through us to buy the vehicle. And once GSA says that to you, it's too late to go off and do something on your own anyway. And now they're waiting for, they had been waiting for GSA to release its 2011 vehicle schedule, because unless it's on the schedule, you can't buy it. And GSA said, well, we could, if you want to do a waiver, it'll take us more time to grant you the waiver than it will for the schedule to come out. So you may as well just wait. And, when you're talking about the kinds of vehicles that this program is interested in, hybrid vehicles, alternative fuels, different kinds of things, this is not what GSA really does. Because, again, you're talking about a procurement process exactly that's designed to buy, law enforcement vehicles and construction vehicles and cars and all sorts of boring stuff. Screwdriver. Buy them new. So, we kind of left off with all of the work that you've seen from us on where we, with the Park Service, but I mean, I know you're getting into this, but I don't think it's possible to understate the complexity here, and doing it in such a way as to be sensitive to the fact that probably under the TRIP program, a lot of, I mean, I'm not aware of any in particular, I'm not trying to say the name, but I'm sure there are things that have gone on that probably shouldn't have gone on. And it's because,
Totally about $45.
it's because no one really understands this.
Right. Well, and that's a really good point that we need to clarify, because it was not my understanding when, in conversations with Lisa, at least from what I was gathering, and I could have misunderstood, but I didn't think that was something that I thought was the case, that they had to go through GSA. So I need to.
But that may not be enough from what Mary Ann said. If $1 of transit parks funds are being used, then it's got to follow those as well.
Right.
As GSA.
Well, and maybe that means there are other alternatives. I do know that some of them are using piggyback. They're piggybacking on contracts, and that's actually something that we've been talking about when we're helping them with vehicle procurements. Is that there are states and transit authorities out there that have large contracts, and they have them open and available to piggyback on. And sometimes that's a really good way for a unit to get a vehicle, is to piggyback on one of these contracts, because the paperwork's done for them, so they don't have to worry about these things like the on-site inspections. Even if they're buying 10 or more vehicles, they don't have to worry about certifications and assurances. Those things are all done as part of that contract, and they maybe have to pay a fee, like $200 or $300, to piggyback on the contract, and then all that stuff is taken care of, essentially.
It makes perfect sense. I think, though, that in general, it's a situation where, this kind of situation was not anticipated. GSA and FTA have never had to work together before. Some units and some agencies, depending on the region or the agency or the unit, if they do a piggyback procurement, let's say what a transit agency is doing, but a federal agency is taking title to a vehicle, it's like, well, the Park Service is taking title to a vehicle, but it's being purchased in part or in whole with FTA funds. Well, who owns it? And how is that being reported to the Park Service's asset management system people? Right. And who is signing off on the procurement of the Park Service? And are you going to get someone who is aware of all this stuff and says, well, wait a minute, we've got to make sure everything is done to the nth degree, or are you going to get someone who just sort of signs it and doesn't realize that it may cause problems years down the line when someone says, well, do we own this vehicle? Who paid for this? What are we doing with it? Did we get it the way we were supposed to?
I'm pretty sure Fish and Wildlife comes in and goes into the mobile vehicle property inventory, whatever we maintain. Right. We're not going to be picky about that.
We have specific disposition or, if it's not passenger life and stuff like that. Like, if it were to get in an accident, we have rules about when
There's no area. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Maybe you know that we're self-insured. Something happens on federal lands agencies to see it.
But that's another perfect example of it. So I think this will be very useful, but it could expand and probably should, so that all of these things are covered. And what we did, we only started to scratch the surface of this sort of stuff. I think one of the reasons that we weren't asked to go further at the time was because it was like, it was almost like, we don't even want to know about this. But as this, the program has reached a certain maturity level, there's enough funding out there where it's.
Well, and I think part of the issue is we're getting calls for assistance on vehicle procurement, and we want to make sure we're giving the right advice. And if one region thinks that they have to do things one way, and maybe we call the FTA region office somewhere else, and they're saying something different, that's what's happening as we're starting to do technical assistance. So that's why we wanted to clarify some of these things, and maybe we can help move the process forward.
I think, like very cynical people, so excuse me, but if we advertise a lot of these things and let people know about it, I think maybe it's a good thing, we'll get less and less people applying. Because they want to look at, it's something that came up with the Access Board. When we were dealing with the outdoor development area, they said, well, we want you guys to apply for consultation if you're going to build a trail that is not totally accessible. I looked at this guy and said, you're fucking nuts. this is a lawyer for access points. A manager will not build a trail if he's got to consult totally outside his agency. And that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with something that happens on a Fish and Wildlife Service refuge. That person has to work with their manager, refuge supervisor, regional director, our director, up to Interior and over to DOT and down. They won't even deal with it if they got to go through that chain, because that's the formal chain. That's what I'm saying. They'll just bury this somewhere, and no one will ever know about it, because it's just like the dangerous species: shoot, shovel, and shut up. That's exactly what they'll do, and we'll never hear about it. Because it's so cumbersome that either they'll stop applying for the project if we really, really advertise and say, this is everything you got to do. They'll just say, look, I got enough stuff going on in my office, in my life. I don't want to deal with it.
So turning that into a positive or a convention or something, the opportunity here is to not only figure out all, I mean, in order to do training, we all need to know what the policy is, what the guidance is. Well, none of us know that. None of us is in a position to. We've got to figure that out. We've got to be able to do the training. We've got to do it in such a way so that, maybe maybe people or units who aren't really serious about this and just, have visions of buses advancing get weeded out. But for people who want to do this, that we make it into something so that it doesn't take someone who have a really good idea, have a really worthy project, but I'm scared away.
Right. I agree. Lisa's ideas for how to move forward on this, at least initially, are to try to get the contact people at each agency, and maybe Eric, you already have some of that information. I don't know if we, but we want to talk to the people who at each agency that are involved in procurement. So we want to be able to reach those folks, and then also the FLMAs. Somehow we need to identify what is in addition to the FTA requirements that's in the FAR requirements. And there may be some individual agency requirements that differ between the agencies as well. So we need to kind of identify those. I think Lisa's already identified the FTA regulations that are kind of over and above the FAR, but I'm not sure we've done the opposite of that. Dissemination of the interagency agreement, that could be a positive thing with the region offices maybe, so they kind of understand the scope. But
there's a really technical difference there. And I hate to be the squawker here, but I will. The interagency agreement is a one-page Excel document. It just has the various transfer numbers and all that stuff, and it gets signed by two high-level people in the interagency. The interagency and the scope of work, that's a different thing. You get the whole scope of work that's 32 pages long with all the requirements in it. That's what you're talking about, because this one-page thing doesn't mean anything to anybody. And that's what goes to the Fish and Wildlife Service and FTA. But the scope of work, it has the project list, and the costs, and then 31 pages of requirements is where all this stuff is buried in. And I have been very reluctant to send that out to the region because I know how closely they'll pay attention to it.
Can I ask just a simple question?
Jack?
Has this, I know we've bought a bunch of vehicles in the past. Has this been an issue? I mean, have we had a problem with this?
Well, yes, and when Lisa's been helping recently on several technical assistance projects where they, units or third parties were asking for assistance and how to, what the requirements are for procuring vehicles, that's when these questions and issues came up.
But the ones that we've bought in the past, I know the Park Service has bought, a lot of them.
And I think they may have followed different, well, it's like Eric was saying. Yes, it's been done. Different units, regions, and FTA versus FLMAs, they all have different perceptions of what the requirements actually are.
So we may have been doing it illegally?
I wouldn't, there's there are regs governing how purchases are made with FTA dollars, and there are separate regs governing how federal land agencies make.
Right. No, I understand all that.
And so, I mean, in that, I'm assuming that Park Service and whoever else that has bought vehicles under this program has at least been following their own agency protocols.
Right.
You know, there's some demonstration, if it ever came down to it, of, well, this is what we were doing, and there has not been any other guidance that this program has provided to the contrary. There's FTA policy that applies generally.
So are we opening up a big can of worms? That.
Oh yeah, it's a big can of big.
This is Nola, and yeah, this is Nola, and Jack, you posed a very good question, and as I'm sitting here listening to this conversation, I'm curious about the previous bus purchases that the Park Service has made, because you're correct, we have made several, and I think we'd be safer at this point not to ask what was done in the past, because I'm not sure that it has followed all of the FTA guidelines. I'm not sure, but I don't recall that a bus purchase has been quite as complicated as what's being described.
I mean, I think, you know, Jack, it is opening a can of worms, but it's sort of almost time to open it, I think.
Why?
Well, if the program is going to continue,
I don't like worms.
If the program is going to continue, if it's going to remain in reauthorization, if the funding is ever going to increase, if more vehicles are going to be purchased, then the threshold for accountability, I mean, which already should be pretty high, is going to start to become an issue. Transparency, documenting everything is starting to become very important in this environment.
And it is very important. The only concern I have is a lot of times, especially when you got 2, maybe 3 different agencies looking at something, everybody has their own interpretation of what the law is. And you can get 3 different answers. Just be aware of that, of what you should be doing.
I think also one of the things that Congress and other agencies are looking at doing are actually streamlining and making them and looking. Yeah, you know, if we had a congressman in the room, he would understand this anyway. But he or she would say, why is this so complicated? If you're trying to serve the public, if you're trying to cooperate with agencies, what we want you to do, why are you making this more complicated than it perhaps needs to be? And how can we streamline this and cut through it? I think the can of worms that maybe needs to be open is let's look at all the regulations and compare them. Sit down with FTA, DOT, and say, look, we don't want to hamstring this program because it's on really maturing and it's providing good services, and we don't want this to become a larger issue. How can we streamline these purchases? How can we meet the spirit, at least, of the requirements of the federal land management agencies and DOT, and that we're making sure that the general public is riding on safe buses, vehicles that are maintained well, all that kind of good stuff. If that's the goal of the program, you don't want the goal of the program just to cross every T and dot every I on for both agencies.
Yeah, and
Can we use
clear
examples?
guidance, no matter how the cars fall.
Yeah, and I think from Lisa's perspective, the first bullet point here is, maybe we need to pick one and go with that one. Like, let's follow FTA regulations for this. But that may be completely out of the realm of possible. I don't know. The vehicle procurement training came out of our initial needs assessment. It was one of the top things that we heard as we need help with this, and we are getting several calls on it. So that was the impetus. And again, maybe we don't want to open this can of worms, but if we're not going to, and maybe it's time. But we need to be able to tell people something when they call us for help. And what do we tell them? And we do want to make the process as simple as we can.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the best way to move forward, essentially?
I think what you guys are doing is good. I think unit will have to purchase some shuttles of vehicles. We have a big learning curve, and I think you guys are reducing that learning curve. I agree that one agency is not going to agree to another agency. Similar to if you talk to one contracting officer in the Forest Service, you may have a totally different answer from another region's contracting officer. So What we can provide you is AQM person in our Washington office. Okay? This is our Forest Service policy purchasing a vehicle. And if we can provide that to our field units, I think it'll be helpful.
Yeah. And just to mention too, a point occurred to me when you were talking that the reason I think one of the reasons that Lisa was saying, maybe we need to just try to follow FTA regulations on this is there are more and more of transit and parks grants that apply that are for multiple agencies. They're collaborating on something. They want to put in a system together. So then whose regulations do you follow? All three? So
there are cases that FTA money originates in FTA and goes somewhere else and get that FTA sort of designation. So it would be nice to have an answer whether that occurs in this program.
This is Betsy, and I had a couple of comments on, I'm sorry I was away for a little bit there, but I don't know if you discussed this, but one of the things that I think would be important as you're going through this is to also look at what the process is for partner organizations, transit authorities, or that may be purchasing vehicles also, because we may find out that it's a lot easier for them, and maybe strategically that's a better way to go. I know contracting has become such a huge thing within the Forest Service that, one thing is people are avoiding it at all costs, and probably that's a a pretty reasonable way to go because it's gotten ridiculously complicated. But in that regard too, I think some of the implementation needs that we've been talking about is that people really need to be aware up front when they're doing their planning. We don't want to scare people off, but on the other hand too, they just need to be realistic about their time frames and how long some of this is going to take to get through some of the internal processes. So.
Well, and then for Fish and Wildlife Service, and I think, Nola, is it next year the Park Service goes to FBMS? I mean, right now, we are in the midst of getting ready to change to a totally new financial management system.
Well, I feel your pain.
Yeah, because the BLM went through it before. And where just on this particular issue, contracting will go through, instead of 2 or 3 hands, 10 or 11. And if there's a mistake made at step 7 or 8, it's got to go all the way back to the first part, from what we understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, on this, but I think we've shared some of this stuff before. And so right now, our agency is not interested in learning a whole lot more new, other than converting our assets, converting our systems, moving our contracts and agreements into this new system. And Park Service is going to follow very shortly after us. I mean, our books close, we're looking at agreements, our deadline's already passed. Major purchases are already passed. We're going to be closing our books and not opening them again until November. Yeah.
This is Nola. Nathan, I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of it.
With the Park Service contracting procedures, but that doesn't mean that it's not happening. I'm a little bit, fortunately, I'm down the chain on NPS contracting, but I could check into that to see when that happens. And I agree with you. It doesn't sound like any fun. But I did really appreciate Betsy from Forest Service, her comment that in some cases it may be better to sway the applicant process to a partner if federal procurement processes are getting just overly burdensome.
And that's my guidance to all our folks in BLM is, if you can, have the money go to your partner just because of their procurement issues. Now, and then I got another simple question, because most of the grant programs that I work with, when you get a grant, usually the agency that receives the grant or the organization that receives the grant, the money goes to them. If they purchase something, it becomes their property, and they're able to use whatever procurement rules that they have. Now, is there something in the Sarbanes Act that says that if you get money, you have to follow FTA regulations as far as procurement?
And I think that's the way Glacier National Park was. Had organization outside of the park, outside of Montana DOT, Flathead. And I think what I was saying was the business model that for procurement at Glacier National Park might be a good model, where they did not purchase the bus, Montana DOT did not purchase the bus, but the neighboring community, Flathead, whatever, purchased the bus as well as operated and maintained them.
Yeah, I think this Park Service prefer partnerships over straight out
Well, this
ownership.
is sort of where it ties into the business model project, is that vehicle procurement is going to be a significant factor of maintaining all of the reporting requirements is going to be a significant factor. If you're going to make your business paradigm choice based solely on cost, then you have to monetize these things. If you're not going to do it solely on cost, then how do you factor these things in? It's all part of the same discussion.
And in answer to the question there, I do believe that it is specified in the interagency agreement or scope somewhere that since it's transit and parks money comes from FTA, therefore the FTA regulations must be followed. That's my understanding.
Okay, can we? So you're not 100% sure. So that's something worth checking on because again,
I apologize. Lisa wasn't here today, and she's the one who's done all the research. So.
No, but I think that is right because we've talked previously about the FTA's regs on using vehicles in which FTA has an ownership interest for charter services, for instance. Those apply. I think the general sense is that yes, those regs apply. It's probably one of those things that in the Sarbanes legislation is some little line or just everything per section, whatever applies.
What we did, having been as part of this back in 2006 when all this was starting, when we actually got to the point of finishing the project, proposal criteria and the forms and the evaluation process, and I forget whether this happened before or just after the first round of awards, then the FDA brought up, well, wait a minute, we have all these requirements that if we're funding a project that grantees, which still rankles us, have to abide by. And that's when Lou DeLorme was still working, and we went, Lou met with FTA folks, and weeded through ones that should apply, that won't apply. And if you look through the scope of work, and I'll be glad to bring one over, in those 30-some pages are all the various regulations and requirements that we decided as a group and FDA bought off on would apply or not apply.
Yep.
And there were some of them we totally agreed on. Some of them were so obscure we had no idea what we were really agreeing to. And no one had the time or interest to go research them all. Lou tried, I think, and tried to explain some of them to us, but I think our eyes glazed over and we all fell asleep. Because they're very complicated. And so they're in the scope of work, and we've actually, if you sign the scope of interagency agreement, the scope of work, and we agree to them. We're always not quite sure what we're agreeing to. But they're there, and they were greatly reduced from a regular discretionary grant program, for which we're grateful, but I think we need to go through again and then look at them again because this is, again, an interagency, interdepartmental program, and expecting fellow federal agencies to abide by rules and regs that are designed for states, transit agencies, and local jurisdictions makes it perhaps more cumbersome than it needs to be.
Yeah.
And perhaps need a second cut at those if these are really going to be stumbling blocks.
Yeah, and I'm going to wrap this up now, but I appreciate the feedback. Obviously, it's a complex topic. We have postponed that training because of the complexity of the issues that we were finding. Lisa has copies of those scopes that she's been through and set out. You know, that was all part of her research. But I will be contacting the.
She drinks lots of coffee.
I think so. Yes, she does. We will be contacting the agency people to find out, you know, who should we be talking to at the agencies really to figure out how to go forward with this so we can find an answer.
Please don't come in and ask us until November.
Hey, Jenny, this is Betsy. Just one last comment on this. I think you're talking about two things here. One is the requirements, the FTA procurement process and requirements, and how that affects the recipient, whether it's a partnering organization or the FLMA. And then the other issue is really a capacity issue, because I know in the Forest Service that's probably the bigger issue right now for us is it's just that getting in the queue with the contracting staff and the shortage that we have. So to me, it's an assessment of, you know, comparing internally getting the contract through versus what a partner organization could handle. So anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, thanks for bringing that up, Betsy, because that is another issue for us. Our contracting people are very busy and still recovering from ERA. They're recovering from the Recovery Act. And so, yeah, I know they're all busy. Just getting these through our procurement process is hard enough, as you said, is getting in the queue.
All we need is Congress to pass the Recovery Act, recovery.
Eric Cantor would love that.
You're going to flip slides for that. Yeah.
Next one.
Okay, so the next program is the Peer Mentor Program, and that's something, like I mentioned, that we're starting to develop now, and we've had Natalie Gilwalkwitty at WTI doing some research on what programs are out there that we might model ours after, and we just want to have some discussion on that. I'm going to let Natalie sort of talk about what she has learned so far, and then we'll go through some options. So, Natalie?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
How do I advance slides? Okay. So we basically looked at 5 different peer mentoring programs, 4 of which were more public-based. The first one, which is abbreviated there, is the USDOT's Transportation Planning Capacity Building Peer Mentor Program. The second one was the USDOT's Traffic Incident Management Plan Special Events Program. And then we looked at the American Society of Civil Engineers e-Career Mentoring Program and the America Byways Peer Advisory Network, which is also called PAN, and then the Intelligent Transportation Peer-to-Peer Program, which is also through the USDOT. And just kind of, while we were looking at these, I contacted the people that were running them and tried to get more information and looked at the different resources that were available either online or some supplemental information that they had. They're a pretty good mix of some of the programs were in existence for a few years, like the ASCE, the TPCB, and the IT peer-to-peer one. The other 2 are fairly new. Both of them kind of provide useful information from that regards to kind of see how they're setting them up and what issues that they're kind of running into. And then the other interesting thing is kind of looking at the reporting. There's both reporting from the people that are provided with the mentorship or the basically the support, and those that are actually providing the support. So different agencies require different report generation. And then some of the other summaries that are kind of shown here is the whether or not travel's paid, if they do an actual interaction or not, and then whether or not there's a formalized mentor training. And what I mean by that is PAN is actually using a model that they call the Peer Advisory Network model, which is taken from the arts community, where they're having individuals from the University of Massachusetts come, and basically it's a 2.5-day retreat for the mentors, which is a little bit different than kind of some of the other programs. But that's still kind of fairly new, so it's not real clear how that's going to work out for them, but there's an additional expense. That was just kind of an interesting side from that.
Ready to the next slide?
Yes, please. And then, you know, kind of the most interesting thing when looking at programs is kind of understanding the challenges that people have had so far. You know, going back to marketing or advertising of programs is a challenge, making sure you get that information out so the program's used. One thing a lot of them talked about is having qualified mentors and engaging them. Pan was one of them that they're still, they put out an initial call and now they're going to go back and try to individually contact people. And some of the other agencies, where some of the more long-term ones, it seems like it's been established enough that they have people contacting them more often. So I think it's kind of one of those challenges you got to get over at the beginning. And then through, I think Volpe even did a study on the one that was there for a while longer. It's the intelligent transportation one, where they realized the need to, you know, kind of have that follow-up with both the mentors and mentees. And then define the measurable outcomes of the exchanges to kind of evaluate how the program is going. I think next is Jenny then.
Oh, sorry. I'm up. Okay. All right, thanks, Natalie. And please feel free to jump in on these. We came up, Natalie, and we really haven't had a whole lot of time to discuss this, I will admit. So what we're looking for is feedback from you guys. Being a peer mentor program, we're talking about agency folks and possibly even partner organizations that are working with other agencies and partners on ATS systems. So it's going to take some resources of yours, in addition to our internal resources like our team members, to make this work. Obviously we have, through our liaisons, a lot of technical expertise, but we don't have that inside perspective from someone who's on the ground at the unit or works for a transit agency. And so we want to bring that additional perspective and insight knowledge to this peer mentor program. So one of the alternatives, based on the research that Natalie did on what's existing out there already, is a quick, short-term, on-site mentor program where someone, if they request a peer mentor or we're talking to them about transportation, you know, technical assistance, and we feel like they could really benefit from talking to someone else within that agency or within another organization that's similar to theirs about some of the challenges they're having, so we set them up with a mentor. It can be based on things like the type of FLMA, although it wouldn't be restricted if Park Service you know, has done something and BLM's never done the same type of project, and there's nothing saying that we couldn't set up a Park Service person to mentor a BLM person. I think there's a lot that could be gained from the interagency connectivity there. But we would look at the FLMA type. We would look at whether it's an urban unit or a rural unit, the type of alternative transportation system, obviously, planning project versus implementation, those types of things, in deciding who the best mentor would be. Then the exchange of information would basically be made at a one-time site visit. So the mentor would go to the other location, look at the existing conditions, provide their insight feedback, maybe over a 1 or 2 day period, and then that would essentially be it. So the benefits to that are you get some quick responses to challenges, and you actually have someone on the ground there to help with your problems, and it doesn't require a huge time commitment on the side of the mentor or the people who are needing the assistance. Some of the drawbacks are that it's just short-term support, and you know, it may take a little bit more time for a mentor to really understand the details, the nuances of the situation at another unit or another location. They might not have gained that full understanding. So there could be some pieces that might get left out over the short-term mentorship. So alternative B would be a longer-term process that would perhaps involve a site visit or perhaps not, but would certainly involve a longer-term mentor relationship between the unit needing the assistance and the mentor. So again, we would select based on the same criteria as before, as well as location, hours available per week. So if it was an ongoing relationship where they wanted to have a call every 2 weeks or once a week, we would have to see how long and when that mentor would be available. The relationship could be anywhere from under 3 months to over 6 months. That's something that we're looking at. How long is that relationship need to be in existence and is feasible really for the mentors in particular. And then maybe they have a site visit. If a site visit's not really necessary, if the project is so similar to something they've done, they don't, maybe the locations are very similar, they don't have a lot of unique qualities between them, maybe they wouldn't have to go on the site visit, but regardless, perhaps they do a site visit, but they definitely have a lot of communications other than the in-person relationship. So you've got emails and phone calls and those kinds of things. So obviously the benefits to this one are a longer duration of support, allow the mentor to really support the whole process from beginning to end and address different challenges as they happen instead of maybe just one challenge that's happening at a particular time. The drawback is obviously that it takes longer term commitment. And some of the questions here are how much of the resources of the mentor and of the agency or the organization that's mentoring another one is feasible for us to expect for this type of relationship. So, and then she's also got listed here a conference or meeting could be used, and then we could even develop a training webinar for potential mentors to kind of help them with what type of information is useful in the mentor relationship and how they can pass that along and what types of activities are good to exchange that knowledge. So in summary, the alternatives that we've presented here, which are basically just duration of support, that's the main difference in them. We would probably request the mentor to produce some kind of report after the process. Again, that's something that would consume some resources, some time, and some energy on the part of the mentor. However, it would also be useful at the end to have some kind of overall report on what happened. We would like for the mentee, or the person who's receiving the mentorship, to respond to some kind of evaluation survey to see how that relationship was able to help them with their problem. And then the questions we have are how much time and resources can we expect? How much funding should come from the TAC? Should we pay for travel? Should we pay for time? Are people really going to be able to take time away from their jobs and responsibilities to do the mentoring? Who should we look to as mentors? And is long or short term preferred? And how much do we get involved? Do we send a liaison along? If it's a site visit, do we always have a liaison from the TAC team involved in teleconferences? Should this be something that we're doing in conjunction with the mentor, or should we say, here you're a mentor, you guys figure out your own schedules and work together, and then just come to us if you need some assistance from us? Natalie, do you have anything to add to that?
Nope, I think you covered it pretty well, but I can elaborate if need be.
Does anybody have any thoughts on that right off?
I think I have one maybe that might open up the discussion. Get us over those lunch.
Yeah.
Downhill spiral. No, not the game thing, sorry. No, the idea of time that someone would spend providing mentoring seems to me the idea of 3 months, 3 to 6 months, whatever, is probably infeasible. I would think. I think you might have a very short, a immediate term, someone go out there for 3 days versus maybe a week and a half. But
right.
3 months could be.
And I apologize if I was. I didn't mean for a person to be on site for that period of time. I mean for them to be available. So yeah, we set the relationship up and we say, okay, for the next 3 months, you guys have weekly phone calls or bi-weekly. And obviously a lot of this I think would be up to the mentor, but we need to sort of establish kind of what we expect, say a framework for the relationship. So typically we expect the mentor to provide 2 hours a week or something.
Right. But could this be looked at as an opportunity to promote details? If you could advertise some of these things, possibly if there's a cadre of mentors, and if somebody's available for 2 or 3 months, and if there's the funding, that's the big issue is the funding. If there's money available in the TAC to pay for somebody's travel, you know, let's say you just cover travel. Some units are probably going to want travel and salary covered, but that's an opportunity there if you're talking long-term type details.
Right. So the longer term would obviously be more beneficial if we can make it feasible.
So even going back to what you guys were discussing before with the, the implementation or the understanding of the vehicle procurement, kind of how I could see the mentor thing is, okay, I'm going to work from this process from this starting point to say I'm expecting 3 to 6 months out. And so it'd be, okay, I have this conference call where I can just talk to you, or this call, every 2 weeks, and I'll just write down the information that I want to know about, kind of, I can pick your brain for that, like every 2 weeks, say like a half an hour, and you have a time set aside for that throughout this process. So as you're going along, it kind of helps get over that curve by providing some level of support. So that's kind of an example of how I could see the latter one kind of providing assistance. And then if it became where they would need, and there's something that they identified, and now I can't necessarily see for sure what it is, but that would then kind of warrant the site visit, if they need something related to the vehicle procurement that they've been working on along this time.
Jenny, some years ago, I don't know if it still exists now, FHWA had the resource center model. Do you remember that? For basically kind of experts who would call when they have questions, and that they would always be on hand to help people out or do site visits. It seems to me that's almost like what we're talking about here is subject matter experts who could help out mentoring.
Well, yes and no, but Natalie had brought up a good point to me before. I think it was Natalie. We were talking about how is this really different from technical assistance? Yeah. And we don't want to replace our liaisons with this. So at least my thought was, what we can't provide is that inside agency or inside organization perspective. And most of our TAC team has worked extensively with federal lands and their partners, but not necessarily within those federal lands or partner organizations. So what are those key elements that we don't have to offer, but a peer mentor could? And I think that's what we should focus on, because we don't want to use their resources for things that we can do ourselves.
Right.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. But as far as feasibility of who what we're asking from mentors, how do we go about figuring out who we approach to be mentors? How much time can they contribute? Nathan, I know you're extremely busy. Your regional coordinators are busy. Are there people at units that, could we even expect people to do this?
I would actually, my thought is that we have a mentoring program in with our friends program, which has been very successful over the years, where there's a group of people in our nonprofit and our refuge managers who are mentors, who designated mentors, and they go out and upon request and help at 3 levels of assistance. They can go out for, I've been the beneficiary of one of these many years ago, refugees that are having issues between their friends group and the refuge staff. Older refuge groups that are trying to establish capacity and move from one level to another, and then setting up new friends groups that are in this camp. And it's been pretty successful over the years. My initial thought is, I don't know if
this program and alternative transportation has built up that cadre of people that could provide the mentorship. Other than folks, like Alan could be, well, I mean, I think we have a bunch of technical experts in regional offices, in Washington offices, and FOLP, and the TAC, and FTA, and federal lands. I think there's that. And so I'm kind of hesitant to just wonder, at least in my own agency, if there's a cadre of, or a cohort rather, of men and women that would have the time and the background to advise their peers. And I would kind of defer to Rob on that, how this would work, because it would really be implemented at a regional level, where a regional staff would be pairing units within their region together. It wouldn't be happening at a national level because we don't supervise regions.
Right.
So, I mean, Rob, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, how would you see this working in, not necessarily in Region 2, but in, or even in Region 2? What would your opinion be?
I think you're right. I mean, we haven't been in long enough to maybe build that up, but there are a few stations that could certainly help out. And if we're going more to a complex type of management, refuges seem to be kind of moving in that direction. One is way that could work that.
Okay. We have one project leader responsible for several units under him or her.
I'm curious, Nola, if you're still on the line, do you have any comments about that? I know Park Service has quite a few places that have, had things in place. I don't know if she's still on there right now, but.
I have a comment. Is that Nola? If Nola's on, go ahead.
In listening to this part of the conversation, I do have a couple comments on the slide that's currently up, your summary and questions. And, okay, I have it up. Do you guys have it up?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the mentor is concerned, I think it would be valuable to have both the mentor and the mentee work on the some sort of a short trip report, as opposed to putting all of the emphasis on the mentor creating that, such as the mentee could create the background material, and then the two could collaborate on the results and the recommendations. So that's one comment. The other is how much time and resources. I think the less than 3 months to the 3 to 6 months occasional commitment, like you were talking about, an every 2-week conference call, would be one of the more reasonable approaches, just because people are busy. I was curious to hear Jack's response that there might be people that would have enough time to do details. And that's intriguing. However, I think we ought to throw that out there, but I think the opportunity for those types of individuals would be fewer than others able to do a very limited, less than 3 months or 3 to 6 months program. And then the other thing is, I do see value in some sort of TAC oversight to the program, because one thing, and you can get part of that through the evaluation that you're talking about, but we want it to be a value-added program instead of something that is not adding value. And the only way that I think that we could get consistent oversight would be to have the TAC oversee it. So those are some of the comments. And I also see value in the interagency exchange, because the Park Service does, in some instances, have more expertise on some topics than other agencies. So those are my comments so far. Any other questions for me?
No, I appreciate it. That's great feedback.
Jack, something?
Yeah. Jack?
Yeah. Well, I agree with everything Nola said. But after listening to more and more what you're trying to create, I can't see anything where it would hurt to get a list of people in the agencies who might have some experience or have knowledge and are experts in certain things, just to be a resource. And I don't, with the tax, experts who go out and help, I think they're still going to be doing the majority of support and having people internally. I don't see it taking much of their time, to be honest with you. And just having some people on a phone list who they can call, and maybe that all it's going to take is a 20-minute phone call a lot of times to get something figured out. So I think it's worthwhile for you to get that list. And then, you may want to talk to some of the people in the Forest Service at BLM, because we had a program for years called Master Performers. Anybody remember that? Where they had all these people who were so-called experts across the nation, and people were supposed to be, if you call up, but it faded away, and it just kind of, nothing ever came of it. So same thing could happen here too. So just something to look into.
Okay.
To summarize what I've heard, and also put some of my own spin in here, to be perfectly honest, is that perhaps there's a third option where, as Jack said, there are a list of individuals who have done things at the individual unit level who are available to provide additional assistance beyond what the TAC liaisons would do, or some insights, and that the peers would be available to perhaps periodically add that insider view to the support that the TAC provides, and that may suffice as what we want as a peer-to-peer program, rather than something as big and broad and time-consuming as what the two options that we have initially talked about. Back on that?
Well, let me offer this as sort of maybe a potentially useless comment. I think that with the general objective of helping to create a community of practice around this kind of thing, some kind of mentoring or peer-to-peer kind of exchange is a really good idea, and something like that needs to happen at some point. But I mean, it's possible that the timing of this. We talked earlier today about everything that the TAC has been doing to try to raise awareness and engage with folks. I mean, I think this has the potential to be kind of confusing at this point. The TAC is trying to make connections with some of the technical experts and liaisons that you have, and also identify people who might be able to do some of the same things in the land agencies themselves. I mean, that might be a little bit confusing. My sister group at Volpe does some of the TDCB peer-to-peer exchanges, and I think the difference there is that, like you said before, we're talking about bringing people in the field, other people in the field. Here it's sort of people who aren't in the field at all. It's not really a peer-to-peer, it's sort of like other peer. It's not quite a one-for-one sort of thing. So I don't know. I mean, I think that the idea is a good idea. The question really is, can it be done in a way that is providing something that you're not already providing, or that's not already otherwise available, or that won't be confusing for folks. Like I said, potentially useless contrarian. Yeah.
No, it's a good point, and I think the framework is really important for how we set it up. And we definitely don't want to take too many resources of already stretched personnel, but I think providing that insider view sometimes is really what people need to move forward also. Does anybody else have any comments or questions about that right now? Yes.
The other thing I think we haven't factored in is that
get closer to the mic. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That people move around, it's not static, that people leave and go to different agencies, move around within the agency, retire.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Thank you.
Thinking about it a little bit more, and in the Park Service, maybe a very different situation than the Fish and Wildlife Service with this is, I don't know so much you get like a peer-to-peer relationship. You get a more technical expert, perhaps like Rob, consultant, because the expertise would be very specific. I'm not quite sure you might, at least in an agency, you might get a refuge manager calling other managers and say, hey, I just got a Sarbanes grant, what can I expect? I think that would be valuable just to have that list out there so that people can see this was gotten in the past, and hey, I know this person, and he or she has a good reputation, and I give them a call and see what they did. I would recommend that for a number of programs, because the benefit of this is that peers listen to peers more than they listen to us technical experts. And they use us for what they think they need, then they ask their peers, well, what's really going on? So I think that has value. I don't necessarily, at least from my agency and my perspective, I don't think yet that it's going to be necessarily a mentoring experience. It's more of a check-in and say, this is went well, this is went well, this is what you can expect. I have recommended that in a different program with the National Trail System, where the Florida National Scenic Trail has a very good relationship with St. Mark's Refuge in the Panhandle, in the Big Bend area of Florida. And so questions that other refuges have about working with the National Trail System, I refer them to the staff down there. So I think it'd be more of an informal setup that would work at least well in our agency. Rob, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that's how I would see it.
I heard in text, maybe it, so much mentor as minder.
Or just someone to check in with and say, hey, this is the process that I think I need to go through. Is that what you have to do?
Well, for giving you feedback, what were you looking for here as far as, it's a good idea, no, or what were you looking for?
Well, I think I'm hearing that it seems like, yes, a good idea to kind of have that type of information, and maybe try to move forward with it. Just to wrap up with kind of a summary, could we move forward with the regional coordinators as we contact them, so maybe get them to tell us who the experts might be in their region? Is that the way to go about sort of identifying some people who might be mentors, or how do we do that? Not for Forest Service. Then what is the way to go about it, identifying?
I think for the Forest Service, we should give you names that we think are experts, ones that have had projects in the past.
Okay.
Regional coordinators don't even know the regional coordinators. We're wearing so many hats. So they wouldn't even know who the experts were within the region. Someone like Betsy Carroll could probably tell you, we can provide you a list of who we think are knowledgeable, and then maybe if you contact them and then ask them, would you be interested in participating in the program? I think probably would be the best. Where I'm at, I'm probably guessing that none of them would have time. But I would like, give them the opportunity anyway if you want to participate in a program that's good for them.
Going back to this time thing, if perhaps it becomes something where they're just a resource, as somebody called it, peer assistance rather than peer mentor, just a resource that one could call if there's a question that comes up and we want to talk to somebody in the Forest Service who maybe has been through this before or might have some knowledge or something like that, and that's what this role would be rather than something broader than what we're talking about.
Which is happening now in Florida.
So do we, well, is it necessary to do something more formally? The other advantage is to have, you know, somebody said earlier also, having a TAC liaison involved will help to sort of make sure things happen and things like that. If it's happening informally, it doesn't need to be. We're not here to do things that don't need to be done. We're here to help do things that could be done.
I think it would be beneficial, and Jack and perhaps Nola brought this up too, is let's just share the contact information with unit managers who have gotten these. It's public information. You can put it up on the TAC website, maybe on our website, Fish and Wildlife, and say these are the refuge managers who've gotten these awards in the past. And I just put them up there. I think some of the men and women that we work with are resourceful enough to say, well, gee, I've got this problem. I know so and so. I can call him or her, and they can tell me, or they could get their regional coordinator and say, well, who do we know that's dealt with this before? And if someone in the same office position knows, you can say, well, talk to so and so. This is what they do, and they can reach across the national network and maybe find that easier than someone can on a refuge. So I think having that list would be valuable, and maybe you could contact me as, would you mind taking phone calls from your peers?
Why don't we take it back in the interest of time and kick it around a little bit more, and maybe come up with some type of hybrid model and talk about it next month.
Yeah, and just what I was thinking, I mean, it is something that we kind of want to move forward on, and I did hear some interest from Nola and Jack in particular, and you said we could contact you for names, so I think we can start maybe on that and possibly set up some demo relationships, see how it works. And obviously, I think I'm hearing on a couple of the questions that it's really going to be up to the people out there at the units, how much time they're able to commit, and as far as resources, if we need to allocate resources, then how much resources we need to allocate. That's okay. So thanks everybody. Go ahead.
Can I just make one comment really quick? The one thing that I want to put out there for like the thought about the list, I think that'd be a great idea, except my concern would be that we might end up overextending some people if people are familiar with one person more often than others. And so I think it might be useful to consider the idea that it might be good for the TAC to kind of get involved, and maybe based on talking to what the people need, they might recommend some people so that we kind of more evenly distribute it.
Good comment. Thank you very much, Natalie, for the information and for researching these programs.
Jenny, one comment I want to make. For the Forest Service, we've been depending on our retirees more and more.
Right. Good point.
So.
Thank you.
We also have we have a very active retiree network as well.
So are they brought on as sort of contractors?
Yeah, Park Service says that. Park Service.
Yeah, Fish and Wildlife. Yeah, Fish and Wildlife Service Retirees Association. Pretty viable.
Great resource right there. I just want to check with people in the room. We do have several more things to cover, but do we need a 5-minute break for everybody to rejuvenate, or are we?
I think we should move through it quickly.
Move on.
Whatever we have left. Yes.
Okay, transportation scholars.
Oh, and I'm not here. Okay, I'm going to do this very quickly, although unfortunately I think we need to have some thoughts on this. And like the previous item, this is not an item that we've spent a lot of time talking about the details for internally. So what I'd like to just do is get some big picture questions answered, and then perhaps at the next meeting we can come back with a more detailed proposal as to what to do. First of all, the idea is all of you are probably familiar with the Transportation Scholar Program that the Park Service has. Is anybody not? Okay. What that program is, I'm going to give a 30-second summary or less. That program is one in which recent college graduates apply to help out in transportation issues in different parks. the parks apply for assistance from one of those people, and then each of those goes through a competitive process to be selected, and a match is made by a steering committee, and then these 4 scholars, or these scholars, are sent out to these units to provide help on a particular transportation issue, and that's basically the basics of it. We've discussed it in the past as being something that might be valuable to go beyond just the Park Service, and that's why particularly Fish and Wildlife has expressed some interest in pursuing this as something that may be of help to them. So we would like to try a pilot program, and at least last year, it was FTA thought that there could be some funding put towards something like this from the technical assistance portion of the Transit and Parks program. So the initial thoughts were, for the first year at least, that we would try to find a program that had 4 scholars, 1 for each of the land management agencies, that their assignment would be 6 months or a year, that the selection of the scholars and the sites would be by the interagency working group, or TRC, whichever you want to call it. But we need to refine a little bit on how the pool of who they might be could be established. It could be we could even use the Park Service request for scholars as a pool of people to be drawn upon to help in other places if they weren't chosen for a Park Service project, because there are a lot more scholars than there are projects. Then there would be an orientation and a training, and then the 4 people would go out and they would be provided some mentoring and guidance by the TAC. So, thoughts on that? Yes.
One question I have, would this, and maybe you said it and I missed it, is this program still going to reside at the Park Foundation?
No, this is because it would be, one of the problems with the Park Foundation program, not the problem, but one of the challenges is they can only help parks.
Right.
And we're talking about helping land management agencies that are not parks. But again, we don't want to eliminate parks either, because they're a big part of our program. So no, this would have to be a separate, it could be perhaps cooperated with, it could be in cooperation with the Park Foundation. But just for example, the training which they just had for these scholars out in Denver was very national park oriented, and if we had a program, it would have to be a little less national park oriented and more to the individual.
But this wouldn't, the foundation could continue having its own.
Absolutely. This is not a replacement.
Okay.
This is an expansion, if you will, or whatever the right term would be. Thank you. Any comments?
Great idea. Yes, yeah, free. I mean, it's crazy to see.
Now, does the broad outline look okay? The broad outline?
No, I think that's, as you said, we've expressed an interest. I think that we'd have no problem finding places for more than 1 scholar. I mean, I think we were even thinking of doing a more broader scope, perhaps on a regional basis. But I mean, no, I think we would have no problem finding places to put people. Rob, would you like to have a scholar in your regional office, or say at Santa Ana Refuge, or nah?
Well, I think that, as a pilot project, starting with something like this as a pilot and then building on it, often we try to take on a big thing and then we fail because it's too big. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I could suggest in Rob's region would be great. I could see putting a person in Wichita Mountains Refuge, because they have suggestions.
And that may be the way we decide where the person goes, is that just instead of having some kind of competition, that there would be say, oh, this place needs a scholar, we're going to put a scholar there. And again, we might be able to use the Park Service's call for scholars as a pool of individuals to do this without duplicating, because it's the same kind of skills that are needed, without duplicating that effort. I'm all for trying to not create new things.
Yeah, but the only problem I see with that, and is that
we don't want, what I would not want people to feel is that they didn't get a national park as their assignment, that somehow they're accepting a second tier position, and the challenges would be big. So I don't want to feel that we're accepting Park Service cast-offs. I mean,
Okay, I hear you, and I think you're right. It has to be cast in such a way that it is not a cast-off. It's just, there are a lot of qualified people out there. In fact, a lot of the people who apply eventually don't, and get selected, don't end up going because of one reason or another. Now, there are some requirements that I think would hold true for the our scholars that exist for the Park Service. For example, they need to be able, each of the units that gets somebody needs to provide some kind of housing for that individual on the unit, and there are some other requirements.
We have been kicking around some ideas of how can tech expand in future years. How to be a better partnership between FTA and the other federal grant expansion units. Right now, FTA is putting the bill, but if we were able to do something like this in this scholars program, it would give the other federal land agencies an opportunity to partner financially without having the constraints that we can't add another slot. No, right? So it could be a win-win all around.
Oh no, I'm not objecting. I think this is a great idea. I think just some of the selection criteria, matching them up, the size of it, I think we can talk about. But yes, please proceed.
We thought that we would give the opportunity to have a scholar, and then we give them 4 or 5 different bureaucracy layers.
I like the concept.
Way to go.
I'm
sure you wanted to say something.
I'm for a more seamless delivery. So what I hate to do is have these scholars mired with each individual. At some point, we need to think about seamless service on the ground. So, if there's a park person who wants to come and try to work with, with the Forest Service at some point, that's what we're trying to promote. These stewards that are stewards in respecting the jurisdiction. So just keep that.
Well, that's actually an advantage of our program, but perhaps that could be how the Park Service person is sort of, instead of being just a Park Service person, that might be a scholar who is working between a couple of agencies that includes the Park Service that the Park Foundation can't do because of their requirement. That's an excellent suggestion. Please somebody write down.
Seamless stewards.
Seamless stewards. I don't like the initials. Are we done? Okay, thank you.
Does the
I was trying to go.
Jack's trying to give you a comment.
I was just trying to ask a question. It's that easy from 1,500 miles away. The focus of the work of these interns or scholars, is it just solely on alternate transportation, or can it be transportation in a broader sense?
Now that's an interesting question. The Park Foundation program is broader. It's anything to do with transportation, particularly since we'd have to discuss this with FTA as far as whether it would be limited to alternative transportation. But interestingly enough, Jack, even though the Parks Foundation program is broader, I think this year almost every one of the scholars will be working on an alternative transportation project.
Right, and I think that's good. I think that should be part of it. But I think for BLM, we would have a hard time finding a place where a person could work for 6 months just on alternate transportation systems. So if it could be part of it and then also be able to work on a broader scope of transportation planning or whatever, that would be good for us.
And I think that, I can't speak for it right now, but we certainly will explore that.
Right. And Steve's idea of, having the FLMAs partner with the FTA on a more expanded program might make
Right, if you had a person in Denver who worked for out of the Park Service office and can work on both BLM, Forest Service, and Park Service stuff, that could be helpful. Yeah.
Before we move on to the next one, the caterer is going to come pick up all the food here in a second. So if you want some more drinks or dessert or whatever, feel free to grab that before she comes back to get
Lock the door. Who wants to take the food home with us?
Right. So the next thing on our agenda is our Year 3 work program, and we just want to mention fairly quickly some ideas we'll be starting to work on our work program for year 3 here shortly over the next few months. So we want to get some initial thoughts out there, get your feedback on that, and then hopefully by our next peer group meeting, we'll have a good solid draft of our work program, or it'll be about finalized. So our proposed activities for year 3 that we'd like to get some just comments on are data collection. Obviously that got postponed this year, but it still seems to be something that's very much needed. So our thought is to hopefully put that back in for year 3. Obviously all these activities are dependent upon budget constraints, how we can divide up all our resources to do these things. But phase 2 of a best practice manual and training on indicators and standards of quality, that's something that we will be working on this year with Bob Manning, his group at University of Vermont. So we'll be doing phase 1 of a best practices manual. I think Phil's a little bit more knowledgeable about the details of that than I am, but Bob is starting to work on an outline. He will also be looking at doing a training on that. And it's my understanding that the phase 1 is more just sort of an overview of what's already existing within public lands in terms of indicators and standards of quality, and then a starting look at how those could be applied in a broader sense to make them useful. Phil, do you have any more comments on that?
The title might not get the full picture across. This was really visitor experience type of analysis and capacity type of analysis, both of the transportation system and of the human itself. And you're right, the first phase is very limited budget and more of a inventory of what's out there already and what needs to be collected to do more.
Any questions on what that entails? A database of consultants and RFPs. We've talked about this briefly before, and it is something that was in our original scope to do. Initially, we thought we'd do that this year. We've kind of got a list started. It's not, our database is a spreadsheet right now. Essentially, when we go to conferences and events and things, we pick up business cards and talk to folks who are consultants and work with federal lands on different projects that are related to alternative transportation. So if somebody calls us and says, well, I've got this project going on, I want to put it out to bid, you know of anybody that I should send it to, then we kind of have a list started, but we don't have that out for people to download from our website or anything. We had talked about doing that. And also the RFPs, so that there are examples of RFPs out there, so when people go to create an RFP for a project, they've got an example to go look at. And we would like to collect some of those and put them out there on our website so that they're accessible. Does that sound like still something that's a good idea?
Both parts of that, or just the one or the other? Both?
Okay.
Whatever information you provide.
Phase 2 of the business models research that Jamie talked about, and initially, as she said, that project was scoped by WOPE and WTI together. It was a much larger project. It was going to be potentially funded by research dollars that also come out of Transit and Parks, but in addition to the TAC. Now that it's something that we're starting really with TAC funds, then we would look at sort of expanding on that and doing the portions that we're not able to do with this year's budget. And Jamie Woodard, do you remember off the top of your head some of the things that were put off to next year?
Yes, but we are unsure what would actually move forward in the next year. What they decided, what MPS's recommendation was that the portions of the project that we cut out for this year were ways of getting out the information that we find in year 1. And they don't want to determine how to get that out until we have the information for year 1 and ask the steering committee for what would be appropriate. We had talked about coming up with templates of business models and creating a toolkit online, and they're not sure that those would be the most appropriate ways. It really depends on what information is collected in this first year. So the second phase of it, while we know that we need to train people or get this information out, we're not sure what the best way would be until we finish analyzing everything.
And then finally, case studies. We talked about those earlier, how they've been A couple of them have been difficult to finish because of the review process. I think the first two have received a lot of positive feedback, at least from people that have seen our executive summary. I don't know how many people have actually read the full case studies. When I read them, I found them really interesting. Are people having time to read them? Are they utilizing them? Do we move forward with case studies? Is it something that's worth our time and resources to do more of? And of course, the never-ending question that's still out there: where do we do case studies?
Well, yeah, that's actually the reason we didn't do any this year, is that there wasn't any burning examples out there for us to go after. I've been sort of mentally keeping a couple of notes on potential locations. One that's come up is Cuyahoga National Park, and it's what they've been doing out there. Another one, depending upon where it goes, could be this Cumberland Island as an example. And I think we ought to be looking at examples of ways not to do things as well as ways to do things, because I think people learn as much from that as one as they do the other. The only problem is publishing something that didn't work very well might be a problem.
Just wait till people retire.
The other one.
Just wait till people retire.
I think the other one for next year too is Yards, and it was considered for this year, but there is a big workshop, I believe, that's going to be held later this fall, and so we didn't want to publish a case study until that occurred, because we felt that would be important information to include in the case study.
Hey Jack, one thing I'd like to suggest as a case study, maybe not right away, but in a couple of years, would be the Moab project.
We've already done it.
Oh, that's right, you did that, right?
First one, I think it was the first one done.
I'm sorry, that's right.
Although you may want to.
They're getting well read.
No, it's just me flipping.
Maybe you want to consider the refuge to refuge project that Salazar wants to do here.
Lord.
Which one? Jacksonville.
Oh. We have to wait till that one gets. No, Jeff's talking about the refuge to Denver metro area from Rocky Mountain Arsenal to Rocky Flats, and then up to Rocky Mountain National Park, and it closes on the Rockwell National Forest as well as an America's Great Outdoors project. Huh? You didn't know that? Yeah.
Yeah, didn't they get some Sarbanes funding, leftover funds from somewhere?
That's yet to be determined. It may take some secretary conversation.
Okay. I thought that maybe was the case.
There we go.
This is Betsy. Comments about the case study.
Well, we haven't gotten any feedback on a couple of these, and before we go on to other things.
I was going to ask.
You have case studies?
You have suggestions for what?
Yeah.
Right, I think that it sounds like it would be very helpful to the folks who look to your program for guidance if you could provide some guidance on this vehicle procurement issue that we spent a lot of time discussing earlier.
Well, we're working on that this year.
That's for this year?
That's what we're doing on this year. And another item that's not on this list that keeps raising its head is marketing, providing assistance on what to do once you have a system, to let people know it's there and to get them to encourage them to use it.
Yeah. This is Betsy. That ties right into what I was going to say about the case studies, because in reviewing one of them, it's a great compilation and a reference for projects. But I was going back to what was said about marketing, and I guess when I look at the case studies, and maybe somebody can answer this question and I'm just not aware, but I wasn't sure who the audience was for those, and I think there's some tremendous value in taking the case studies and packaging them in a little different way and using them for marketing. And if it's done that way, it's got to be something really short and snappy that's really going to draw people in and attract their attention. So a lot of different kind of questions there, but it was just some thoughts I had as I was reviewing one of them, because it is a really nice reference, but they're really, really long, and I don't know how many people can really read the whole study.
Have you seen our executive summaries for those, Betsy?
Yeah, I guess I did, and I'm trying anyway. I think probably the executive summaries would be maybe a place to start for some marketing, because I think they have some great information in there. So
the marketing that we were referencing was the idea of how do you market public transportation so that you make it easy to use, understandable, and accessible. And there's no one out there who's really looking at marketing for public transportation on public lands, which is a different client group than a commuter. And most of the schedules that you see in many of the parks are very ill prepared. Even though we know they're done by interpretation folks, they're not necessarily done by people who understand public transportation and the audience.
That's not public. Well, I mean, just it gets back to Mark. Let me just say one thing. I was looking at the case study. Something would be very beneficial, and we haven't really talked about these case studies, and I think the Moab one would be a good follow-up. What's the economic impact? So, I mean, the case study? No, the case study, but yeah, the case study. I mean, printers, and computer marketers. No, I mean, what was the impact of this project on Moab itself and Grand County and the parts of the BLM? And by reducing congestion, improving safety, getting people out and being healthy, connecting the outdoors without vehicles. What were the benefits of this? I think that's where the monitoring stuff comes in that we're talking about. That's really important to show that this program is accomplishing goals beyond necessarily what it was set out to do.
Yeah, there was a report done 10 years ago looking at economic impact of national parks on gateway communities or something like that.
Or by that woman at Auburn.
Yeah, but you're thinking at a project level, the economic impact of that project.
Well, I think that's one of the ways you want to pick case studies. I mean, if you look at our Santa Ana range, what is the impact on the Lower Rio Grande Valley economy, tourist economy?
Job.
Well, it's not necessarily jobs, but it's like the environment and outdoor recreation provide a great environment, a green, if you will, infrastructure for development of jobs. And I think we need to also take these case studies and look at them not only just as just a well-operated system and it served a lot of people, but where did it go beyond that? How did it serve the community? Was the community involved? If you look at the Zion, I think Zion would be a really good example to say, wait a minute, this by making people take the shuttle into Zion Canyon, it benefited Springdale and the surrounding community.
Well, what if we did a case study on maybe like 4 different types of approaches, public transportation or ACF, and looked at whatever we could find in existing reference or literature on the economic impact, put that into basically a flyer, a 2-page flyer.
I mean,
that would help sell things.
We can do that this year.
A whole bunch of research.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing we're asking for scenic byways to do, for trail systems to do, is to identify the positive economic impact.
And do they have approaches to doing that? I mean, this is something I know nothing about. So
yeah. And then nobody just talked about marketing and public lands in the first place. We, in general, Park Service maybe the exception, we're pretty bad at it. We are, because Cam Gluck for American Trails asked us on Friday at the National Trails Training Partnership, what marketing ideas, no, this is the National Recreation Trail Roundtable last Tuesday. What are great examples of marketing, and how can you help us get marketing examples? I said, you're looking at a bunch of people who just had their salaries frozen for 2 years because nobody understands the benefit of federal workers in general to the economy. So the federal government in general doesn't do a great job of marketing. Our public lands don't do a really good job of it either. So we really need some help coming in and helping us market.
So can I go back to something before Jenny moves on?
Before Nathan starts his rant again? Continue.
The idea that we were bringing up was the whole idea that marketing of public transportation is not going on very well in public land. And that it is generally the idea, if you put public transportation out there, people will see it and people will use it. Well, we know that for the last 50 years, you have to develop messaging, you have to develop marketing materials, you have to develop branding, you have to develop look and feel, so people feel guilty if they take their private car. And so one of the things that we were seeing across the spectrum was, okay, what are different marketing strategies from other areas that could be applied to public lands? Is that a fair? So is that fair? Phil?
Yeah, that's. In fact, I'm thinking about this. If there is an example out there somewhere of an alternative transportation system in a public land that's been well marketed.
Well, we just saw some of what they're doing in Rocky with the development app for the the shuttle system that they have.
Rocky Mountain?
Yeah,
that's the one we're working on.
Yeah.
No, there's a different project. They're developing an app for the.
Same part. But I'm starting to think, that I'm starting to think that in order that's really how it's going to be.
Yep.
And FTA and the federal lands agencies are not going to develop these things. Whoever's going to develop them is going to develop them. And I think that any realistic marketing plan going forward is going to be able to sort of figure out how to encourage, how to stay on top of these things that are being developed, how to seed some of them, maybe. But if it's a question of starting from scratch and trying to compete with people who are doing these things, or trying to compete going on in Google, that's where people are going for their information. And to tie it into what the agencies need to do in general for marketing is obviously something that needs to happen, especially for the non-Park Service agencies. But
I think it would be just useful to know how the parks right now who have alternative transportation promote the use of that transportation on their website. Because even though smartphones are out there, quite frankly, most of the visiting population of the Park Service parks and the other federal land are still don't own smartphones, but they do have computers. They do go on computers to look at the website to see what's out there at that park when they do travel planning. I think that would be a first good step. And
like a gap analysis?
Sure, just see who promotes their alternative transportation.
Usually hidden somewhere on the website.
Well, exactly.
Well, even on the maps.
Even on the maps. I think just do a gap analysis of how they go, and then you know where you need,
Well, I would expand that to what are the gateway communities doing, and the Convention Visitors Bureaus, say like at Estes Park, how are they marketing the connections that they have into the park? Refuge is the same way. How can you in Sanibel Island, their marketing is you really don't need a car in Sanibel Island. You could take a very, very good bike ped network and connect with the refuge.
Would anyone like to work with us on developing a scope or having an opportunity to review?
Yeah, because that's what Natalie was basically essentially proposing.
I would like to talk about small branch of communication group, and they helped us with the Trails website. I really would want to tie it in with, at least in my view of it. How can we get our communication people?
Do public lands folks have public information officers?
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That would be almost a community you'd want to work with and find a couple of them.
And you might want to work with have a professional marketing person. Somebody who's marketed transportation can be taking the lead in this. Somebody who knows about
who do you recommend? I don't know.
Well, we'd have to do some research. We don't have a suggestion.
Betsy, I think, wanted to say something.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to add, whoops, I lost my microphone. I just wanted to say, I think still it's really critical to go back and think about who the audience is, because I know at one point within the Forest Service we were talking a lot about marketing, or actually marketing's a bad word you don't want to use for whatever reason, but promoting the program within the agency. And so, you know, like when I look at the case studies, if that was intended for internal use within the FLMAs, no one has time to read those documents. And so I think the first question has to be, who's the audience and who are we trying to share this information with? So I think there's two distinct and probably more sub-audiences within all of what you all are talking about. So just wanted to get that thought in there.
I mean, I would love to be part of any work in marketing for the public. I mean, we've learned a lot from some of the things that we've done. We did a project with the National Parks of New York Harbor to try to come up with some thing that in the amount of time that we spent talking with everyone else on their own, all these individual partners and people who weren't even part of the project at all, went and developed all of these things. And when you talk about, well, we can't do this because Park Service or DOI hasn't come out with a social media policy, and you know the public information officers already have bigger challenges. How do we market the existence of these places? You know, we've learned a lot. So if there's anything that we can talk about that, I do think that we've got to be realistic about the speed of government and where things stand there, because this is a very fast-moving kind of thing. Implementing a transportation service is not a fast-moving thing. That's only something government can do. Information is a fast-moving thing. And, you know, I don't know if we can create our own information stream, or we can try to pick a horse and try to lasso it and ride along, or maybe something cool or both.
Okay, thanks for the comments. Did anybody else?
I still want to get feedback on the first two items there, which I haven't heard anything about.
Well, one second before we move to that, Laura, did you raise your hand about wanting to help with the scope of work?
Sure, I did.
Okay.
Well, and what I wanted to ask too is kind of goes along with Phil saying he wanted feedback is, you know, kind of ranking these too in order of importance. I'm not sure we're going to have resources to do everything on this list, plus what we're doing, you know, with technical assistance and marketing, TAC, and all these other things that we're involved in now. So, are there, you know, what are the tops in your minds of these things in terms of importance for you?
Including the scholars.
Including the scholars, because that's not on this list.
Right.
Well, let's just go down the list.
Okay.
On a high, medium, and low for data collection, how many people would read that as high? Data collection assistance.
Are we allowed to vote?
I don't know.
No, we shouldn't vote. You're right.
But I don't know how we deal with the people on the phone either. So that doesn't. I forget I even said this because it doesn't work.
Well, does anybody have a comment about data collection? Is it something that's burning anyone, you know, as far as a need? No?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay. So the indicators and standards of quality, priority for anybody? Okay. The database of consultants and RFPs. Now that one's probably not an extremely resource-eating project. I'm not sure. Laura, you had a comment?
Well, no, I was just saying, I do think that's important. Okay. People are looking for
That's something you can get done pretty quick.
Right. So the business models research, since we don't really know what that's going to entail yet, it might be kind of hard to say whether or not that's high importance. I don't know if anybody has a comment. And then the case studies. Mm-hmm. Shrug.
No, I would. I think maybe a pared down version of those. Have a smaller version that circulates, and then on the deep one more detail you have on the website, kind of thing.
So that's what we have now, I think.
Scholars.
Scholars.
Oh, sorry, you were answering
No,
that.
yeah, I thought you were done with the list.
No, I'm just saying with the full case study, which is anywhere from what, about 40 pages, 30, 40 pages, maybe 50, to the executive summary, which is at this right here, is 2 pages. Is there something else that you're looking for, or are those?
Well, would there be a way to have more than an executive summary in less than 30 40 pages?
How long would you like it? We can aim for it. What's reasonable for
maybe, yeah, I was gonna say 10 to 15.
Okay.
You guys will never read 15 pages.
Maybe, let's make it 5 to 10.
With the cake, with an executive.
We're talking about 10, we're talking 15.
And it has to be a 20-point font. Okay, it's 3:30.
The transportation scholars, did that sound like a high priority item? Okay, so we're getting thumbs up there. All right.
What else is left? Anything?
Oh,
the marketing.
Oh, yeah, marketing of the ETF.
I'm not sure exactly what in marketing is the product here. Maybe it's just, I mean, it feels right and about, just because we build it, maybe this is easy. It's just that we build it, you see, okay, that's mine. Just because we build it doesn't mean people will come. It's a very common thing. It's also in the trails community. And since we're talking about non-motorized stuff here as well, I think that's a very valid point. We start marketing public transit and non-motorized transportation. How do we effectively market and promote these? I think a community that we've not brought in that we can is the health community. Because believe it, if you go on Healthy People 2020, under their physical activity goals, they have a goal of increasing walking, bicycling, and use of public transit. And these are transportation goals. I encourage you to go look at that. And Healthy People 2020, it's the 10-year goals and objectives for the Department of Health and Human Services that they pass on to their state and local public health agencies for them to meet. This is Connect, and then what they're putting out, I was talking to a refuge manager down in South Carolina about this yesterday. What they're putting out are these community intervention programs based on the Health Reform Act, whatever it's actually called. There's actual infrastructure money to provide facilities for people to be able to get out and walk and bicycle safely. And that's a way to connect transit. How do we, and I've always said when I get a chance to people, the federal lands are great laboratories for these. I mean, because these are where people are used to doing something they don't normally do at home. So how can we use the federal lands as a way to get people comfortable and familiar with walking to a bus to go to a trailhead or riding a bike?
So does all the federal land managers are kind of agree that the marketing things that they want to do?
Yeah, I mean, we need it in all aspects. But again,
Thank you.
And I will volunteer to help with connecting people with this help. Because you look at Healthy Parks, Healthy People.
That's natural.
John Jarvis believes that that's the way to keep the Park Service vital.
All right, the last topic I'm just going to spend hardly any time on at all. Proactive technical assistance, obviously, is something we're doing all along. If you have ideas of how we can better reach the folks that need us, obviously, anytime, please pass that on to us. We'll be happy to. The one thing I did want to bring up is that we have put together a list of unfunded applicants from previous years, and there were only Park Service, Forest Service, and Bureau of Rec, I think. So I think Trini and Alan, you got that list.
Yeah,
and
last week, but I handed you guys earlier.
Nola, I apologize. I don't think I got that email to you earlier, but I will send that to you. And basically, we just want feedback on, are these projects that were valid projects but need assistance to move forward, or were they ones that just really weren't valid projects? You know, maybe there's a really good reason they didn't get funded and they're not worth pursuing. If it is something that's worth pursuing, should we contact those units and see if we can provide assistance to them? So I'll just let you guys look at the list there, and then we'll be following up with you to see if we should contact those units. We are going to be outreaching to the byways community, to BIA and tribal transit recipients. We've started a little bit of trying to see if there's some overlap with the tribal transit projects and any of the FLMAs. That's something we're just kind of pursuing on the side. If anybody has any comments about that or other ideas of how to pursue that, we'd be happy to hear those as well. And obviously, if there's any others let us know. So if there are not any other comments right now, that's pretty much a wrap as far as the tax stuff goes. And I'm guessing we kind of want to just push through the next, instead of taking a break here as we had planned.
What's the next thing?
The next thing is the FY 2011 grant process, and I thought Mary Ann would want to give us just a quick update on what's going on.
I'm not sure what all you wanted, but I brought our tentative schedules for it. It's changed recently because we had some difficulty downloading the applications from grants.gov.
No.
So we got delayed a little.
Really? Get process grants.gov? What a shock. I'm
You
surprised.
know, from the Friday before they were due through to the Wednesday after they were due, I tracked how many voicemails I got. Now, this doesn't count the ones that did get through to me. I had 54 calls in that 4-day period. People with difficulty with grants.gov or with other things, DUNS numbers, and those kind of things. So,
I really appreciate, what I really do appreciate the flexibility that Adam showed and that you guys showed in the workaround for letting people.
for the email.
Right, and then we even got some of them, the people thought they attached to their project, and I don't just have the other folks, who thought they attached their project in grants.gov, and all FTA got was that one
The SF 424.
So,
Yeah, and Adam did go out of his way to contact some of them to
He
try to
did.
get
We
additional
really-
information
and we
all,
really,
so.
really appreciate it.
And to be honest, I don't think it's fair to penalize them for technical glitches. I mean, they're all worthy projects, I'm sure, given them taking the time to so I wanted to share the schedule somewhat with you. Right now, we're in the process of the reviewers reviewing applications from the different land management agencies and within FTA. And there's going to be an FTA headquarters review and land management agency. I think the review's supposed to end now August 31st, we're looking at, to finish that review process.
To review all the
applications.
All the applications, which again, it falls in my 2-week vacation, or I might be spending a few days of my vacation leave. Might be able to make some time. Although I don't think work time is on this year, not this year, so, oh well. Anyway, so, we're looking at interagency review time period is September 12th and 13th, and, hopefully Phil will correct me if I have that wrong. We're looking for approval, an internal within FTA, I gotta say, approval package that goes to our administrator by the end of September. Now, that's about a month and a half later than what we originally anticipated. And
We had to
then,
move the evaluation process back to the second week of September.
interagency review is about the middle of September.
Yeah, it's gonna be the 13th and 14th.
It's the 13th and 14th, not
Ratia, what?
Okay.
The GRC
I had the
meeting.
12th
Tuesday
and
and
13th.
Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay.
Tuesday and Wednesday, it's not Monday.
Okay, that's fine.
Something else?
13 and 14.
September 13th
That's
and
the
14th.
interagency.
Here, in this one.
You said the 12.
Jack, did you say something?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's confirmed, that is the final date and time, or dates for that, interagency meeting.
Final dates, yes.
13th and 14th.
13th and 14th here at Fish Wildlife in Boston.
Okay.
Either this room or the other room we had it in last year.
Okay. Glad I mentioned that one. Now, internally within DOT, after we briefed the administrator on it, and he concurs with it, we can do about the end of September, he does have to take it to the Secretary of Education, and we expect that to be early October, that the Secretary gives his blessing or whatever he does with it. And then we would have a public announcement out by late October.
That's assuming that the debt ceiling is raised. Congress actually passes the budget by the end of September, and we actually have work the 1st of October.
That's true.
And I just, not to be the naysayer here, but I just don't want people disappointed. I mean, this is a valiant attempt to try to make this schedule, but in previous years, there's been all kinds of monkey wrenches that have caused schedules like this to be delayed. So I
Yeah.
just don't want somebody beating up on Mary Ann to a future date. You said it would be done by now.
And Phil, this is Adam. I just found the volume switch on my my headset, so maybe you can hear me a little better now. But that schedule, it's very optimistic, as you were just saying. I think it would require us to have agency level approval from both DOI and USDA within 2 or 3 weeks of the TRC meeting, which is probably not likely, but it's possible. So if you're asked by people at the land unit level, I've been telling people the end of the calendar year, and if we can do better than that, then I think we'll all be happy.
Yeah, what is it, Phil, you always say?
Under promise, over deliver.
Well, because we had our last year, project selections didn't come out until after the New Year, right? That's the TRC was in August.
Yeah.
They came out just before Christmas.
Just before Christmas, yeah.
And then they were announced publicly, but they weren't in the Federal Register.
Until afterwards, sure.
We had Adam last year, which made it better than the year before.
Yes.
There's a program manager, as long as Adam's still there, I think it will be pretty smooth. Now, Adam's gonna get a new manager of his section come the middle of July. They've just announced a woman from our regional 4 office is coming over to take over managing our, what is it, transit programs? Is that your title of your section, Adam?
Yeah, the Office of Transit Programs, that's right.
And she's been with FCA a considerable amount of time. She's done program management, and she's very sharp, and she is a workaholic. So hopefully that will help us move through internally anything we need to get done and won't hold us up.
Who is that?
Jenny Pfister from our Atlanta office, and becomes with great recommendations, and I've worked with her on some of our circulars, and she's the person that follows through with deadlines. When she says she's going to get it done, it's done. Great.
And she'll be sitting in Henrika's old position, and she'll be reporting directly to Henrika. So most of our, there shouldn't be any delay in the learning process or in getting approvals. Things could actually be even quicker theoretically.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what I'm perceiving. It's going to be a lot quicker. She has a relationship with Henrika already. Henrika had come from the Atlanta office, and they work together really well. So I think things will go really smooth having her on board too.
When is she coming?
July 19th, I think it is. Middle of July. So I'm really looking forward to her coming on board at headquarters. She's very, very well regarded within FCA.
Great. Thank you, Mary Ann and Adam.
On the schedule, when is the due date for us to release, individual agencies to release theirs? So I'll know all of them will be on the website.
The hope was to have them released, and I don't remember the exact date, but something like the 12th of July.
The goal was July 10th, but the deadline was July 29th.
Okay, so from July 29th, and all of them should be on.
All of them should be on. Yeah, and our hope was actually that the Park Service would start releasing them around the 10th, and then have them all in there by the 29th, so they have the largest number of them.
And if they could be released on a rolling basis, making them available to everybody, that'd probably speed things up as well.
Yes, no, I think to go back in and, these are missing, and that was really time consuming, and it's best that you look at all of them so you can rate them against a standard, and then you kind of forget how you rated the previous ones. So I think.
Okay, yeah, sure, I understand that.
Yeah, so it was, knowing that date when all of them's going to be on there is the most helpful. Then I'll go in, that's what we like to do after, and knowing all of them are in there and rating it all at once.
Well, since
I just want to make sure we avoid a crush at the end, since we have so many people reading them. If the Forest Service and the Park Service were both to release all of theirs, then on July 29th, that gives everybody else just about 4 weeks to read about 50 applications.
Oh, the July 10th deadline would be great.
Okay, yeah, that would be perfect.
One thing to think about for the future is, this year we had 100.
This is NOLA, and this is NOLA.
Go ahead, Noah.
Okay, I think Jim and I are barely going to have everything ready for release on July 29th. So, we'll try and get them done early, but we're actually working towards that July 29th deadline. Or what is it? Yeah.
Well, we can do everybody else and then the Park Service.
Well, that's pretty much what we expected. But as Adam said, if there's a way to have any of them released prior to that, that was our hope by July 10th or 12th to have some of them released. I don't know if you can do that this year or not, Noah.
The one other thing I wanted to mention for those of you on the TRC, when you are reviewing these applications, if there are ones that are stellar the way that the application is written, and hopefully those would come up on the top once you guys are ranking them. But if there are ones that you really like and think are examples of good applicants, mark those so that when we have the TRC meeting, you can let me know and we can agree on a certain number of those that we can use as examples for next year.
I would say put that in the comments section. This is a stellar one because we have the ability in the comments section to be able to search for those.
Answer the questions in the category.
Good job.
And then just cut and paste.
Yeah, that's it.
This year we had 110 applicants, and I heard some moaning about how many applications that need to be reviewed. Next year we're going to have over 200. It's projection, I thought. So you guys may want to think about a way to sort of spread the wealth. Nathan's his eyesight's going 110 applications for him to review if he wants.
Throw them on the floor and pick them up, and that's where they rank. Nice and walks.
Don't say things like that.
Well, are there any other questions or comments or anything we didn't discuss that we need to discuss quickly before we wrap up?
Well, I would like to thank that, for us, that we don't have the time to provide help to our fields. You guys sent them to TAC, and you guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Don't see the stuff's been great. Any questions I have? Jamie's been excellent, getting back to me, getting all these things that I need. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, I got a question.
Yes, Jack.
When is the next peer group meeting? And I'm only asking that because if you're going to have one in like 3 months, which would be around the time of the interagency working group, that maybe you schedule it that same week so people like Nola and myself, and it might be others who are coming from other states to meet in person.
We did have it scheduled for October 5th based on the information we sent out earlier this year. We might look at rescheduling it if that's desirable.
No, I agree with Jack, especially with travel ceilings and opportunities. And we're actually pretty used to bundling meetings together when we can.
So we could do it like
14th.
with the 14th,
no, 13th, 14th. Can I see if the room is open for the 15th as well?
I'll do my best.
We'll just
If we can't get it in this, we'll try to get between our two buildings.
How about if we try to do...
Let's check on that because we've been working on getting some additional participants over the past several months who've agreed to the current date.
Yeah, and I'm just suggesting if you could check on it and see if it could work, and it's a suggestion.
Yeah, we did have one speaker lined up, which we can check with them and see if maybe they can change that date. But
We've tried to make these meetings as participatory as we can. Of course, we know that eats up time, and they're on a sidebar conversation. Are there a suggested format that you think it should be different, the better? To get dialogue going? Of course, I think it would be nice if more peer group members were here. We'll work on that, but is there a different way that we should be doing business? I don't know if we're all tired.
How about the people on the webinar? Did this work for you?
Yeah, it worked. It's always a little bit of a disadvantage being on this end and trying to know when to, jump in and say something, but it seems to work just fine.
We talked about the National Training Trails Partnership as well, about going to video conferencing.
more and more of our agencies have facilities for that. We have one here, Fish and Wildlife Service next door. And I know DOT has good capabilities. So maybe not the next peer meeting, which would be in September or October, but maybe starting next year, we hold these. That'd be great. Try to move to video conferencing. Does that, from what we're understanding, and I've done a few of them, it's much more inclusive because you actually see people.
You might want to combine what we're doing with the webinar with the video because presentation materials is much better this way.
Yeah. Just for where people actually know how to do this stuff, and Stephanie may be one of them. Is there's a way to combine the two forms.
So if we could get the next.
This is Nola.
Nola?
Well, it says the end of presidency.
Nola has a comment, guys.
Okay, and I agree with Jack. This is, and I hope Adam, who's had to do this on the computer for the first time, it's challenging to do it this way. However, I think given, cost effectiveness and travel ceilings and all that, I think we're going to have to live with a certain amount of this. It would be appreciated if we could piggyback on the trip panel, which is in September, but if that doesn't work, then I can do this, headset thing again. The audio has gotten better over time. However, it's still not ideal. Somehow the volume there could still be a little bit louder, but it has improved due to the efforts of Jenny and other folks. So it's not ideal, but I see the reason for doing it this way. Adam, I'm curious your comments on what you think of this teleconference thing.
I enjoyed this conference. I agree with your comments as well. I think that the live meeting stream functions very well. There were some times when I heard a lot of paper rustling or background. Actually, it's funny. I hear the background whispering of people trying not to be heard because they're whispering right into the microphones. But overall, it works well. I think if we can have this meeting, piggybacking on the review committee, that would be good. Everyone will be in town. We'll have a larger audience. It'll suit better having special guests. And the one agenda item that I think might be worthwhile putting in is, rather than sort of this essentially a board group meeting that it's been, but to have like a more of a substantive session where maybe a single case study is presented, like an information exchange on what a great example project that was recently completed, or plan or implementation project. That could be a good sort of forum here for that, and also informative to any guests that we get.
Just Adam and Nola, what are your feelings if we could go to a video conference format?
My comment is it would be 7 o'clock in the morning here, and I'd assume just not be seen. I don't know about Adam, because it would have been 6 o'clock in the morning there.
I turned all the lights on at the Federal Highways office this morning. But yeah, I agree. You'd have a lot of one person in a room on a screen. But then again, you could turn your own camera off and at least be able to see the people in the main room having their presentation. So having that as an option would be great. And then if people remotely choose to do the live meeting instead, if it's feasible, I would think would be a great thing to do.
We'll have to have some IT folks do a little testing. I know BLM, because of our past issues with some of the lawsuits, the Cobell stuff, that we have different security issues, and it's not as easy to work with the BLM. So unless I could come over and see Nola at 7 in the morning, I could meet her at the Park Service and we could just do it there. It probably would work better.
Yeah, in the Park Services, we do have facilities that would accommodate the teleconference video thing. There's a whole room set up specifically for that, so we could do it that way.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, and thank you very much for participating. We really appreciate always the great dialogue and feedback, especially from Nathan.
Everybody take some food with them.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please take food. Thank you, guys, on the
I need-
webinar participating.
Somebody go and I get this back upstairs.
We'll sign off.
Okay. All right. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Shouldn't may have taken, we're gonna.
You can put us all in.
So we're gonna put us all in.
If
Yeah,
everybody-
because it'll work for